Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I gonna move down.
Na turn by turn, na jagaban turn, turn by turn. I beg you wait for your turn. Come on. Turn by turn, na jagaban turn. We say now turn by turn, na jagaban turn, turn by turn. I beg you wait for your turn. I beg you wait for your turn, turn by turn, na jagaban turn, turn by turn. If you do anyhow, you say anyhow. You do anyhow, you say anyhow. You do anyhow, you say anyhow. You go collect woto.
And there it is right there. Ekwabo, see Orieto, one man went to Mo. Ekwadewa Bionyibi, Ekwabo. Ekabo say Orioto, one man went to more platform. Hope you had a wonderful day. So for the non-Yoruba speakers, welcome to the one man who went to more platform. Hope you had a wonderful day. You know, I've always said the Yoruba language is so nuanced that it doesn't break translation into English, because at the moment you translate even the most basic Yoruba phraseology, and I'm sure that applies in several other languages as well, but I can only speak to the Yoruba space because that's the space I come from. But once you translate the Yoruba language into English, it loses its nuance, it loses its resonance, because it will translate literally, and then it will lose that nuance. And the Yoruba language is always embedded in, it's probably one of the most civilized languages that there are. It's embedded in nuance. It's never a frontal language, because within the Yoruba, within the Yoruba pantheon, being frontal is considered rude, is considered aggressive, and even in language as well. So you speak in inferred meaning, you know, because it's such an ancient culture and an ancient language. So that's why, really, when you try to translate Yoruba into English, it loses its resonance. So when I started by saying, ẹ káàbọ̀ sí orí ètò One Man Went to Mo, ìpàdé wa bí oyin bí. When I say that, and that is an Oyo inflection, by the way, and also the Yoruba language is some sort of I think the word is estuarine sort of a language. It lands in a question mark, to give them, the receiver, the opportunity to digest it to their level of understanding. It gives the recipient, the hearer, the opportunity to digest it and respond to it to their level of understanding. So when I say Ekwabo, so and by the way I'm speaking now is an Oyo inflection of the Yoruba language. Eku abo si ori eto One Man Went to Mo. Ìpàdé wa bí oyin bí. So ìpàdé wa bí oyin bí. So I hope we are meeting well. So that leaves that window for the recipient, for the co-conversants to come in from whatever perception they're looking to enter the conversation. It's such a civilized and nuanced language. So if you try to translate that into English, it just loses everything. So it's such an ancient language and nuanced language. Anyway, welcome one and all. Good to see you again. Good to have you here, and always a delight in your company. Hope you had a wonderful day. I had an eventful day. I had to go battle it out with the Nigerian embassy again. So the torment of that, I'll probably give you a little flavor of what I experienced. It's not dissimilar to what you have experienced whenever you have gone to visit the Nigerian embassy as well. It's a torturous experience. It's a torture chamber. You know, it's the one in Northumberland Avenue, especially, but the one wherever it is that you are, I'm sure it's no different an experience. Wall-to-wall Aboki, of course, totally uncivilized. And I'll tell you one thing that I picked up whilst I was at that embassy. I'll tell you maybe in the course of the session. But I have had an eventful day, nevertheless a fruitful day. Hope your day has been fruitful as well, and eventful in a pleasant way. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? Hope. Anyway, enough for all of that. Too much niceties sometimes, then it becomes saccharine, doesn't it? So yes, click on the like button just as soon as you are coming in. We're on an aggressive push, as you know, regarding the like buttons. We are trying to go up the hierarchy within the YouTube space, and the numbers of likes and the numbers of subscriptions correlate with this level of traffic that comes to your space. So if they see there's a lot of activity in terms of like and all of that, then YouTube recommends it more, and then so it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then click on the this guy is saying he's hearing two things at the same time. Is anything wrong with the audio? Can people indicate? Can people indicate in the comment section that you're hearing me okay? Because I don't know. This seems to be a recurring thing. Okweton TV is telling me that he's hearing from two devices. Yes, I've lost my train of thought now just from that comment. So So yeah, click on like and click on subscribe is essentially where I'm taking you to. So make sure you do that. Just do that immediately and like right now. Do that so that as I'm speaking, it's reflecting that you're hearing what I'm saying and you're acting as directed. So click on the like button. We are determined to hit 100 likes today. Determined. And with your help, we will do that. So click on like. And if you're not already subscribed, you know, another it's just a wild ambition, but an ambition achievable nevertheless. We're looking to hit 100,000 subscribers this year. So that when I'm streaming now, I can just paste the YouTube silver button at the back of my at this window thing here, and then it can be the backdrop just to show you what you have achieved for the platform. So that's the thing. So make sure you're subscribing and share the links to the platform as well on your YouTube, or not on your YouTube spaces, so you can do that as well. But share it on your WhatsApp groups and your Instagram spaces. If you delight in the things that we do here, then, and if you want to participate frontally, that is the sort of participation that you can. So I've stated the ambition of the platform, and if you feel that an ambition should be achieved, then the way you can aid the achievement of that ambition is by sharing the link, you know, just like they do on Facebook. You know, they share on Facebook. You have the opportunity, of course, of copying the link on YouTube as well and popping it in your Instagram groups, your especially WhatsApp groups. I think you can share to about 5 WhatsApp groups. So do that if you want the platform to blossom. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. This is the hyperlink again that says StreamYard. You know we are harvesting brains here. Anshe Okowo. How do you say harvesting brains in Yoruba language? People more steeped and satiated in that language to come and educate me. But we're harvesting brains here. If you have a brain that functions, then this is a place that we would like to have you. So if you have a brain that does function and you have the articulation to express the function of that brain, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard and come display to our marvel. Come marvel us with your knowledge and mastery of oratory. So come do all that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So bored of all of that, I'm sure. So to immediately where we're going to. So we're going here. Breaking, Tinubu disburses 800 and not 800 breaking, Tinubu disburses 185 billion as palliatives to all 36 states, including the FCT. So there it is right there. So the suffering in the land now is now being addressed. And I think also there is a further disbursement of 5 trailer filled with rice. So you are saying with a 12 to 15 million population in Lagos, what does a 5 trailer filled with rice even do? But these are to pad out what the local spaces are already doing. So he's now addressing at the federal level. So now anybody now that has issues now have to localize it to their state. And then if the states have cascaded to the words, they look at. So the help is here, essentially, is what it is. Help is here. Tinubu disburses 185 billion as palliatives to all 36 states, including the FCT. So help is here and help is here. So there's actually a song that goes that way. Help is here, help is here. So help is here and help is here, but somebody that is totally beyond help. So we're going outside of the Nigerian space to go and revisit an old wound that still continues to afflict the African space. Killing Libyan leader Gaddafi was a serious mistake, says Italian foreign minister. So the narrative of Gaddafi is one that is still affecting our lives today. Because, of course, the killing of Gaddafi in terms of assault weapons are AK-47s, all the way to somewhat small artillery armored tanks, essentially. So in terms of assault weapons, Gaddafi had the most out of all of the African states. He had probably as much as a lot of Western states. So it was heavily armed, Gaddafi. And then when they went to blow up that country, they did not secure those arms. And those arms now cascades into the Sahel. And of course, we are now feeling the impact in Nigeria. So that killing of Gaddafi, he's saying it's a serious mistake. I'm saying it's a crime against humanity, which humanity is still paying for. Killing Libyan leader Gaddafi was a serious mistake, says Italian foreign minister. So the acknowledgement, then what do you do about it is the next question. So first the acknowledgement, then what do you do about it is the next question. So from that to this, President Tinubu, actually, when I saw this headline, I immediately thought of yesterday and conversations with our Uptown that was telling us that they were creating more ministries. And I was telling them that, I was telling him actually, is that they are actually tightening ministries and getting rid of duplicitousness within the system. And this now headline speaks to the conversation we were having with Uptown Justice Elias yesterday. President Tinubu scraps Niger Delta Ministry over role duplication with Niger Delta Development Commission. So this is the Onrosoye report, of course, the duplicitousness and the over-bloatedness of governance within the Nigerian space, everything repeated. ICPC, which investigates financial crimes, and then EFCC, which also investigates financial crimes, and then the Nigerian police, which is meant to investigate all crimes. And these are all agencies with big fancy buildings and an accoutrement of everything that goes with agencies. So the duplicitousness within governance being addressed by the looter from Lagos. President Tinubu scraps Niger Delta Ministry over role duplication with Niger Delta Development Commission. So that I cannot see how anybody would argue with that, because that duplicitousness is certainly one of the Achilles heel to progress within the Nigerian space. So one of the Achilles heel to progress within the Nigerian space, but one of the noose around the neck of progress within the Nigerian space. See how Emefiele appeared in court today as he attempts to hide. So we're still with Emefiele and his travels. So Emefiele and his travels, this one repeats, of course, so we'll pick one and abandon the other. Federal government approves 5 billion subsidy palliative, 5 trucks of rice for each state. We probably read it from there and abandon the other. So this one also duplicates, so we'll pick one and abandon the other. I am dying. Emefiele breaks down in court. Well, you are dying. Don't die because people want you to suffer the fullness of your wrongdoing. So now, this now a next human, there is something going on in Lagos State, and especially around Third Mainland Bridge. So when I say that, you already know where I'm going. There's something quite concerning going on in Lagos State, and especially around Third Mainland Bridge. So I'll bring you this next headline, and I'll give you the readout of it, and then we'll carry on. So let me bring you now this next headline. This is not to do with politics. This is to do with the impact of life on the Nigerian person. A popular Lagos socialite attempts to take her life at Third Mainland Bridge. So the police should be stationed on Third Mainland Bridge, of course, because this is not the first, second, or countless how many times we have come across this narrative. A popular Lagos state socialite and skincare vendor, Farida, on Thursday, attempted to commit suicide at Third Mainland Bridge. Correspondents report that the socialite, who is widely known as King Frida, has been in the news lately over reports of her crashed marriage. The reports making the rounds online allege that Frida's husband had packed out of their matrimonial home to meet a side chick he was dating before their marriage. Amidst the report of the crisis in her marriage, a video shared on Goldmine TV showed the moment some people were captured stopping Frida from committing suicide on Third Mainland Bridge. So let's see. Hopefully it's not too graphic. Otherwise, I'll have to stop it quickly. So there it is, and it continues here. All right. So there it is. That Third Mainland Bridge, by the way, is a popular jumping spot in Lagos. So why quite the police have not manned it in an aggressive manner to address it as a situation, I'm not quite sure. So quite why the police have not manned that space to address it frontally, I am not quite sure. So we speak on that, but let me also play you this clip. So this clip now is a response to one of the ministers appointed just yesterday, not appointed yesterday, but who was given his portfolio yesterday, and the market space that that portfolio applies to. This is their reaction. So let's watch this. This is 2 minutes.
Took a fresh breath in renewed price jumps. Or the stock market took a fresh breath in renewed price jumps after low activities for a week. Effiong has detailed reports on markets.
The appointment of Mr. Wale Edun as Federal Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy brings excitement to stock market operators. Mr. Edun is a stockbroker and expert in public finance.
Appointment like this would certainly be a plus to the Nigerian financial market. So we expect that as a thoroughbred professional that Mr. Wale Edun is, he will be guiding Mr. President in taking the best of decisions in resuscitating and reviving the economy.
He has worked for some foreign banks, investment companies in Nigeria, and other public institutions.
As a coordinating minister of the economy, there are a lot of things that Mr. Wale Edun will be looking at. And so it will be a general assessment of the entire Nigerian financial market system and the economy as a whole. And since he will be given a better and informed advice to Mr. President and the entire cabinet, it is expected that this will be good for the economy going forward.
Meanwhile, the stock market regained strength in key sectors, bringing marginal gains to companies and investors. This comes after running low for nearly a week due to pressure on stock sales. Renewed growth of the market improved the shares of Dangote Sugar with more than 4% rate gain, while First Bank Holding left the floor with 3% price jump. Etana Oil, Sterling Bank, and FCMB all made marginal gains. United Capital.
All right, that's enough of that. But that's the market's reaction to Wale Edun being appointed as the coordinating minister for finance. So, and by the way, there was a lot because I don't think we addressed the ministerial list fully. So hopefully we'll revisit it a little bit again today. There was a lot of square pegs in square holes in that appointment. I know people were trying to nitpick at the people that they feel don't fit, like the Minister for Defense and Matawale and all of that. But those were political payoffs. But the areas that matter, you couldn't really fault the people that were appointed to those areas. So that's a conversation that hopefully we carry on and continue. So a conversation that we hopefully carry on and continue. So carry on and continue as Ayo continues as he always does. And I will encourage that other people join Ayo in this space as well. So as soon as the session starts, Ayo super chats to encourage the platform. Not that he doesn't know what he's doing, it's just that he delights in it, he appreciates the effort, and he nods towards it. So a lot of other people can join him as well. I cannot believe, I refuse to believe that only Ayo has the capacity to do that. So others are welcome to do Ayo, to join Ayo in doing that. So well done, Ayo. So that's Ayo, of course, doing as he always does. So Ayo doing as he always does. Let me do as I always do. A micro break with the K guys, and then we launch into it. You know where we're going, of course. You all delight in it. You know some people actually dance to it. Egbelemu, the K guys.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water. Oh yes, water, 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 water.
Only water. Where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. The cockroaches. You already know because I explain to you every day. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. The cockroaches of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe. May death have nothing to do with us. Now, pause for a moment and reflect if there is a prayer more important than that. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So, Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, as guys, I bring you this. Federal government approves 5 billion naira subsidy palliative, 5 trucks of rice for each state. So help is here, help is here. The National Economic Council, NEC, on Thursday said that the federal government has approved 5 billion naira grants to be given to each of the 36 states of the federation for the procurement of grains, as well as 5 trucks of rice to each state as palliatives to cushion the effect of fuel subsidy removal. The NEC also approved the distribution of 40,000 bags of maize to be distributed to states. It also directed the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, to distribute food items to states sharing borders with Niger Republic over the recent political instability in the country. These were some of the outcomes of the NEC meeting presided over by Vice President Kashim Shettima at the council chambers, Presidential Villa, Abuja. Briefing State House correspondents at the end of the meeting, Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State said the approval of 5 billion naira and trucks of rice and grains were part of measures to bring temporary solutions to the high cost of living caused by the subsidy removal as government continues to work with more enduring programs. So let's pause for a moment and just that, because you already know the pushback. How much is 5,000 naira? How much is 5 billion naira? For look at it by there, and the governor will steal it, and you know, the jibba jabbers. These are temporary measures for more permanent solutions to come into play. Do you understand? These are temporary measures. These are shock insulations for a more permanent solution to come into play. Because in tandem with this is the release of tons of fertilizers to farmers and tons of grains to farmers as well. The farming cycle is usually 6 to 8 weeks, depending on the product. If you're talking about grains, corn, maize, or those are usually what? 6 to, I'm not a farmer, of course, and I'm sure somebody will be throwing stones at me as I'm speaking. The farming cycle is usually about 6 to 8 weeks. So that brings in another tranche of, so these are just temporary insulation measures to cushion the heavy weight of the situation that the country is under. So these are not really permanent solutions, and these are not the only solutions. You will recall, of course, that all of the states were given an abundance at the federal allocation the last time off the back of the first subsidy removal. So there's already a tranche of money already with the states, more than they've ever had, an additional 5 billion plus trucks and trucks of grains and rice. So these are measures to temporarily insulate. So it's very easy to naysay and talk at the heartstrings and whip up sentiments, but the reality of it is that this situation is being addressed. Help is here. Briefing State House correspondents at the end of the meeting, Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State said the approval of 5 billion naira and trucks of rice and grains are part of measures to bring temporary solutions to the high cost of living caused by the subsidy removal as government continues to work with more enduring programs. He said the states are to purchase 100,000 bags of rice and beans, amongst others. Zulum said the NEC mandated NEMA to distribute food items to states sharing borders with Niger Republic. On his side, Governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Soludo, said that the review of social register was in progress. So we need to know how many we are in that country, and this really is a job for, you know, a lot of things need to happen all at once. He said Nigeria was already having refugees from Niger Republic, which he said is affecting the distribution of palliatives. However, the governor of Kaduna State, Senator Uba Sani, said only 2 billion has so far been given to states instead of the 5 billion approved. So there it is right there, and the Nigerian factor comes back into play. The Nigerian factor comes back into play. Let me speed through the readouts, and then let's take a break from Nigeria and go to this space. You know, at some point, we'll have to do a standalone session on the Gaddafi narrative because it's big enough of a storyline for it to be addressed frontally. At some point, and you can indicate to me in the comment section if you think it's an idea, but at some point, we'll have to address the Gaddafi situation as a standalone and the impact that it still continues to have nearly 2 decades after this guy has been taken out. Killing Libyan leader Gaddafi was a serious mistake, says Italian Foreign Minister. Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Anthony Tajani. That sounds almost like a Nigerian name, doesn't it? Antonio Tajani has described the killing of former Libyan leader, sip of water. Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Antonio Tajani, has described the killing of former Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi as a serious mistake. According to him, the Western powers made a blunder by allowing Gaddafi to be killed. Italy's top diplomat, who admitted that Gaddafi's death unleashed years of chaos and conflict in the African country, said the United States and NATO allies committed a major blunder by helping to oust the Libyan leader in a 2011 regime change operation. RT reports the Libyan head of state was executed by the United States and UK-backed militants during a NATO military intervention. Speaking on the sideline of an event in Tuscany on Wednesday, Tajani, a journalist and former Air Force officer who has served as Deputy Prime Minister of Italy, observed that Libya's troubles since Gaddafi was overthrown and murdered have been worse. He maintained that his administration was certainly better than those who arrived later. It was a very serious mistake to let Gaddafi be killed. He may not have been the champion of democracy, but once it was finished, political instability arrived in Libya and Africa, he said. The official noted that Rome had kept an agreement with the leader which blocked the migratory flow, and the situation was much more stable. Gaddafi was brutally executed by rebel fighters amid a NATO bombing campaign conducted under the pretext of a no-fly zone during Libya's 2011 civil war. Though Washington and its allies described the mission as a humanitarian effort to end government attacks on civilians, a probe by the United Kingdom House of Commons later found that the threat to civilians was overstated and that Western powers had ignored a significant Islamic element amongst anti-Gaddafi militants. In the aftermath of the regime change operation, Libya was divided between several competing governments, each claiming legitimacy to rule. I wonder what the situation is now at the moment in that space. The factions have continued to fight in the years since, eventually consolidating into two camps led by the United Nations-backed Government of National Accord and forces loyal to General Khalifa Haftar and the Libyan House of Representatives. Terrorism also saw a resurgence across North Africa following Gaddafi's death, with Islamic State, IS, and other groups linked to Al-Qaeda establishing strongholds in Libya and beyond. By July 2014, an estimated 1,600 militant factions were active in the country, a major increase from the 300 tallied in 2011, according to the United States Institute of Peace. Correspondents observed that various reports have also linked the Libyan crisis to the proliferation of arms in Nigeria, Mali, and some other Sahelian countries. So you don't need any. Even Buhari said so anyway, that the arms that is now holding Nigeria under siege, they are Gaddafi arms. So the arms holding Nigeria under siege now, they are Gaddafi arms. So certainly somebody that was holding Nigeria under siege, but no more. See how Emefiele appeared in court today as he attempts to hide. So I think really I'm only bringing you this just to play you a clip of Emefiele. Is it Emefiele or Emefiele? Somebody will have to tell me how to pronounce that guy's name. The suspended Central Bank of Nigeria CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele on Thursday appeared before a federal high court in Abuja for arraignment. Correspondents report that Emefiele was brought in from the custody of the Department of State Services, DSS, where he has been since he was suspended from office on June the 9th, 2023. He appeared in a blue kaftan. However, the suspended CBN governor did not want his face captured and tried to hide, as journalists also struggled to have him on camera. So let's take it's just really to okay, let's do the readers first, and then we just play the clip. Meanwhile, as earlier reported by this platform, Emefiele was arraigned on Thursday before Justice Hamza Mwazu of the FCT in Maitama on a 20-count charge of illegal procurement. The arraignment over 6.9 billion alleged procurement fraud was, however, stalled due to the absence of the first and second defendants who were said to be indisposed. Following an application for adjournment, the presiding judge, Justice Hamza Mwazu, adjourned the matter to the 23rd of August 2023. Emefiele is accused of conferring corrupt advantages on Yaro, a director in April in some company anyway. The offense is contrary. They still don't have anything substantial to hold him on. It's still the thing. We want to know what those 21 charges are. Let's see.
It's all right. It's all right.
Do your job. Why hold him? Don't try that. You call for press conference. You see yourself.
Let's go and look outside.
All right. So I think that's sufficient enough to get the conversation going. So let me bring on the panelists as they are. There's still plenty of room. So let me resend the hyperlink for anyone else that still wants to join us. But certainly he joins us from somewhere in the southwest. Folly B in the house. Thomas, of course, father of the bride. He's not really father of the bride. Ajale Koko is father of the bride, and he's here. Kumi joins us probably in his car somewhere. That's Darati somewhere in the Gambia, and Solomon goes to school somewhere in Abuja. So good to have you, gentlemen. As I said, others can hop on. Still spread plenty of space in the studio. Let's kick off the conversation. Let's go to Folly to kick it off because he's somewhere in Nigeria. So Folly, good to have you. Folly, are you ready? Folly B. All right, let's kick it off with Solomon. Solomon, are you ready? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you. I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Okay, let's kick it off with you then. Let's start with what you are looking at in the news. Actually, let's start it off from there. I'll start it off from there. Good to see you, Solomon.
Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, one man.
Good day to you.
Yeah, this one is very, very bad. Like this, when I saw this video today, it was really bad, and it was somehow funny. It was not really funny though, because the suicide part of it, but these people were just people that just finished organizing their doing their wedding with about, I think they said 100 million naira or something like that.
Yeah, I can hear you, but it seems somewhat, a part of me feels sympathy for her, but another part of me somewhat feels irritated that because your husband is sleeping with someone, then you want to commit suicide. It seems just such a petty little thing to want to give your life up over.
It's not that to you just feel is a normal, like it's as in like it's something that she should just live with. It's not easy. You don't know what she has invested in this relationship, her emotions, her feelings, her everything. Like then getting to find out that the man just leaves her like that to go and start living with his side chick. It's really crazy. and he just made the woman, because she looks like, not that she looks, I believe she's rich, and he just made the woman like feel worthless, like she's nobody, and it's really bad of that man. To be honest with you, that man did not do well.
Solomon, sorry, one man. Why don't
Yeah.
let her die? Why don't let her die?
Abba, or that,
What are you
No,
saying, Mr. Thomas?
man.
I don't,
You want
Mr. Thomas, are you sure you're a Christian?
No. You want to die because of a man. A man. They should just let her die now.
You can't talk like this. This, you don't, like I said, you don't know the.
I'm serious, so Solomon, I'm not joking. You want to die because your husband is dating somebody outside. What?
Yes, I mean, that sounds a bit cold from us, from Thomas. But what he's really saying is that it's a silly reason, because
It's a silly reason,
if she takes her life, the only thing that will happen is that man will wait 6 to 12 months and still go on and marry that woman, and they will just carry on. It will just be a waste. They will say, and it will be a sad way for her to be remembered by.
Yeah. I'm not like supporting the suicide part of it. I'm just what I'm looking at now. What I'm emphasizing on is the cause. Like, it's not something that she should use because of a man, but the cause of this thing, like I said, the emotions she has invested, in fact, that kind of, with what that man did, he looks, his personality seems to be like that of a gigolo. Do you understand? And
But that's Lagos though. That's Lagos behavior now. That's how they are in Lagos, especially those hardcore, those sort of areas that Alexander Gomez comes from. Those Owambe people, That's how they are now. They bleach their skin and they chase women. That's all they do. They bleach their skin and they chase women.
So you see, that guy seems to be a gigolo, and that woman would have done a lot, thinking she has a match. She don't know that it's just a male prostitute that she was getting married, or she got married to, spending, and that 100 million. I'm sure it is the woman that has spent that money, not the man. And this kind of things.
Oh, is there 100 billion in the narrative?
Yeah. In one of the write-up I saw, they said in the caption of the blogger, they said this was people that spent about 100 million in their marriage, something like that. Yeah, I saw it. So it's really, really crazy with the way the man just did. But the woman, she's not supposed to commit suicide because of something like, because of a man, or because of somebody house, the man failed out, something like that. Then for that third mainland bridge, I think truly they should put police there. They should
it happens too often, doesn't it? That place is a notorious suicide spot. So what do they even have police for in Lagos if they're not manning that place on suicide watch?
Yes, they should.
One man, police is always on Third Mainland Bridge. I can confirm that to you. 24 hours.
Not 24 hours, Mr. Thomas.
Are you living in Lagos? Are you a Lagosian?
Mr. Thomas. Oh, then the people that want to commit suicide.
Can I please finish?
When I go to Lagos, I make use of
Solomon,
that. I go through that, and I've not even seen. I know what I'm saying, Mr. Thomas.
You don't know what you are saying. Police,
I know what I'm saying.
On Third Mainland Bridge. They have a post. They even have a post there. They have a post that they normally stay. Police is always on Third Mainland Bridge, but they are not on the main road. They have a strategic place they normally stay. Police.
That's what you will say now. They are not really on the bridge itself. They may just be at the entrance of the bridge.
What are they doing on the bridge? Solomon, what are they going to be doing on the bridge?
Well, the one thing that hold on, Solomon. The one thing that we can say from this clip, is that the police were not there. It was passerbys. These are passerbys. There are no police people now. These are passerbys that rescued that woman.
One man, confirm it from Lagosian. Police have a post.
Yeah, but where were they here? Where were they here? If they were
man,
there, where were they? Why
how
is these
many
members of the public?
One man, do you know how many kilometers is Tomiland Bridge? Can they
Yes,
be everywhere?
they should cover enough of it to prevent. Is that not the purpose? Are they meant to start at to stay at the beginning and the end of the street, smoking ego and drinking paraga?
One man, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, and let me land before you counter me. Third Milan Bridge, it's a road. You can't stay just anywhere. You can't stay just anywhere. After the Third Milan Bridge, after the road, the main third road, it's just a tiny space, and you see the railings. There is nowhere they can stay there. But if you are in the middle of Third Milan Bridge, where the road was a little bit wider, police has a post there. One man, I'm telling you this.
A post. They are meant to be parading the bridge itself on suicide watch. What are you talking about?
One man, what are you talking about now? Why would they be parading for suicide?
One man, I've seen a situation whereby the police were able to track there was a particular guy like that. There was one they were able to track. There was one I knew. They were even talking to him, trying to talk to him. Bro, do not do this. Don't do this. The guy jumped. The guy actually jumped. I know they rescued him. But you know, I know that they used to be there, but I don't know if it is 24 hours. But of course, they are normally on that particular. You know, this thing has been going on for about some few years ago. Since that economic problem, more people have been coming to that area to come and commit suicide.
All right. Let Solomon carry on so that we have some structure. So back to you, Solomon.
Yeah, woman. So this, like, I was trying to tell Mr. Thomas, they are not really like the way. Okay, you, for instance, now let's assume that they are there. Is it to stay in the entrance or the exit of the?
Just smoking the go and
and collecting money. You need to stay, since you know the thing that is occurring on that bridge. That it is a suicide point. God forbid for some persons that people that are depressed go there or frustrated to commit suicide. Even there are some people that will be driving, they'll just park, come down, and so that is why they need to stay in as in they should be in the bridge there, doing carrying out their duties and not just stay in the entrance and be doing what they don't know. So like I even saw a picture of yesterday to a young guy that even sat down on the pole and they were like Mr. Darati was talking and they were begging the guy. This one is not even police. This one is just other citizens, his fellow citizens that were begging him to please come down and something like that. So I did not see police in that picture. So these things should be things they will need to take serious. That place they should take it serious, and because they are really.
Have we lost you, Solomon? Solomon,
man, we can hear you. We can hear you.
No, we can't hear Solomon anymore. Yeah.
It's because he's not saying the truth. That is why they like.
Can you hear me, woman?
Yes, we can hear you now. You dipped out, It was an instant punishment for not telling the truth, according to Thomas.
No. What I say here is the truth for real.
Not give you.
Carry on. All right. Let me take you to a different space. Solomon. 185 billion. 5 billion to each state and the FCT. 5 trucks of rice and beans. So help is here. So what are you then making to the states?
Yeah, it's a good one. But another question, one thing, because we can't just applaud him like that, because there are some things they are supposed to put into factor, into consideration. Like they're supposed to factor some things into consideration. Like for instance, some states that are less than, let me say for instance, is a state that maybe they have like 7 million people, let me just say 7 million people, and I say they have 2 million people, or I'm just giving you instance here. You give them 5 million, those ones with 7 million people, 5 million, and you still give those ones with 2 million people, 5 million. These are the things. See, these are the things that cause the corruption and the this thing we're talking about. Do you understand? They are supposed to know how to ration this money. Every state mustn't collect equally. They will not collect equal with other states. The ones with high population should collect higher, as they should ration.
Yeah, but if they did that, then that would mean giving Lagos more than everybody else. Can you imagine the headlines if they say 10 billion to Lagos and 2 billion to Yobe? You know, can you imagine the headline? Solomon, have we lost you again? Solomon Grundy, born on Monday, christened on Tuesday.
Mario Thursday.
Solomon Grundy.
If we come back now,
Yes, one man.
Yeah,
Solo,
Can you hear me?
Solo, we the way to, you see, if you can't even get network in Abuja, then where can you get network? That's the question, and he has dropped. Let's take the conversation to let's take it to Kumi, who we don't hear often enough. So Kumi, come in if you're ready. Kumi.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. So I was speaking to Solomon just then about the palliatives. Firstly, do you agree with the approach that the government is taking? 185 billion, 5 billion to each state, 5 trucks of grain and rice. So just as an emergency insulation from the impact of the subsidy removal. So do you agree with that? I'll kick it off from there.
Yeah, I'm agree, but my scared is the governors, because we have been in this kind of narrative some time ago when the COVID-19, when the federal government shared the palliative. Some of the even we don't even know that the governors receive a lot of palliative like that. After the COVID, we realize some people bringing out some bag of rice that have already damaged. But my scared in this thing is just the governors, how they're going to maintain the 5 billion. It's not going to enter the wrong hands of the governor, using it to build a house in America, Dubai. I don't know how that's going to work. That's why we need to come in here every day, shouting on the 5 billion, putting a lot of narrative on it, so that the money, after they receive the money is not going to dead down just like that. But my little bit scared is the governors. It's a good idea from the federal government, because if federal government don't do like that, the government,
for me, this removes the blame from the federal space. So now the federal space has done what it has to do. Yes. So if the people still continue to rage, then that rage now is more localized. They all know where their state houses are, so they can take their rage to their state house.
Some people will still not do that. They're still gonna come on this platform to criticize, to blame Asiwaju. You're going to see after 2 months, when some governor perform well, they use the money, and when some governor doesn't use the money, instead of some people to blame the governors, they're still gonna put the narrative on the federal government. But I believe we can reach to that level that we can call.
What's going on? We've lost you as well.
I'm back now, woman.
I'm here, woman.
All right. Let Kumi land. Yeah, carry on, Kumi. Yeah.
You understand? I'm a little bit scared for all this governor, because I believe it's only 10% of the governor can use the money. I'm telling you, I'm scared of those things, because if federal government don't do this way, because I hear some news that the governor is putting a lot of pressure on federal government, the money to come through them, and all the palliatives should come through the governors. Hopefully they can use the money right.
Man, can I ask this question? One man, please.
Yeah, carry on.
Those palliative, the one in COVID time, was he given to the state as well?
Buhari direct all the palliative to the state. Yeah, it's from the state governor.
Remember we treated that there was one was it a senator in Oyo State or something that
Yes, Fulani.
they gave him palliatives. I think it was motorbikes or something.
Yes,
He
yes.
Something
want to
quite
distribute it
substantial,
on his birthday.
and then he kept it in his house that he wanted to distribute it on his birthday. So
On his
Even
birthday.
even even some state house of representative from Lagos State, they do the same. Some even share it on the party at the party. You know, they share it at the party. You know, all these things. I'm just scared of all these governors. Now, I believe Buhari and Tinubu have already do his best on this, and this is the right decision so far. Because if we didn't do it this way, they're still gonna apply. They will not let even they will not allow anything to go through the people. But I don't know how it is going to happen now. Let us put eyes on all the governors. 5 billion is not.
all right. I'm not quite sure with all this stuff starts. Yeah. Let's get
Can't they use our polling units? And this guy use the polling unit and allow people to be able to drop their account number or whatever. I think from the polling unit at each ward of the 774 local government in the country, we can get palliatives down to these people. Because these people,
You are asking that you are suggesting that the local government should handle it and not the state.
Of course.
That would be the best. That would be the best.
But you don't have a functioning local government in Nigeria. That's the problem. And that's why we say you can't have good governance in Nigeria if you don't have functioning local government. If the local government is not detached, if they are not if they are still under the control of the state, then you will never have good governance in Nigeria. So it's unfortunate.
Imagine
it's unfortunate.
$235 million. $235 million. That's the money. $235 million.
Mr. Darati, you saying they should do it through polling unit? It will be political. They will do it based on political parties. They will not even. I don't think they would be rational about it. To be honest with you, if they should do it through that polling unit stuff,
it will still be it will still be political anyway. It will still be political anyway because the state governors they will push it more towards their own words, and if they don't still have half of it already.
And somebody said something here. Somebody made a comment here that, for instance, now, and it's true. Like this Imo State election, even Edo State, Edo State, I think is next year. The elections Kogi this year, they will want to use it for their political campaign and all that. They will not want to give the people the money. So these are the things. Assuming, like for instance, this lady that they just appointed, Better you do concerning she being the minister of one of the things in our portfolio, the office in our portfolio, poverty elevation.
Yes.
If she would be a competent, that ministry would have been the best ministry to disburse these funds, to be able to know how they will do this thing. And I don't really think giving it to the governors would have been is a good idea, to be honest with you.
All right, but as a measure, do you agree with it as a measure?
It's a good one, but it's just the thing is how will the people get this money? That is just the main issue.
As Solomon, they are not actually giving them the money to give money to people. They're giving them the money to do things to insulate the impact of the fuel subsidy. So that is maybe to crash the food market at their local spaces by flooding the market with grains and stuff like that. So I think that's where they're pointing it to.
Yeah, but the thing there is those people that will be in charge. Do they have that conscience? Is a conscience? Do they have the conscience to carry out this now? It is meant to be, or meant to be used. That is just the thing again. We Nigerians, we are very self-centered, and some people, not everybody, are greedy. So let's just see how it's going to play out. But I think for now, we don't need to be blaming federal government now, as they've done something. Now it is the state governors that would, the ball is in their courts now. That is in the court of the state governors to know what to do and to do the right thing. And people now should, like my state, I think they should hold the governor to see what he will use this money to do. Because this one now will go political. Labour Party, people that want change. Let's see how they would go about it.
You know that we have a correspondent in your state. You know we have a correspondent.
Who is that? Enigmatic.
Enigmatic.
Enigmatic is going to come. He's not going to be straight with what he will say about my state. But I believe this guy. But some persons in the state are saying he's not doing anything. But with what I'm seeing online,
we have to persuade Alexander Gomez to bring him to this platform, because there is a personal friend of his. Alex Osi,
it would be a good one for him to bring him here and we just interact with him. Boys,
we will nail him down. We will nail him down.
Yeah. Okay, I'm from Abia State. I'm not from Delta State. Yeah, woman.
No, is Alex Osi not Abia State?
No, I was just replying a guy in the comment section. He's saying Solomon is from Delta State. Delta State.
So Solomon is from Borno, really, but it doesn't know we know. But Solomon, let me bring you this readout. I was intending to, but I think it skipped me. But let me bring it to you, and then you'll be the first to comment on it. Mute yourself for a moment. President Tinubu scraps Niger Delta Ministry over role duplication with Niger Delta Development Commission. President Bola Tinubu has scrapped the Ministry of Niger Delta, correspondents can report. Government sources on Thursday told correspondents that the Ministry of Niger Delta was scrapped by the president because there is also the Niger Delta Development Commission. The sources noted that following the scrapping of the Ministry of Niger Delta, all the works and duties previously mandated to the ministry will be moved to the NDDC. Tinubu has scrapped the Ministry of Niger Delta. It was done because there is the Niger Delta Development Commission. All works done by the Ministry of Niger Delta will be moved to the NDDC, the source said. President Tinubu on Tuesday released a list of his ministers and their portfolio. The president also created some new ministries, whilst the name of some existing ministries have been modified, including the Ministry of Environment and Ecological Management, Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, and Ministry of Gas Resources. So that Ministry of Gas Resources is potentially going to be the biggest, most important ministry we yet have ever had. There's also the Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, which used to be called the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. The Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management, and Social Development is now the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, and will be headed by Betty Edu. So that money should actually have been given to Betty to let us see how she manages it. The Ministry of Youth and Sports Development had been split into two: Ministry of Youth and Ministry of Sports Development. So yes, I don't see that there's a synergy between the Ministry of Youth and Sports Development in the first instance, because they're two separate and distinct things. In May, Senator Orji Uzor called on President Tinubu to scrap the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs. He described the works of the ministry as a duplication of the Niger Delta Development Commission. Some of the ministries and parastatals that are no longer viable, like the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs, and some other ministries that are not viable, should be scrapped. We have the Niger Delta Development Commission, like we have the Northeast Development Commission. So the Ministry of Niger Delta should be scrapped, he said. So what are you then making of the scrapping of this ministry? And are you looking to see more of that happening with a lot of these duplicitous spaces, Solomon?
Yeah, it's a good one that because was it not this ministry under this ministry that they said Godswill Akpabio did what he did, and one of the things that made EFCC invite him to why he was invited to the EFCC. Yeah, this thing was just meant this office was just meant to just they just use it to siphon money, to steal and to embezzle money. So it's good as he has scrapped this thing out, and like this better he do this thing, like you said, like I said earlier, that she would have been the one to handle this 5 billion naira thing that they want to for each state. She should have been the one, but I know
And
maybe
it would have been a good test for her as well, by the way. Then we'll know just what her quantity is.
exactly, it would have been, we'll know what if she's ready. You know, yesterday I told you that I said here that this she's too young, she's 30 something, she's still a slave mama. With the way the way that man, I just knew that this person, she's very young. There are young persons that they are not really
You see,
materialistic.
this is the problem. Oh, you people keep saying that you want the youth to take over government. Now they put a youth in charge. You youth again are raging that she's a slave mama.
We have to
What do
say
you
the
want
truth.
exactly?
We have to say the truth, one man. And you were saying something here about ministry of sports and youth and sports and youth, youth and sports. They have
Yes.
connection, but it's just that they have connection because it's youth that participates in sports. But
but not all youths participating. What percentage? I'll be surprised if less than if it's not less than 3% of youths that participate in sport. Not sufficient enough for it to be a ministry dedicated to it.
One man, for me, it should have still be good if the two these two were together, but as if separated them is still good. But I was just trying to let you know that they have something in common. Yeah, so they should this Niger Delta stuff is good as you've scrapped it out, because it's just to me, I just feel it's not really important. This is not really important because the Niger Delta people and I discovered that it was not just only the states, people that they even refer to, or the states that were in this that I saw Abia State. It was more of oil producing states that they call the Niger Delta. This thing. So now that in the north, now that they've discovered oil in the north, will they still be included? So it's good as they scrapped this whole this whole this Niger Delta. This now, we're looking at Wiki. That's mean it was there. That would have been the portfolio Wiki they would have given to Wiki, but now they've scrapped it. Is very good. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to speak a little bit on the Gaddafi space?
Yeah.
Killing Libyan leader Gaddafi was a serious mistake, says Italian foreign minister. So now that admission then by the NATO space that had him killed. So now what are they going to do about it? And especially all of the guns that weaponries that have been pumped into the Sahel.
Yeah, this guy wanted the liberation of the African continent, but Nigeria and South Africa, I was told that they were the ones that signed the no-fly zone in Libya that enabled the West to help them to come and kill this guy. And this guy was always championing for one Africa. Africa should have one currency. And
you know. By the way, that narrative of Gaddafi championing one African cause is a bit of a red herring, because Gaddafi was actually looking to converge Africa so he can rule over them. That was more his. He was using people like Abacha, etc., who is a dumbass. Yeah.
But I don't think he himself, he knows he cannot rule over Africa. It's not possible. But I don't think, different narratives that people will just bring out and just say this, say that. But with what he was, and you saw how Libya was one of the best countries in Africa. But as he killed the man, look at Libya today. It's not even, they don't rate Libya like that. They don't rate Libya again. So, and Nigeria Nigeria, the role Nigeria played in his death. Nigeria is just like that
What
elder brother.
role did Nigeria play? What role did Nigeria play? What do you mean?
You just heard when I said that the South Africa and Nigeria were the two African countries that signed, that agreed to the no-flight zone in Libya, that helped that enabled the West, the
So
US and NATO.
You mean at the United Nations?
Yes.
Well, I don't know that, but I'll take that on your. I don't know that. You're the one telling me that.
A senior historian told me this. Yeah. So and you see, Nigeria is just that elder brother that wants respect, but he doesn't. This guy wanted one Africa. He wanted Africa to be great, but we contributed in them killing him. And look at today, Africa is still the same way. The same way it has always been. So that is just what I have to say about Gaddafi. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, stay with us, Solomon. Let me take the conversation from you, Solomon, and take it in the direction of our Bishop who joins us. Bishop, on mute. If you don't have a strong connection, then I have to take it to Dorothy. Bishop. Hello? Bishop, are you there? Yeah, that seems decent. So do you want to kick it off with the Gaddafi? Good to see you, Bishop. Do you want to kick it off with the Gaddafi space? So now this admission now that the West were wrong to facilitate his death, and the consequences of that death, we're still feeling it now. So the admission that they are wrong, yes, but what are they going to do now to reverse or resolve the situation that they have created by the death of this guy?
Okay, good evening, everyone on the platform. Good evening. Sure you have a wonderful time. Please click on the like button. The temperature is not reading 110 at where you are. Honestly speaking, a number of persons, what leaders have said is they have expressed this regret. Unfortunately, it's of no effect. It's just a nonsense talk. They are not doing anything to remedy the damage they've done. If they never do, when it has to do with Africa or any of the Arab countries, they destroyed Iraq based on lies. They destroyed Libya. I'm sure post Ukraine, whatever, you will see how much they will pour money into it to rebuild Ukraine. You know how much they poured into Germany. You know how much, so it's going to continue that way. And I don't agree with the last speaker that said Africa, Nigeria, and South Africa signed something for NATO to invade Libya. Nigeria and South Africa are not members of NATO. NATO was one that spearheaded the invasion of Libya, the attack on Gaddafi. Even though, yes, everybody knew that Gaddafi had some high-handedness in the way he was conducting certain things, but to say Nigeria at the rest side. So for me, I think the regret is coming a little bit too little and a little bit too late. What are they doing in concrete terms to rebuild Libya and the life of Libyans? Nothing, absolutely nothing. They destroy the country. It might not be the kind of Eldorado some people paint it to be. I hear many people paint a kind of, it's not true. But let's leave that. They will be fine. By their own standard or by any standard. And based on lies and fabrications, the global leaders, including America, Great Britain, Italy, France, all of them, it costs so much. So,
it's a funny thing actually, because I don't recall that any Western leader has ever been taken in front of Hague. And someone like George W. Bush, Anthony Blair, they certainly should be taken in front of the of Hague, of the ICP.
Unfortunately, it will not happen. It is we Africans that will keep hunting our own, threatening our own with ICC. Those that have committed much more atrocities in the West, they see them as heroes. I mean, the list is endless of the atrocities of this Western world. No America will ever be taken before ICC. Forget it. It will not happen. And when some of us that defend them in Africa will be threatening our own with them, but they have destroyed the lives of people in Africa. Look at the ripple effect of what is happening. So I think what this man is saying is just a nonsense talk. Nothing is going to happen. They have said it before. They will keep saying it. Oh, they regretted. But what are you doing in concrete terms to compensate? They stole gold in Libya. Are you saying, okay, let us repatriate everything we stole. Let us take compensation for the destruction. Let us help them to rebuild their country. None of that is coming. So once somebody will just wake up one day so that people can see him or something, I say, okay, it was a mistake. Or it's all those tokenism. I mean,
they seized charge of that country's oil to pay for the war that they used to destroy it. That's what the Americans did. They took their oil to pay for destroying their country. It's unbelievable, some of the things that these people do.
You're right. I think it's just a waste of time talking about what is. Somebody will just wake up and say, "Oh, it was lie. Oh, they made a mistake." You made a mistake. What are you doing to correct the mistake? To just wake up on the wrong side of the bed just to say, "Oh, we made a mistake." That's not enough. As far as I'm concerned, that's not enough. If they want to, let us set up a committee at the United Nations level to investigate. We knew what happened in Benghazi. We knew what happened in Tripoli. We know the role America played. We know all the staged attack and all the lies that they told about it. Everything is there. So the facts are available. The question is, say, who would bring this so-called Ibaki Elidumare to come and answer for the atrocities they committed in the land of Africa? I mean, Rwanda, we all saw what happened. Rwanda evolved in our face, Kurukuru eye. Their contribution to what happened in Rwanda is there. Will they allow such thing to happen in some other countries? In European countries? Of course not. But if it is Africa, look, we can experiment with them. So as far as I'm concerned, it's annoying to want to begin to talk about these things, especially somebody just waking up and say it was a serious mistake. So what happened to that mistake? So for me, I think I don't want to say it.
All right. Let me take you to the Tinubu palliative, and I'm sure you will be applauding this. 185 billion, 5 billion to every state. Trucks of grains and rice help is here. So Tinubu has done his. All right, you're not happy.
I'm not saying I'm not happy. I'm not applauding it because that was exactly what the state government wanted to do, to make them discredit the social register and come up with this, so that the money is going to them directly. They will be the one that will disburse it and account for it, and I can assure you what's going to happen to it. That was what they wanted to do. That made them to sponsor all the campaign of Column 9. 8,000 is not 8,000 is not all those. I was sure. I'm still really surprised at the caliber of people that latched onto that campaign. And that was one campaign against the real poor people that ordinarily would have benefited from that. There might be some degree, some little hitches here and there, maybe. But majority of the people that got that money were actually the people that needed them. But we were making 8,000 look like shit. Everybody was talking like, and you listen to people, everybody was, and I asked, have you given people that really need 5,000 and see how they react or they respond to it? So this one, it's a victory for the governors. That's what they wanted. And victory for the elite that condemned the whole thing. So let's see how they will not discuss it now. They want to buy bus. Is it the poorest of the poor that will go and ride on those buses? And I don't know what parameter they use.
I'm not sure this money is for buses, so I think it's for food.
I'm saying they want to. What do they want to buy food and begin to share for people, or to begin to share money for them? It's replete with confusion, and you see, that's one aspect of it. I don't think the government should have looked for a way of bringing their own palliative. Let federal government do its own. Let them say, okay, we want to see how you administer it. Let's have a representative in that committee to verify. But to just destroy what World Bank aided Nigeria that social register was not the creation of federal government.
No, that's a separate space we are speaking to now. We are speaking to the palliative.
Okay. Let me tell you, this palliative was as a result of the cancelled 8,000. They cancelled it now. They are giving the money to state governor directly to go and disperse. So the state governor are the one that are going to administer it. So you are not saying that it's still the same palliative we are talking from the federal government. So the one that they complained that time that 8,000 blah blah blah, that they condemned it. Now the state governors are going to have it with some back surprise. The other thing I don't understand about it, how do we arrive at 5 billion for each state? You give Kano 5 billion, you give Lagos 5 billion, you give 1 billion, you give Bayelsa 5 billion. So please give me a second, please. Just give me a second. Okay, I'll be back in a second.
All right. All right. Let's go on from you then. Let's bring Ajanle Koko into the conversation. See if he's ready. Ajanle Koko. Let's bring Ajanle Koko into the conversation. See if he's ready. Who's that? Ajanle Koko. Darati. What are you doing? Who's that? Darati. What are you doing?
Yes, I sent you. I just sent you a particular link that I found what
yes.
Solomon was talking about.
I saw it, yes.
That
I can hear
Nigeria,
myself
probably
back.
Nigeria and South Africa
I can
voted.
hear myself back.
Nigeria voted in favor of that.
Darati, I can hear myself back. Darati, I can hear myself back.
Yes, I said the Nigeria and South Africa.
No, I can hear myself. What's going on? Mute yourself for a moment. And you use a headphone. Use a headphone because we can hear this session via your audio whilst you're layered on top of it. So yeah, it's just a bit messy. Let's bring Ajanle Koko in if it's ready, or Baba if Ajanle Koko is not ready.
Yeah, one man. What's up?
Oh, brilliant, Ajanle Koko. So yes. Help is here. I'm sure you'll say it's insufficient. Maybe it should have been handled better. But 185 billion to be shared amongst the 36 states and the FCT with rice and beans to go with it. Help is here. Poverty has ended in Nigeria. Ajanle Koko.
Subsidy is gone. Poverty is gone, right? One man. Hello. Look like.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you. No, yes, but no. What are you making of it, though? Do you think at least is doing something, isn't it? Maybe not. Actually, how are you digesting it? Federal government approves 5 billion naira subsidy palliative. Five trucks of rice for each state as insulation from the pains of the fuel subsidy. Ajanle Koko.
Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, one man, the idea is good, but surely the implementation is going to be a failure. Already, if you see the way they're trying to allocate this thing, it's a failure already, because how do you want to give each state the same amount of food, the same amount of money, and we don't have the same population in each state? So it's unfortunate that sometimes our leaders doesn't want to do things right. They don't want to do things right. So, and it's going to be a failure, because where is the database to identify the poorest of the poor that really need this help? They are the ones that need this food assistance. How would he be able to identify them? And and when you don't have a good idea, great ideas, and you don't implement it well, and it ended being a failure, then it will amount to doing nothing. It will amount to doing nothing. So I don't get it sometimes that they can't do something that is very simple. This is a food assistance to citizens that they will really appreciate it if it is well implemented to I mean, by giving it to the poorest of the poor, and on the monthly basis. This is what the nation should have as a form of assistance to the poorest in the country. They should be able to have food assistance, and this is what we give them, that sense of patriotism, sense of belonging, that look, yes, they are poor, they are going through pain, but the government never neglect them. This is what they should be doing. But unfortunately, it appears a failure already. Yeah, they will do it. They will just do it in a kangaroo way, and money will be disbursed. Some people will lose the money. The food will not go round, and it will be poorly implemented, and the amount of doing nothing. So
you're making a lot of leaps and assumptions, Ajande Koko. Firstly, there's a social register. So we have some sort of register that identifies, maybe not to the person, but to somewhat the locality where poverty is at its most within the Nigerian space. So they have some sort of a register, and then sending these monies and food items to the states. It localizes it. So you could either give it to the humanitarian ministry, which would be a heavyweight lift, taking it around the country, or localize it. So you're always saying that government should be brought closer to the people. So if they parachute this money publicly to those states, then the citizenry of those states, they all know where their state houses are, and they can knock on the door of their governor and say, where is the food? Where is the money?
One man. I mean, you're talking like as if you are in Britain. Where's the social register that we have seen? Have you ever seen one? The one that Buhari did, that what's the name of that lady that was sharing money? That was
Zadia Farouk.
Zadia Farouk. How many people in Lagos or state that received those things? Look, let me tell you, one man. The fact that it is going to be the state government handling this thing is a failure. State government doesn't know anything about people in the local government area. They don't know people in the rural area. It is people that handle that closer to the rural area that can handle this thing well. It's the local government that should be able to handle this. And majority of the poor people, and of course, majority of our population, they live in the rural area. But you are giving this money to the state government. What kind of arrangement is that? It's a failure. It's a failure right from the onset. I don't get it.
Can I come in, please?
It's a waste of resources. Waste of resources. Look, our resources, scarce resources, should be managed well. It should be used well to achieve results, and not to end up in some people's pocket, and some people will be getting richer.
So you don't think parachuting 185 billion into the food economy in this is going to impact on everybody? You don't think that?
No, that is not my point. I have said it. It's a good idea, but the implementation by the state government is going to be a failure. They cannot do it. The state government doesn't know people in the rural area. It is the structure that manages the affairs in the rural area that can do this thing well. And that are the people that this money should go to straight. But you don't have a functioning local government area across the country. So, and you don't have governance. And as long as we don't have functioning local government area, the more you will have people going down in poverty. That is why you have seen so much people in Nigeria living in poverty, because there's nothing. Government have neglected the people in the rural area, and that is why we have the larger population in the country. 60% of our population live in rural area, and they are neglected people. So it's a good idea, but it will end up being a failure. That's my take, one man.
All right. Bishop, did you want to come in? Bishop, you wanted to interject.
Yeah, I wanted to interject. Number one, we do have a social register. Is it perfect? No. Is it complete enough? No. It keeps improving gradually. We do have. There's an article I read then, or the report I read when they were compiling it. Unfortunately, many people took to the media space to condemn it because it was compiled by the federal government. But the World Bank participated actively, and there were some NGOs, is the NGO or they call the NCO, CSOs that participated in it. There were, I won't say it was a complete failure. Maybe we'll give them like 60% pass, and we can begin to develop from it. And that was what I was saying earlier on, that we destroyed it because we wanted to discredit it so that the state governors can get access to this money. And that's my grounds. If you remember, we had this conversation. So to the extent that is there a social register? Yes. This now, moving forward, this money that they are giving, I don't agree that it's going to be as much as I don't like it the way it's, but I will not agree that it's going to be a failure. Look, we have local governments in place. Unfortunately, the administration of local government have been destroyed. Buhari tried everything. I'm speaking directly to Babajide Koko now, to make sure that local government work. That was what brought executive order 10. That lets local government be autonomous. Some people took him to court. Okay, they put it in the law, in the amendment, what do you call it, constitutional amendment, that states should vote. More than how many states voted against it? Then what do we do? Let us provide solution. How do we get out of it? How do we make our local government to work when even the state and the local government people voted against local government autonomy? So when we address problem, let's discuss solution. So that maybe someone somewhere is just saying, yeah, I agree with Christianity, I agree with what is bad, but let's look at the solution. The last administration made serious attempt to make sure that we get local government administration correct. State government and legislatures that are actually the representative, state representative of the people of that local government that you are talking, voted against local government autonomy. That's
all right. Ajande Koko, I don't know if you want to come back on that, but I want to take you to this space. This is something that somebody sent in. It says a Texas woman arrested for threatening to kill federal judge overseeing Trump election case in DC. So you will say, what has that got to do with Nigeria? But that speaks to the narrative of all eyes on the judiciary that we're seeing now in Nigeria, that they are trying to quote under the cloud of under the banner of free speech. A Texas woman arrested for threatening to kill federal judge overseeing Trump election case in DC. So now, does that open up that then space that the law should take a firm footing on this judiciary intimidation that we're seeing by the obedient space?
Well, America is a country of law. It's a country where the law work at its best, and whoever that contravenes the law in America, the law will surely punish that person. So this woman that has been arrested, I think, before you know it, they will take her to court, prosecute her, and they will. The law will take the course on her. So we have creative people everywhere. So creative people are everywhere. But the good thing of it is that they can quickly, get hold of her before she carry out her dangerous mission, and she's in the net now, and she'll be punished. So, what did you ask about the obedient? What's the...
No. The person that sent it in was actually sending it in as an example of similar situations of the intimidation of the judges at the petition tribunal. All the publishing of their names and their photographs and their family. All the threats that is going up, that is going against the judiciary from the obedience space. So the person sending it in was wanting us to mirror that against what is happening in Nigeria, and asking them if punitive measures should not be taken against this obedience space, and maybe round up a couple of hundred of them and throw them in prison.
Yes, if some people, in the case of Nigeria, that threaten the judge or justices or judges, I think they deserve punishment too. So because we cannot allow some people, a group of people, to threaten the judiciary, threaten our judges. Because if we don't get it right, if that organ of government fails, then the nation will fail completely. Anarchy will set in, lawlessness will set in, and everything will fail completely. So they deserve, our judges deserve to be protected. But who are the people that doesn't even respect the judiciary? The executive. This criminal all over the countries. Federal government, I think federal government has done well in giving the judiciary their own autonomy to function on their own. But all these governors across the country, they are a bunch of criminal people. They don't want anything to function. They don't want the local government to function. They don't want the legislator in their state to function. They don't want the judiciary to function. They want to control everything. So, but people that threaten the judges in Nigeria, I think they should be identified and prosecute them, show them on the TV, and punish them in accordance to the law. And that is how you can show, some form of that will show some form of deterrent to order. That people that want to do such a thing in the future will know that yes, if they should, threaten the judges or justices of the Supreme Court, they will be punished. So I support the government or government agency that is responsible to identify these people.
To round up a couple of hundred of obedience and throw them in prison. Oh,
no.
I didn't know I had that come around.
I'm not saying 100 people. Look, we cannot have a government. We cannot have country that does not work. We cannot have country that allow lawlessness. We cannot have it. Judiciary, those people, they work harder than any other organ of government. These judges, they go to court every day. They be writing. At night they will not sleep at home. They be writing, documenting their, doing their research to make sure that by the time they want to deliver judgment, they deliver a fair judgment, a fair ruling. These people don't sleep. They read all the time. Judiciary doesn't read all the time. The legislator doesn't read. But these are the people that are the less paid among them, and they are the most threatened people. It shouldn't be. They should be more protected than any other organ of government. But here we go. They are the only one that can be threatened. Can they go and threaten any governors or the president that has security around him with bulletproof car, with hundreds of police around, they will deal with them seriously. But the judges that are just doing their job, they want to look at the cases, and people bring their facts and evidence and whatsoever to the court, and based on the interpretation of the law, they will deliver their judgment. Why should they be threatening? We can't allow lawlessness in our country like that. So if we have a system, the police should be able to identify those people that are really responsible, and they should go after them and get all the evidence against them and prosecute them and deal with them in accordance to the law. So that's my take on that.
All right, brilliant. Take us to Libya, Ajanle Koko. Killing Libyan leader Gaddafi, a serious mistake, says Italian foreign minister. So a serious mistake is probably one of the biggest understatements that I've yet read in recent times. The killing of this guy has led to the death of countless million people from all of those guns that have cascaded through the Sahels and into the West African sub-region. So what are you then making of this stance by a senior minister from that NATO cusp putting his hands up and identifying that they are essentially responsible for the situation Africa is going through, and especially Nigeria at the moment?
It's unfortunate that Africans doesn't stand up for their own. African does not defend their own. And that is why we have seen, and Africans are betrayers. We have that habit of, betrayal in our DNA. And that is why you have seen great leaders in Africa being terminated one after the other by the colonial criminals, and right from, since when most African leaders got their independence. Is it the Lumumba case you want to talk about? Is it Kwame Nkrumah case you want to talk about? Is it who else you want to talk? A lot of African leaders. Is it Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt that you want to talk about? Is it Thomas Sankara we want to talk about? Is it Murtala Mohammed that we want to talk about? So we have lost great leaders. Is it if Awolowo were not? They were not able to kill Chief Awolowo, but they stopped him. They did everything to stop him from governing Nigeria, because they saw what he did as a Western region. What Oyibo could not achieve for 100 years, colonizing Nigeria, Awolowo achieved it better that they never expected in 6 years that he governed that West. So, they saw us that, look, if this man should be allowed to govern the federal space, he will colonize Britain. So they have to do everything to stop him and not allow him. So this is what they have done to great leaders in Africa, one after the other, time after time. There are a few cases, unfortunately, when before he was killed, African leaders did not stand up for him. What I mean by African leader, OAU, or is it AU?
Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Do you see Gaddafi? Do you see him as a hero or a despot? Is he a hero or a despot?
Well, it depends on people that you want to talk to. But me, I see him as an hero. I see him as an hero because he was able to lift his people, millions of his people, out of poverty, out of wilderness.
One more, please take that question around. Take the question around.
Huh?
So I'm begging one more to take that short question around.
Okay. So he came in in 69 when he toppled this King Idris, and the country was like it was a desert, nothing. They were living in tents. It's the Italians that were living, you know, lavish in their country, living better than the citizen in their own country. So when he took over government, he said, this is not going to happen. He kicked them out and he developed the country. He gave them free education to university level, free houses. What else? Best, what do you call it? Health infrastructure in the whole of Africa, even better than some of the Western countries, at free of charge. He doesn't travel out of his country for medical treatment. He takes treatment in general hospital in his country. That is a great leader that invested in his country, invested in his people, and he was part of them. People can see him in different ways. Some people will.
And his human rights record.
Yeah, people will say his human rights record is bad. You see, we see all this comment on his human rights, most especially from the West against him. I'm not going to say that he's that good on human rights. I'm not going to say that because we know how military operate. When you are too critical of them, they go after you. That's the way they operate. But the good side overwhelmed the bad side of him because he built that country. He built Libya. Libya were living in poverty in spite of the vast resources in terms of oil that God gave them. The Italians were taking this oil like as if it was there until when it came in, kicked Italian out. And you know the good thing that he did? He took reparation from Italy. It's the only country, only leader that demanded for reparation from Italian. And they paid him because he said he's not going to do any business with them anymore. Never in life. And they knew that, look, they have a lot to lose if they don't pay that money to him. They pay them billions of dollars in reparation to Libya. That is what African countries should have demanded, but we are not people that come together to fight for a common cause. And it's so unfortunate. So during his time,
Abiola was pushing that narrative, that reparation narrative. Yeah.
Yes, some people are saying that was one of the reasons why
they killed him. Yeah,
they poisoned him. That look, this man Abiola with his so much wealth, maybe the richest man in Africa back then, and if you cap it with political power, and Nigeria being the biggest black race, and with his influence around the world, this man will push for reparation. So let us do something about it, and they succeeded in doing that. So, but you know, in the case of Gaddafi, so he was able to take his people out of poverty, completely out of poverty. No Libyan student that doesn't go to school. Every Libyan is given free education, qualitative education, up to secondary school. Even after that, I say secondary school, up to university. Even after, if you want to go and school abroad, it's going to be by the state. The state of Libya will pay for it. And at the age of, how do I say it? Every citizen that immediately after maybe graduation or something like that, maybe high school no, after 18 years, government will give you $2,000 as a gift. a gift that you hit 18 years old. And that $2,000, if you want to travel to Malta, you know, Malta is Malta is like a vacation place. They will sponsor you, go to Malta, go and enjoy yourself and come back. So it did a lot of things, even water.
So he was giving them Olosho money. Is that what they're saying? He was giving them Olosho money. Yeah.
No, that is look, one man. Even what do you call this thing? They are like our own NMPC. Every citizen is a stakeholder. They are all shareholder in their oil corporate. What do they call them? They like our own NMPC. They are state oil company.
State-owned oil company.
State oil-owned company. So he distributed the wealth of the nation to everybody to enjoy their wealth. So even water, there is no water in desert. He built the 5th wonder in the world.
Yes,
that was called
the Green Book. The Green Book, it was called.
No, Great Man-Made River. He went and created a river, man-made river in the desert, from where they lifted water, pipe-borne water, to the whole of the country. They don't have water in the desert. He made man-made river. They call it Great Man-Made River.
Yes, that thing. I think it was actually called the Green Book. He came up with a concept of revegetating the desert. I'll see if I can find it, but I think it's something called the Green Book. But carry on. I'll see if I can find it.
So he built river, man-made river, for the people to enjoy water, and they still have it in that country. That is where they source their pipe-borne water. They call it 5th wonder in the world. You see, when you see great leaders, let us just say it, whether it is military or civilian, let us just say it. Yes, he has a shortcoming on human rights, but when it comes to fighting for his country, patriotism to the core, and taking his country, a country with a small population, to the international stage, I think is a great leader. And it's unfortunate that he was disappointed. African leaders disappointed him. That time, AU should have been able to stand up against that invasion against him, that, look, this is African country. You cannot do this against African country, and then stop the NATO from doing so. But all of them chicken out, except South Africa. South Africa stood up against them. He spoke against them, and he tried to mediate between him and the NATO back then. If offered Gaddafi the opportunity, South Africa offered Gaddafi the opportunity to come to live with his family and come to South Africa, that they will give him that they've given that asylum to stay in South Africa so that they can escape the plan by the West, so to kill him. But he refused. He said he's not anywhere. He said if we want to die, if he's got to die, he got to die in his country. And that is what happened to him.
Did he not die in a gutter somewhere? Did he not die in a gutter?
It doesn't matter where somebody's died, but he died in his country. He said he's not running away from his country. He stood there. He stood, and he died there. They killed him. He said he won't.
But like a rabid dog, though. He was killed like a rabid dog.
It is so depressing to see Babangida eulogising Muammar Gaddafi as if he's the God sent Saint Joseph replica angel to the people of Libya. It's so depressing. I have my reservation to everything Babangida said. Give me a break.
That guy was a killer.
Give me a break. This is a non-terrorist, I'll reserve my comment. Let Babangele Koko finish.
Yes, I'm waiting for my turn too.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, Woman, can I just say something, please? Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let
I wanted
Ajande
to
Koko
ask
land. Can everybody hold? Let Ajande Koko land, and then I'll take it round like as a round robin, as Tony suggested. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But sorry, Ajande Koko. If you have a question, Solomon, you can ask. Yeah.
What I was trying to ask is about the MKO space that we just talked about here. That I was trying to push that these funds that they were paying back, the West felt like this guy is going to push that narrative for Nigeria to start demanding for that money. So I was like, oh, will you say it's only the West? Because I heard that after the death of MKO that Yorubas were leaving the Aso Rock with Ghana must go. Sorry, so I was trying to ask you, are you sure it's just only the West that planned against this guy, or maybe his fellow, his
No. That was the Yorubas living. I think that was a narrative from Colonel Amza, wasn't it? Abacha said this. No, hold on with the laughter first. Hold on. That was a narrative from Colonel Amza that after Abiola's death, that they were coming. They thought they were coming to raid and burn the country down, but they were living with briefcases filled with dollars. But that was after the event. But leading up to the event, the Yorubas wanted him, of course, to be president. They would want that rather than anything else. But then after he was killed, what happens next? So a lot of them went and just took the bag, you know. But I don't think they facilitated his death, no. But back to you, Ajande Koko.
No, I've got what I want. At least you confirmed that they took the bag.
No, they did take the bag now. Of course, they took the bag. I mean, would you not take the bag? Everybody takes the bag now.
So Gaddafi tried his best to bring Africa together and stand up against colonial and imperialist influence that has caused a very serious setback for us. But African leaders, majority of them, majority of them are suffering from colonial mentality.
All right.
They are going after their own interests. And they're interested in taking their people out of bondage. So, but unfortunately, this guy was killed. We have seen the consequences, and it's still ravaging us today. It opened up. He was the gate.
All right. Ajande Koko, bring it home. I want to take it round, then I'll come back to you with another talking point. Bring it home.
Yes, let me land. So he was the gate between the problem in Sahel and the hero. When they took him out, we have seen what has happened to African and our region. So this is the reason why some of us are saying we don't want war anymore. We don't want war in Niger. We don't want what is happening in Libya to happen to us in West Africa and the Sahel region, Nigeria, Niger. We don't want that kind of problem. So unfortunately, it's gone, but we have learned a lesson from that. And woman, let me just leave it there.
All right, brilliant, Ajande Koko. So I'll come to you with a different talking point, but Tony suggested, and it looks as though people want to speak on it. So we're going to do that round robin that we sometimes do. So the round robin is just a short little slot, no more than a 5-minute monologue, if that, just to speak to a particular topic, and then we go back to the person who has the floor. So it's a whirlwind run through just to sample opinion. So we'll pick it up from Kumi and land it on Thomas. So Kumi, the subject matter, the killing of Libyan leader Gaddafi, was it a serious mistake, says the Italian foreign minister. So Ajale Koko's commentaries on that. So I put to him the question, was Gaddafi a hero or a despot? So a quick thought on that, Kumi.
It's a very big error, big mistake. Because sometime, I think 2 years ago, Buhari said that most of the ammunition, the insecurity we are facing in northern part of Nigeria, smuggled from the Libya, maybe Barre or the people over there, and that's what we get after all this crisis in Libya. See, there is no way, even anywhere in Africa, because Africa, there is no really border, even because if anything happens in South Africa, there's still a lot of neighboring country that they open, the border is very open to each other. That's why we
have we lost you again? All right, thank you, Kumi. Let's take it to your system dipped out. Let's take it to Adewale. So the question, your response, the Italian minister, a serious mistake, the killing of Gaddafi, but was he a hero or a despot? Look, Adewale just dropped. Let's go to Tony. So Tony, the question, your response. Tony.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Good evening, everybody. So first of all, Gaddafi was a killer, sir. Sorry for using that one. Eating by people. If you know anybody that is looking for their family members from Africa, those that tried to cross the desert back in the days before the death of this guy, you know that it was by Gaddafi that eliminated them. First of all, it was a Sharia state, very dangerous. And I still remember also as a teenager how he bombed this Lockerbie. You remember in Scotland when he brought down these 306 people?
Lockerbie, yes. Yeah, you are right, yes.
It's very bad because I was, that time I was in training between Bay of Biscay, Island, Killybegs, and all those Shetland Island, so we know exactly what it means, So then, so the guy is a very big terrorist, that the world is far much better than than having this guy around, and then even in Libya, people that managed to cross over to Germany here, I met many of them. Many of them were Ghanaians. They told me that all their bad experiences there. That once you are moving on the street, you can't look sideways because he has all this Islamic Sharia police women that are moving, So, and if you watch any woman that is, even though whether they tie their head or not, if you wave to look at a woman, they will just take you. They will just call the Uri off, So many things that this guy committed, but he was good to his people, now. So snakes, they live together now. Snakes. So the Arabs, I don't know why look, something is wrong with us as black people. Well, we keep saying that these people, they are our brothers, they are African brother, African this, African that. Remember that Obasanjo tried to kick him out of AU, because of all this his Islamic ideology. I remember that meeting they had in South Africa where Obasanjo, he had to walk out. The guy walked out, So when they were trying to change this OAU to AU, there was a confusion there because of the ideology. So that was why even when Obasanjo set up this African Development Bank, then even tell Tunisia that okay, we know that your zone there, this North Africa, you don't respect your women, so we want to have a lady director general of this bank. That was what prompted Obasanjo to take such a decision. And then so when we are talking about and then so the most important thing that the information I want to give you guys tonight is this: what actually caused the war was not because of this and that, because they took off, they bribed his son or whatever. Even Gaddafi forbids people from having discotheques in Libya, no beer parlors, but in his basement, what we call Keller here, cellar in Germany, there are a lot of, under the basement now, he was having discotheques. It was just like a Taliban people, all those Mullah Omar, who were telling people television was anti-Islam, but then they said they are having rollicking sessions all the time underground. So this man is not good. So what actually happened was that Gaddafi was taking $4 billion to stop the black people from crossing over to Europe. So then that is why you see the rampant, or you see that the growth of the number of refugees that try to cross to Europe now after the death of Gaddafi. So he was taking 4 billion until they said, okay, then he said, okay, he want to increase to 6 billion or 5 billion. Then the Italian government and all this, and then the European Union said no, they want to keep it at 4 billion. That was where the whole trouble started from. And then now to the vested interests, make them not let the fool now. They will keep us first, like they kill Patrick Lumumba, as our Oga Jani Koko said, or they prevented my mentor, my Oga, my Papa, Awolowo from being our president, and then but after killing them, then after so many years, they'll come say, okay, we are sorry what we did, so that's why we said that we blacks, we should try to, embrace a man like me, so that we can know how to, so that we can be able to.
All right.
Idi Amin was a great man at my family.
No, we're not talking about Idi Amin, but thank you.
Okay,
so you're up next, Dewale. Hero, pardon me, hero or villain, Gaddafi, Dewale.
Well, thank you, woman. Let me use my 2 to 3 minutes that I have because I have to dash out. Um, you know, depends on the side that you belong. Um, for those who are trying to rewrite history, they will eulogize and praise this despot to the high heaven. And for those who also lived through the time when this particular individual rained terror on his people, or when he elsewhere in Libya, they will also tell you that he was the absolute. This man was a known terrorist. Even though he was termed terrorist by the West, he actually lived it. He never denied some of the atrocity that he committed. He had the worst human rights history in the history of that country called Libya. He imposed himself, at the beginning of that country. The same Western power that backed him, at a point, it was a darling to the Western world because he was dining with them. They were using him against his people, and he has way, and he was the Alpha and the Omega. Uh, in 1988 or 86, when United States bombed Libya, it was because of, the bomb blast that happens in Germany, I believe West Berlin then. And going by the history, also he was also involved in the Pan Am aircraft bombing in 1988. And also, every opposition in Libya was silent.
That was in Lockerbie in
Yes,
Scotland. They're
that's a very
still
popular.
chasing compensation till today. Yes.
Yeah,
When 3 Americans died.
That was one in Germany, and a lot of
The
people,
disco.
almost over 200 people, were injured. He never denied it. At a point, Libya was more or less like the center of terrorist playground. But when after some time, things could go south, and he was run out of luck with the Western world, and they decided to turn his people against him. And that is why when I hear people saying glowing things about what is happening in Niger, and I laughed, people are rejoicing simply because military take over there. Who knew? Maybe it is the Western power that is also, doing their abracadabra. It was the same Libyan that killed the same man. If you do evil, it will follow you. If you are a good person, no matter what, to turn your people against you will be so hard. And that is why he lived by the sword and died by the sword. Now, was it a mistake by taking him out? I don't know if the end justified the means for those who were interested or so keen in eliminating him. But you see, since that time, Libya has been thrown. Even if he's still alive, the Arab Spring probably would have swept him off from the office, possibly because it was like a hurricane, sold by the Western, and they took it and sink with it. So I would not eulogize. I would not even praise Gaddafi from here to here, to a meter from where I stand, because it doesn't have good human rights history. In the 60s when it was more, in the 60s, 70s when it was much more younger, This guy was the, you know, let's look at it this way. When no other person in your country except you, we talked about a benevolent dictator the other day, and we said even though if the country doesn't embrace democracy, its history when it comes to governance, public governance in Libya, yet it's possible that even in his own hometown, is it Agade or where he was arrested? It was like a ramshackle village sort of stuff. Not that it was like an urban area when the people there are living in gold or in silvers and nothing. They're poor. It's middle of nowhere, right? So probably the urban areas like what do you call this place? I had a friend that actually was on his way to Europe and got stuck in Libya
Tripoli,
then
Tripoli.
in Tripoli, and and that's another one too. He says great thing about the city that it was a very beautiful place and all that. But outside that, what remains? It's just like a normal, typical African country. And this man, when he was there, he was spending his later part of his life was even, reflection of who he was.
There was a time that he was reputed to be the wealthiest man in the world.
Of course, because the wealth of the country was completely in his pocket. So tell me, how could somebody like that
That's propaganda. Where is the fact?
propaganda what?
The whole world is
Propaganda
the
what?
country in its stand. And when
See,
you people listen to this Western propaganda and you just buy into it,
so
everywhere, the whole wealth of
tell
the
me,
country
when
in
it
its
was
hand.
when it was the de
Where is
facto
it?
head of government in Libya, all right, how many people have a voice against him when he was the head of the government in Libya?
We have said that on human rights is bad, but he built
So
that country. He gave his
what did
people
he
hold
build?
on. He
This is
gave
the
his
guy that
people
was
education.
killed. This is the guy
He
that was
gave them good
killed.
health care services. He
Oh
gives
my
them
goodness.
everything.
See, Baba Jale
Food,
Koko,
he
if we
lifted
can
them
pull
out of
videos
poverty.
and
What are you
still
talking about?
pictures, if we can pull the video and still picture of 70s, 80s, 90s, even up to 2000 when he was killed, you will see that there are still part of Libya that were poor and wretched.
Even Saudi Arabia,
The black
even
were not,
Saudi
you see,
Arabia
they were not
today,
educated.
they are still
They were
part
not
of
educated.
this thing that are poor in Saudi
The
Arabia.
black Libyans were not educated. The black Libyans. I have the
In as much as you're trying to make him feel, as a matter of fact, I would not be surprised if I hear you sing praising Abacha as the best that could ever happen to Nigeria. We didn't live in Libya, but what we read, what we've seen, the history of Libya is not different from what we see in the rest of other African countries. It's the same problem, same trouble that plaguing all their leaders. The same, I mean, Muammar Gaddafi wasn't an exception. All right, perpetrated himself in the office, he imposed himself on the people, he cornered the wealth of that country, he lived extravagantly in such a way that it was so obnoxious the way he lives. He was at the time he had his release, he had a female, he lives in fear because he lived by the sword. What he had done in the past, was after him. He didn't develop nobody. I can't point anybody that could say I'm a protege of Muammar Gaddafi. No, the Western world take him out for the reason best knows to them. I don't know because at that moment the Arab swing was in full swing, and they were trying to impose and introduce democracy to them and all that. But you can't. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So, Dewale, let me play this clip and then I'll bring up Baba next. 5-minute monologue. But let me play this clip.
Calculate, and all of the figures we present are how much money did they have? Well, it's important to note that the value of currency over time is incredibly difficult to calculate, and all of the figures we present are rough estimations of modern-day currency. Nonetheless, these historical figures were almost undoubtedly the richest of their era, and we can start, most recently, with former dictator Muammar Gaddafi. As of the start of the 21st century, Gaddafi had ruled over Libya for 4 decades, and spent that time consolidating power and wealth. During the Libyan civil war, which eventually led to his death, Gaddafi was in total control of Libya's economy and spent it lavishly on himself. When the United Nations voted to freeze his personal assets, an estimated $130 billion in real estate and financial holdings around the world were seized. Further investigation found that the dictator's total stashed wealth, all embezzled from the Libyan economy, was closer to $200 billion.
So there it is. So Baba, you're up next.
So one man, you play only the bad side that they try to propaganda.
Exactly.
So the good side of it that it did to his people, you didn't see that. You didn't see that at all.
So
So
how did they acquire over 100 billion? How did they acquire
200.
that?
What do you mean 100?
How did they?
200.
How are you convinced? So you are report, and then that is a fact to you.
Show
You
us
had a
somebody in
Western,
Libya that says,
an European, maybe an European, broadcasting this thing, and then you just take it that it is true.
Richard and Mansa Musa or
hey,
Gaddafi. Richard and Mansa Musa.
Woman.
Yeah.
One day, Baba Jale Koko will praise Dada Idi Amin, Abacha. He will praise them on this show. One day is coming. That day is coming. He will praise all of those people I'm mentioning.
All right.
Forget about that. We are talking of, look, let us always get our issue, on any issue, let's be balanced on it. Don't let us be one-sided. Let us look at both sides, good side and bad side of it, and not one-sided. Well, most of the time, you guys want to be one-sided. So I have said, I concur that on human rights, he's a failure. I'm not saying that whether he's not corrupt or so, but what he did to his people, taking his country,
taking all of their
from the
money
European,
and keeping it for himself. Taking all of their money and keeping it for himself.
taking his country from European. Do you know how many of them that said they regretted his killing? Obama said so.
Oh, all right.
And then,
let me take the topic round. Yeah.
Berlusconi said so. Berlusconi, former prime minister of Italian, he said so. And then now the foreign minister is saying so too. So what does that signal to you people?
All right. Let me take it round and then we move on from there. So you're up next, Baba.
Yes, thank you, one man. Good evening, folks. Like and share and subscribe to this program.
Yes, take the likes up to 100 people. Take the likes up to 100. Carry on,
Baba. My take on this, I have a very different view entirely because I'm a sub-Saharan African. I am Black. I'm very proud. Anything above the sub-Saharan South Africa, which is the Arabs, I don't count with them. I'm not Gaddafi's brother. I'm not the brother of an Egyptian or anybody. I'm an African.
Do you see them as Africans? Do you see an Egyptian?
I don't see them as African. That map has to be redrawn. Okay, so far for that. Gaddafi, yes. As a ruler, he did well for his people. He took care of them. Luckily, the population was small. I think before Gaddafi died, I think that was like 2011. I think there were just about 5 million people, and the country is awash with crude oil. So he can afford what he did for his people. And he did it well. I mean, everybody was enjoying, I don't know, at least the Tripoli and what we see. You understand? We know definitely they are doing very, very, very well. But he was a terrorist. He was a terrorist and a sponsor of terrorism worldwide. Worldwide. Yes, he did well. We fought he fought by our side with Cuba, in Angola, in Guinea-Bissau, in Mozambique, in Botswana, South Africa. He spent his money. He fought by our side. We appreciate that. But that doesn't take away. Look at the Berlin disco bombing. Look at the Lockerbie in Scotland. About 207 passengers died. 103 of them are Americans. And he owned up to it. And he paid compensation. He was forced to pay compensation and even lobbied for, I think, one of the surviving terrorists, to be released to him from jail. That was how confident he was in his terrorist act then. But of course, every dog has his day. Every dog has his day. He was using his money even to bribe African head of state not to open diplomatic channel with Israel. He fought with his Arab brothers. I think he had problem even with Abdel Nasser of Egypt because he wanted to be the big boy, the alpha king in the room, and that was why he had problem with Obasanjo. So this guy did a lot.
Sorry, Baba. Just in terms of his African strategy, which he pushed very hard, do you think he was pushing for African unity, or he wanted to dominate Africa? Was he looking for unity or dominance?
He wanted to dominate Africa with his money, and he never liked Nigeria. When he was not succeeding, you know what he did? He wanted the northern Nigeria to break away. He wanted Nigeria to break, and he worked towards it. Most of the radical Islamist institutes and all the rest in the north today, he sponsored them. Libya was like a heaven for all manners of Islamist despotic ideas. Most of our northern radicals today, I think, at one time or the other, either schooled in Libya or had scholarship from Muammar Gaddafi. He had problems with Nigeria because Nigeria, at least we have money. If not for our population, I mean, I think we should be rubbing shoulders with the best in the world. But we are hampered by our population of over 200 million. So he saw Nigeria as a threat, and he was trying to break Nigeria. He didn't hide it. He didn't hide it. He did well for his people. He spent his money, and I don't have a problem that he stayed about 40 years in power. I've always believed in benevolent dictatorship. I mean, Lee Kuan Yew, I think, spent about 31 years in Singapore, and he did well for his people. Everybody talk about Rwanda today. We are forgetting that he has extended his tenure. I think he's on the 4th term now, or the 3rd term. I can't remember.
Yeah, he's looking to secure a 4th, yeah.
Yeah, so nobody is talking about Rwanda because he's doing very, very well. I mean, time was, who knew that President Roosevelt, Delano Roosevelt, was on his 3rd term when he died and gave the mantle of leadership to his vice president. America started 2-term governance, I think, in 1951, if my memory serves me correctly. 1951, I think that was the 22nd Amendment. So there's nothing bad about dictatorship if it's benevolent, but not the type of Gaddafi. At home, he was a good guy, but outside, he was a terrorist. And he is not my brother. He's not my favorite person. No Arab is my favorite person. They took Black Africans, 6 million slaves. The West took, I think, about 2.8 million slaves. In the West, we can see today.
Do you know that there's still remnants of that slavery in Mauritania?
No, look at the ratio. Look at the ratio, woman. You are not following my drift.
Yeah.
They took 6 million. How many remaining in all Arab land today? I don't think the blacks are up to 1 million all over the Arab world today. But the West took 2.8 million. At least we know we still can count about 16 million.
You know they had a system of castration for slavery.
I don't know why people just kind of put blind eye to the Arab atrocities in Africa and just face the West alone. The Arab did
ask Ajani Koko one question, sir.
No. Ajani Koko is not the one speaking. It's Baba. But hold on. Let him. Yeah, land. Sorry, Tony. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so I never when they come to African Union, I don't look at them. I don't count anything above sub-Saharan Africa. I don't reckon with them. I don't like them. They don't like us.
Who do you have disdain for more, the white European or the brown Arabian?
The Arabs. The Arabs. If they will tell you the truth, those that are going there for as migrants, if they will tell you the truth, particularly our female, you won't believe the horrendous things you will hear from them, what they do to us. Yet they say Gaddafi opened up channel for that time for our migrants to be taking the boat just like they're doing right now. But Gaddafi himself said he's doing that to punish Europe. He's doing that to punish Europe. So he was assisting us actually by boat and pushing a lot of the migrants to Europe, the blacks. He didn't do it because he was kind or he loved the thrill of it. He just wanted to punish the Europeans, push a lot of blacks there.
No, he was being paid. He was being paid later to stop it.
Yeah, he was being paid. He was begged. Yes, he was being paid and begged to stop it because he was doing it relentlessly, and the place was becoming flooded with blacks. So that's how devious he was. He did well for his people, no doubt about that. They enjoyed him. Free minimum electricity they pay. If you marry, I think they give you about $30,000 if you are newly married. You're encouraged to marry because he wanted plenty of population, because I think by size, Libya is even bigger than Nigeria. And they have very low population.
You mean in land mass?
In land mass, that's what I mean. It was just about 5 million. So he wanted to fill the place up. So he encouraged them. Young married couples are paid $30,000, if my memory serves me correctly. $30,000 they pay them. University, everything is free. There is no garage you find in Tripoli that doesn't contain about 2 cars. He did well, no doubt about that. That's for his people, not for black. Thank you, woman. I yield.
Hold on. You said not for black. Do you know how many black? Do you know how many Nigerians that were living there that owned businesses and were doing very good as at the time that they brought him down? Do you know how many? Do you know the way Nigerians were crying when they were bringing them to Nigeria? When Oyema, or what is the airpiece, or maybe Nigerian shattered fly somehow? Do you know how many Nigerians? Do you know how Nigerians were crying that been living there for years? They have their children there, and their businesses have to go. You said it was not good for
Nigerians are everywhere. Nigerians are everywhere. Any country today.
This is Baba analysis is the worst I ever had in my life.
No, don't say that now. You disagree with him. It's not the worst I've ever had.
Why this guy always?
No. He said he hates black.
Who is this guy? Who wants to shout there? Why this guy? Who are you to tell me that? Why this guy? Can you?
Hold on. What please? Don't say it's the worst.
Nigerians. I watched Nigerians crying, and saying that, oh my God, we are losing everything. That this is the country that have given everything to them. I watched them on TV.
That is too far. In 89, 92, 91, Nigerians were going to Libya and make money. Nigeria was going to Libya and make money. 89, 90, 91. Nigeria was going to Libya and make money. Come home.
As what?
Making money there.
These guys, all you guys are just saying here is the problem of getting information through the Western media. Who is not a terrorist? Look what you are shouting about. No one for a mother in Singapore to get stability in Singapore. What's that just started?
On the contrary,
you don't know about the aircraft, or you didn't hear about the bomb.
Let me tell you, hold on. I was waiting for my turn. I was waiting for my turn. And I think if you get long to get to my turn, it's like people just want to say the bastard of Gaddafi. You're talking about the aircraft bomb. Are you ever talk about 160 Libyans who were bombed down from Pakistan Airlines that led to that retaliating? To ask injury to add injury to stop injury. They promoted the captain of the boat when he come back to America. Every time they don't pay compensation. When Libya retaliated, he paid $2.1 billion. All of them are screened, received almost $1 million.
Talk slowly and calm down. Let's hear you clearly.
Okay, Baba, I said Why you guys not talking about what led to the action of Gaddafi retaliating? About 160 Libyans were bombed down from the sky. Pakistan Airlines. America didn't even apologize. So add sort injury. They promoted the captain.
What airline was this? What year?
Pakistan Airlines. I think
What year?
86 or 87. 86 or 87. Go and watch it. All that, what they are this thing, they said that they were getting double signature, they wasn't too sure, but you release the missile on whose command and shut down a private airline down. And then even compensate about 160 Libyans were inside that plane. Then Gaddafi retaliated. Then they started shouting the world would come down. You already got shot
You said 1987, right?
Between 86 or 7, do your research. Pakistan Airlines. They never compensated. When Gaddafi retaliated, this thing, whatever, he's paid about $2.1 billion to compensate all the family in that airline. Almost all of them got $100 million. And yet, this was still talking about agitating. They're supposed to arrest all of them. They took money. What are you supposed to talking about? Constantly, they were attacking Gaddafi Libya. Gaddafi Libya is a black Libyan. He came, was the Arab League was controlling Libya at that time. When he took over, he changed everything. They probably had Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia only looked down at Gaddafi because he's a black rooted Libyan. They never liked him in Africa. And you always keep saying things on the Western Median side. In short, I'll wait for my turn.
Yes. Okay. Let's go to Darati, who's up next. Darati, you're up next. The question, your response.
Yes. Thank you, one man. It's a pity. It's a pity that apologies to anyone that might be living in the West, but many of the times, it baffles me how we overlook the atrocities of these guys, probably because of some of the little things that we have enjoyed from them. Me, I stand to be corrected. I will speak truth to power. We pander to their narratives too much, forgetting that this particular platform that we are even enjoying today was as a result of the resolve of Gaddafi. This guy single-handedly placed down $300 million that built
$550 million
African satellite.
Hold on, one piece. Yeah, carry on.
The African satellite that you and I are using today. The Europeans were collecting $500 million, siphoning it, squeezing our blood and the blood of our fathers and our mothers to get that money every year. We know how much normally stay at the phone booth. And it was this guy that actually said, come, enough is enough. Let Africa come together. He was the only one that I can say likes the Africans, of the sub-Saharan Africans to some extent. He was the only one that still he might have issues with Nigeria one way or some Nigerians one way or the other. But when it comes to liberation of Africa, this guy fought for Africa. He put down $300 million. The other countries in Africa, rallied around to put about $200 million. That was how we were able to cut the stranglehold of the Europeans from coughing out $500 million every blessed year. That was what led to the growth of GSM and all these things that we are using today in Africa. We are able to launch our own satellite. So if we are talking about Gaddafi has a very, very bad human rights record. And I want to believe one of the reasons is this, because of the way we were as Africans. But Bajale could say something like that. There's a way they normally want to find a way to use people against one or the other, and you see the person trying to consolidate power. In the process,
one man, please check your what's up.
I got it.
Blood will be spilled. Blood will be spilled in the process, and that person is likely to become a monster. And I think that was what happened to Muammar Gaddafi. But when we look at his contribution to liberating the African space, this guy tried for us. How many of our leaders in the Sub-Saharan Africa are able to hold the Italians, all of them to their words and to the atrocities that they have committed on African soil? This guy, if you look at it, go and check it. Libya continues to have the highest human development index on the United, he has a high human index, almost rubbing shoulders with the Western world in terms of human development index. And Babajide Koko said something. There are some guys that are actually doing well in Libya, till date. I have people that I know some people that knows people. Probably they want to travel out to Europe or something. They pass through the desert. They are there, and these guys are making big money. And you can still see it in their currency. The currency is very strong, backed with gold and a whole lot of things and stuff. So we can say that we need to balance our ideology. Fine. At a point, they made a monster out of this guy, and that thing also came back for him. The karma came back to him, and the karma is also coming back to the West. Let this be known to everybody. I don't know. I don't care wherever we live, but the karma is coming. That's just it. So and we are seeing it. We are seeing what is playing now. But the fact is that this guy actually helped Africa. How we can see when Buhari was saying at that time that the security issue was from the Sahel. Everybody was saying, "Shut up." Really, this. I think our eyes are now beginning to open to see that it was actually true. Obama said it, that they made a mistake. All the interventions, the military interventions that they have ever made in the West has always destroyed those countries. And those countries have never been the same again. So I want to believe. They all paid. Berlusconi paid with the second time in his office. Franco Hollande paid. America paid with the blood of Stephen something, the American ambassador. He paid the ultimate price of Tripoli with his blood. So they don't care actually to sacrifice people actually in the West. So it's one of those things. It's one of their game. So, but the fact is that the good side of this guy will always be told, whether we like it or not. We might hold on to some of the bad guys. Human rights record. I agree. I totally agree with that. It was not a clean one. It was not a clean one. But the fact is that this guy did well for his people. If every of our leaders that we're talking about, that we all are deliberating about today, has even done half of what he had done, I believe we will be rubbing shoulder with the West. And we all will not want to be like, until we go there, out there, that's the only time we can make it. As Babajide cooperated it. And that was the truth. We all saw it. Go and check the Human Development Index. It speaks volume. How many countries in Africa can actually match that Human Development Index to date? Very few. Very, very few of them. So, and that's what they hate him for. And some other things they hate him for. Challenging. Do you know what it means to take the spoon away from the Europeans? $500 billion that they collect free of charge every year. So they will not like him actually. You expect them to give him a gold medal or to give him World Cup. No, they won't. So people should start, Africans should, and we have seen it, we have started seeing it. And I'm happy that the Niger issue probably will be able to resolve it better than going to. I think the Niger people also, they should use their common sense. And,
all right, let's stay with Libya and hear Thomas's commentary. So thank you, Dorothy. Thomas, are you there? Do you have anything? Yeah. Thomas. All right, Thomas has gone to the fridge, but let's hear from World Peace. World Peace. So you couldn't contain yourself, so contain yourself no more.
Yeah, Raman. Sorry for the outburst. I'm so tired and disappointed. But thanks, Dorothy, the way you analyze this thing. How we bring our own down. There's no good leader in the world. In any great country, in any great society, come a great atrocity. America that is big today, that is great today, they did great atrocity to make that country great. There's no leader that doesn't have blood in his hand, but the end justifies the means, Gaddafi did what he had to do to stabilize that country for 42 years. He brought farmland, he created farmland in the middle of the desert. He brought water. Before Gaddafi took over, Libya was one of the poorest countries, and they were one of the richest. Same thing they are doing to Niger. Nigeria right now, same thing that's happening in Africa. Gaddafi, he was a young soldier when he saw this thing was going on. The Arabs of the Libyans were controlling Libya then.
Hold on, World Peace. You still have the floor, but Baba, why did you send this thing on the screen? What point is being made with it? Yeah.
What point I'm making is that crash he said happened in Pakistan. You can see that aircraft actually was being used to hijack a passenger. It was a hijacked aircraft.
Who told you so?
It is here on September 5, 1983.
That is the problem with you guys. You guys keep getting information from the Western foreign media.
No, where else can you get information?
Hold on. Where are you getting your information?
See, woman, it's open. Let me tell you, it's open. Go to Discovery Channel. Every year they do disaster and whatever series.
What channel? What channel?
Different all these Discovery Channel, history channels. Yeah, Japan. Watch it all the time. They'll do it up to the recent. Hold on.
That's an American platform.
Let me land now. They're analyzing a disaster that happened between military, human costs, and all that. And Libya on that Pakistan airline, the general that shot it, the captain that shot it, the ship that shot it, they talk about it. What happened? How they promote them? They showed everything. We are watching it in Japan every year up to this World Trade Center. They analyze what happened.
Yeah,
I didn't just read. I didn't just read. Hold on.
That's an American. Okay, just
wait. Hold on. I didn't just.
You are not contradicting anything.
Hold on.
You said the problem is people are getting their information from Western spaces. And I'm asking where you are getting yours from. You are saying Discovery Channel, which is as American can get.
Hold on, Mama. Listen to what I said. When you listen to me, I said there are so many.
One piece. We are getting information on the ground here.
Hold on. I said there are so many. There's so many media there that is showing it, even from Discovery Channel. I'm just making channels or history channels. We have our own Japanese Discovery Channel. It's not controlled by America, controlled by Japanese government. They say their own facts. So qualifying here doesn't mean America controls.
Japan is a Western narrative. Japan is a Western.
You've not lived here, so you don't know. If you live there, you know what's happening in Japan. So anyway, they shot that Pakistan airline down with about 240 people inside that plane, and about 100 and something Libyans were inside that plane. I don't know who is smuggling a civilian. You said you're using the plane to smuggle.
Hold on. Why did they shoot down the plane?
Because what the American said, the captain said, they were getting double signature, a fighter jet, and they were getting a fighter jet, but they didn't know it was a private civilian aircraft. That was their excuse. And they didn't even send apology note to Gaddafi. That was really anger Gaddafi. Then Gaddafi retaliated with pound this thing.
No, don't worry about all that. Before you get to all that, you are talking about the Pan Am flight in '73.
I'm not talking about 73. I'm talking about when they shot down one Baghdadi bomb, 86 or 87.
No, not in 73. Pan Am flight 73. That was in 1986. Yes.
Yes. After that Pakistan airline happened, Gaddafi didn't get a good result from the Americans, and yet they promoted the captain and all that, justified their names, justified their action.
No. Before you go to that space, why was the thing shut down? Is really the question.
I'm telling you, I just told you, I didn't listen. The reason American gave that they were getting a double signature from that Pakistan airline. They was actually seeing a fighter jet signature, not a civilian airline.
All right. You still have the floor, but mute yourself for a moment. Let me read this out, just because of the background now. So Pan Am Flight 73. Pan Am Flight 73 was a Pan-American World Airway flight from Bombay, India to New York, United States, with scheduled stops in Karachi, Pakistan, Frankfurt, West Germany. On September the 5th, 1983, the Boeing 747 serving the flight was hijacked whilst on the ground at Karachi by 4 armed Palestinian men of the Abu Nidal organization. The aircraft, with 360 passengers on board, had just arrived from Bombay. A grand jury later concluded that the militants were planning to use the hijacked airliner to pick up Pakistani prisoners in both Cyprus and Israel. More than 20 passengers were killed during the hijack, including nationals from India, the United States, Pakistan, and Mexico. All the hijackers were arrested and sentenced to death in Pakistan. However, the sentences were later commuted to life in prison. Neja Bonat, head attendant on the flight, was shot dead and posthumously received the highest civil award from Pakistan. Is this what you are referencing? This doesn't read like anything to do with Libya.
One man, you just said what you read. He said all the Ajaka was captured in Pakistan and shot dead. So if the Ajaka was captured,
I didn't say they were shot dead though.
They were arrested in Pakistan. Don't worry, they were arrested in Pakistan. So if they were arrested in Pakistan, how could the plane not fly after Pakistan? So I don't understand. I don't understand why people just keep reading.
No. Don't worry about people. Like I said,
okay. What you are reading.
Hold on. Always leave the personalities out. Just stay with the conversation.
So what you just read did not add up to what I'm saying.
No, I didn't read it in full. I just tried to stop.
Whatever they ever wrote, it does not even make sense. If the kidnappers were arrested in Pakistan, that means that plane would not fly. Pakistan Airline, whether it's Pakistan Airline or Pan Airline, took off from Pakistan, was shot dead in middle of the Red Sea from American destroyer. And the excuse the American destroyer gave was they were getting a double signature of a fighter jet, but that was the excuse they gave. And yet they promoted the captain, the crew, and all that. They didn't find them wanting. And about 100 Libyans or even less or more died in that distance. And they never compensated Gaddafi, and Gaddafi retaliated. That led to that of retaliation. And it was during Reagan time. And that guy paid compensation. He paid about $2.1 billion that time. At that time, they paid almost all the people there, their family off. So I don't know why they call it a compensation, they're still complaining. That is that. Gaddafi single-handedly raised up Africa, like Dorothy just said. I was waiting for my time to say it. He paid our internet gateway. They charged us to build that gateway. It was about $550 million. And Gaddafi said, okay, you will come up with about $300 million. That the rest of the countries should come up with $150 million. They couldn't. Gaddafi came up with his own bond, and at the end of the day, he paralyzed all the bond because the African countries couldn't even come up because probably sabotage. They have won, they're not to put hands. But yet, he was able to carry that thing through. That's why today we are able to make calls. Internet, the internet gateway we are getting today was Gaddafi. So on and so forth. Gaddafi, when Gaddafi took over Libya, it was the Arabians who was controlling Libya. When Italians placed there when they left, that was from what's it called? This is where the trial started. It started with the state's name started with B. It's on my tongue. The place the trial started from what caused the turning. Somebody tell me with the name of the state. That was where the like the imam, like an imam or the Sultan was staying. Gaddafi has trained the guy, turned the country democracy when he started the Green Book. Benghazi. Benghazi. Tripoli was never the headquarters before, was Benghazi. And Benghazi people are not Libyans. Today they are Arabians, they secret base that country. They just keep using Benghazi people against Gaddafi regime. All true. Same thing the French did. French was doing that thing from day one. All the uprisings were stirred up by Western media. That's why Gaddafi became so strict in his country to keep stability. The Sahel you are talking about today, people should understand the landscape of Libya. The landscape of Libya underneath is like a V. So the oil is not actually under Libyan. Yes, it's under Libyan soil, but from the desert they can drill. There's this stuff that the Shell or this other company they can drill. I think they call it. I don't know the name they call it. It's like L something. They can drill from the other side of your state to drill your oil in Bayelsa. They could be drilling your oil from Edo State. Depends how your landscape is. This thing is based. So Gaddafi have to station those Arab inside, those nomadic people inside. Gaddafi was paying them to live there. He even created farmland for them. Those that were not farming, he gave them cars. He was paying. That's why they were stabilizing in Sahel. He was taking care of those people. That was most times Gaddafi say, when I leave, people will suffer. It was not really talking about the immigrants. He was talking about the nomadic people he was taking care of. More than 1 million too in that Sahel. Ask anybody that crossed the Libyan route that time. They were peaceful. When you get there, they'll cross you. They don't bully because they're under they're under the Gaddafi this thing government then. Now and when the problem was in Nigeria when it came to Nigeria during Abacha regime. He said one thing, and we don't like the truth. He said it like, for Nigeria to have peace, it's good that we go our own way because the North and the South are not same people. Is it lie? Go ask them the North about Gaddafi. I tell them it was a villain. If you not remove your cutlass. He just told Nigeria the simple solution that the North and South are not same people. That it won't work. Except we go our separate ways.
That is exactly
what he said.
That is exactly what he said. You put it.
I don't know. I don't know why the say he wants to destroy Nigeria. He wants to destroy this.
Sorry.
Let him land, and then we come to you immediately. Yeah. So land this off, please, and then we go to Bishop.
Now, when Gaddafi wanted to build a nuclear plant, America went to him like that. That's the deal for nuclear. It was called something for, like one for UN, like a food for this thing. It was called something like nuclear for peace. They came to Gaddafi like, don't build this plant. We will give you protection. We will never attack you. We will never do anything to you. They signed all the agreement. That's why he was invited to UN. That he should not build the nuclear plant, and he gave up his nuclear plan. What happened after he gave up that treaty? After 6 months, a year, he gave up that treaty. It was attacked. Gaddafi gave Saudis. The Saudis never liked Gaddafi because that Benghazi he has seen. They never liked Gaddafi because he's a black Muslim. He's a black Libyan. Gaddafi history root are the black Libyans. They never liked him. They never liked because they want him to be down. The same thing that's happening now. Now the problem that started from Benghazi. Have you ever talked about the problem that started from Benghazi? It was the terrorists, American after the General Treaty, American CIA opened a prison yard in Benghazi, keeping their terrorists. Like when they put in Guantanamo, they were putting prisoners in there, and the people said when their family will come and check on them, they said they are not treated well. That is the prison they started the riot from. Now America is hiding its head. So we just come and say anything we like just because we don't like that man. Who did you do worse? Japan. Do you know that's what Japan did to China and Korea and Philippines? So the Japan is still begging, apologizing. The Malaysians, do you know the association did to Singaporeans? Singapore, look, we know this association he did in Singapore. Forget me. But we are here to quickly destroy our own. Sorry, let me add this. Recently, Evangelical Muslim in Myanmar, about 600 were killed. Who talked about it?
Everybody is talking about it. What happened?
What happened? What happened? Let happen in what happened in Libya up to that? Before they said he died.
Everybody is addressing the Rohingya Muslims.
Why didn't they address Libya like that? Why didn't they address Libya like that? Not to people die in jail. They took over the country.
What did Ansi Shu talk anything about the Rohingya people? And where is the Ansi Shu today?
He supported the government, and the government. They say the government when you go against the military junta, they overthrow him. I watched it. I was following it up. China is arresting Muslims. Let me read this law.
Gaddafi is not a black man, by the way.
It's not a black man.
I say it's straight. Listen, not a black man. I say it's straight. It's straight is the black Muslim in Libya, the black Libya. That is straight.
All right. Let's hear from Bishop. Bishop, come in.
Okay. Very quickly. Good evening once again. I think everybody we see Gaddafi in different ways, but quite a few things actually stand out. It's interesting that the truth depends on how we see them now. So that's fair enough. Number one, I mean, on the lighter note, back in the days when Gaddafi and Reagan were having their what do you call it now? Their spat. My nickname actually is Reagan. Some people still call me Reagan today. There's a guy we used to call Stone K there. They named him Gaddafi because I was always arguing for, and he was against Gaddafi. He was always arguing for. Now, Gaddafi did quite a number of, some people are saying he's the one that brought telephony or whatever to Africa. Maybe he did some good things, but honestly speaking, he did some terrible things in Africa. Gaddafi wanted to be about the strong, not only the strong man of Libya, he wanted to be the strong man of Africa. And he was doing everything to undermine every other would-be competitor to that title. His involvement, or his, how do I call it now, in the Nigerian affair was simply because he wanted a divided Nigeria that would foster, promote Libya, because one of the countries that are a threat, a serious threat to Gaddafi's United States of Africa, and he imagined as the supreme leader, was Nigeria. And some other countries. So his intervention in Nigeria is not because he saw the one that, and that's why I wanted to interject Alade. It was purely based on the fact that he wanted a weak Nigeria, and he knew if Nigeria was divided on that it would be easy to deal with Nigeria's situation. So people saying like he loved Nigeria and he know that it's not working, that is Nigeria, can we live together? That's one. Number two, it's funny that people are saying Gaddafi never saw himself as a black person. No. When he was recruiting his gendarmes, his soldiers, I don't know the name they were calling them that time, the way they were even dealing with the black
Revolution Guards.
They were in different categories. The way he recruited, I had a friend back then that deserted the Nigerian Air Force and went to Libya. He deserted. Look, there were hundreds of other Africans that did not make it to Libyan army. He will not even let them go back to their countries. People were kept in an open cell in the stadium, and they were being guarded. You can't go because it is shoot aside from the sentry point. That was how bad it was. You cannot even complain. Yes, he was giving them some tokens. Some people enjoy it. Yes, some people can enjoy slavery, and they were enjoying it. I don't have any business. I don't have any problem if people were enjoying their leader. Maybe if you allow Babangida to continue for 20 years, maybe he will become very benevolent. We will have been talking of him with love now, and some people will be celebrating him. Maybe if you allow some of our dictators to, Abacha too, maybe we have not resisted Abacha that much. Maybe after about 20 or 30 years, Abacha would have become, something we'll be celebrating like. But the fact that Gaddafi wanted the United States of Africa is not because he necessarily wants Africa to progress, or he wants to be strong, he wants to dominate Africa, he wants to be like the number one, the supreme, and he was sponsoring money, and he was spending money to sponsor the stabilization of other African countries. Talk about the good in his country, talk about the Great Lake, talk about the agricultural revolution, talk about that he was standing up to the Western world. Okay, I don't have anything against that, but his hatred for the other black Africans stand out like a sore thumb. And his efforts and attempt to destabilize and cause some, look at what he did when he came to Nigeria. There was a time he was supposed to come to Nigeria that it was cancelled because he wanted us to suspend all our security, whatever. The other time they came, they wanted to come into Nigeria with arms in Abuja, under I think it was under Obasanjo, if I'm not mistaken. That they had a stand-up. It was in Obasanjo's wisdom that avoided to pick his call. He brought his own female, what they call it, their female Amazon soldiers. And they wanted to take over the entire airport, Nigerian airport. And they wanted to disarm our own soldiers. And they said, no, you cannot come into our country like that. You have to disarm your own soldiers. Our soldiers will provide you with the security. They were in that airport for hours, going forth and back, because he did not believe that we are capable of giving him the kind of security he deserves as the number one supreme leader of Africa. So, like I say, I agree with people that are say in his favor, and I still agree with people that have different opinion about it. Gaddafi was different things to different people. Human rights mean nothing to him, and he will do anything to take people out of the way, so people were not even able to look at him in the face. And he amassed so much wealth, eliminated opponents and opposition figures at will, and nobody will ask questions. So, but to his people, he is good. All of the evil he did is not as bad as some of the evil that some of the rulers did. So they have no right to come and tell us in Africa how we live. So I am against the fact that they attacked him. Unfortunately, the attack on Libya was popular then. It was popular. Even in Africa, most Africans, rejoiced about it. They supported it somehow. Maybe later later they are now realizing.
Which Africa supported it? Which Africa?
Okay, a lot of African.
I supported him because many
Are
guys
you talking
told me
of
their
African
story.
leaders? Are you talking
No,
about?
no. You know, in Germany we have more than some.
Have I lost? I'm not hearing anything again.
No. You're still there. Yeah,
So,
bring it
not to
exceed
my family. I will not condemn people that don't agree with him. I will not condemn people, but let us state the truth. He was not doing anything in the interest of Africa. He was doing everything to buy his way to that middle. We remember that United States of Africa.
Can I interject you, Bishop, 1 minute? He said he was not doing anything. Do you know how much he contributed to the to South Africans in their liberation struggle against the apartheid?
I don't know.
Do you know he was the one that was Do you know he was the one that was arming the ANC, training them to fight against apartheid?
I don't know.
Do you know he was? Do you know he was the one giving for even Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and all those countries that was fighting? Nigeria was doing was against them too. Nigeria was using diplomacy, but he was the one.
No, Ajanle Koko. Remember South Africa Relief Fund, headed by Dr. Olushola Saraki, when every Nigerian worker's salary is certain percentage.
Not Saraki. Your ambassador is Shola, not Saraki.
Okay. When a certain percentage of every Nigerian civil servant salary.
Do you remember this statement, this popular statement made by Mandela in America when Oprah Winfrey interviewed him and he asked him question on Gaddafi? Do you remember the statement? I mean, the answer.
Yeah, that was one of my quarrel with Mandela because they never give us any credit.
Now you have quarrel with Mandela for thanking somebody that helped them in achieving.
Can you give me just 1 minute?
Their independence.
Give me 1 minute because this is an interesting topic I've been waiting for. You remember we are punished today. Do you remember? You know what Standard Bank? What is it today? First Bank. First Bank was Standard Bank. Union Bank today was former Barclays Bank. African Petroleum was Shell. Unipetrol, I think, was Mobil.
BP. It's national that is Shell.
And Savannah Bank. Savannah Bank was Bank of America.
Yeah, Shell is now national. Yeah, so it was yes.
We nationalize all those foreign things.
That is the diplomacy.
Hold on, Ajale Koko.
Let me finish, Ajale Koko. Thatcher and Reagan forced us that if you are taking over our assets, you have to pay cash up front, and Nigeria paid. That moment, the West swore that Nigeria will never rise, because if Nigeria rises, we will confront them, and that is one of the problems we are facing till today. Our workers sacrifice. Mbeki, we paid Mbeki, Ramaphosa, we gave them scholarship to go and read. Zimbabwe man was staying in Ghana and even married in Ghana. A lot of them stayed on our soil. You understand? We did a lot of things. We were on the side of Agostinho Neto. You remember even Che Guevara came from Cuba and fought in Angola. We did. I can't measure side by side whether Gaddafi did more or not, but South Africans, Mandela never gave us credit.
Hold on,
Mandela never gave us credit for all we did. And that is what we are suffering in South Africa today. Who are the first people that invested, sent teachers, lawyers, when South Africa was eventually liberated? Nigerians.
Okay.
Nigerians were forced there. Carry on, Bishop.
Thank you. I was going to ask Kanya, you have actually dealt with the thing even more in more in-depth than I would. I was telling Ajane Koko, I don't know, because I wanted him to land it. Are you saying that Gaddafi did all this, that Nigeria did not do anything? Let's get the facts straight. Gaddafi did not do a tenth of what Nigeria did for South Africa. Let me land. Gaddafi did not do a tenth of what Nigeria did. Unfortunately, even South Africa did not give us a single credit till tomorrow. I remember not too long ago, a couple of years ago, the blood that we split, the blood of our compatriots and how much we spent to stabilize Liberia. Something came up and they were talking about it, and they were thanking United Nations, and African Union. They did not even mention Nigeria. That was appalling. We sacrificed the blood of young people. You remember in 1970, Obasanjo was even saying we should go and fight South Africa with Juju. We remember that time. The Sonny Okofus of this world, all our musicians, the way we put South African matter on our head after the Soweto massacre. So we did so much that if you are listening what Nigeria did, you will not even mention Libya. I'm not saying he did not do anything, but compared to Nigeria, no. And he was doing it for a purpose, because at that time Gaddafi was trying to outdo every other person that could stand in his way of emerging as the leader of Africa. He was lobbying, spending money everywhere, because he so wanted that United States of Africa to have one army, to have one currency, and he was positioning himself as the supreme leader. I don't have any beef with people that like him. For me, they are quite. And when my friend came back, he managed to come back alive. When they were encouraging people to cross, he was using them as tormenting the European states there, and he was camping there. If you see how they were torturing our people, if you are black, your problem is already half full in the cup. Then if you don't now do their biddings, the way they were killing, when my friend managed to escape back, he had to first stay somewhere. We had to keep him somewhere for months to rehabilitate him, so that he will look like a real human being, because he was like half dead. Where in the gulag, where they kept. I'm ending it in a second. Okay, go ahead. If you the question.
Yes, sorry, one more. I want to quickly say something. I understand that.
Hold on, Akim. Are you asking a question, or you want to make a statement on that space?
Just a quick statement on that space.
All right. Let Bishop land it quickly, and then you have the final word on the space. So bring it home, and then let Akim round it up. Yeah.
So like I said, I don't have any problem with anybody seeing him. Gaddafi is probably the most controversial individual. It means different things to different people, and everybody's right in their rights.
All right, brilliant. Akim.
Yeah, thank you very much, one man. I think, look, people need to understand that what Gaddafi ideas were very good ideas for Africa as a continent, but those ideas were born out of personal agenda. So Gaddafi had his own personal agenda. He wanted a bigger force, a bigger continent with one power umbrella, with the sole aim of him leading that powerhouse, that power block, I mean. So he knows that time that if we have one Africa as a country with one big army, we can afford to, face this Western power. That was all he wanted at the time. It's not. Yes, it's a good idea for us to have close ties as Africa, but if you think Gaddafi was actually doing it for the economic benefit or whatever, you're just joking. He was doing it for the military might. That was all he wanted to do. Look, I'm not going to knock him for the way he ran his country. He looked after his people, but the idea that because Gaddafi was taken out, that was why Libya turned what it's done. If that is an excuse, it also means that Gaddafi as a leader failed, because one quality of a good leader is the ability for you to be able to nurture somebody who will succeed you and carry on with your ideas. So I've never believed in this principle that one man is the only person in a nation of maybe millions of people that can run the country successfully. You should have other people. That if you look at the countries in which you and I live today, you don't have a one-man government. You have a government of different people. So one man goes, another man comes, the system continues to run. It's going to come to a situation whereby Gaddafi is not going to be alive again. It's almost like one man what we are experiencing in Nigeria. Obi is our last chance. Without Obi, Nigeria is dead. It's nonsense. Gaddafi did not do what he's supposed to do, which is
the more accurate parallel, Akim, will be Rwanda, who have now built their whole country under the image of one man. So not under a system, but under one man.
That man is
yeah.
gone?
Yeah, that's the thing.
So you find out that such nation, they quickly turn
They will go back
downside.
to tribal fighting immediately.
Exactly,
The
they quickly go because it's just one person that is hooking it together. As soon as that person is no longer there, you find out that the whole thing will just fall apart, and that is the worst. You want to create institutions of government that will hold your country together, rather than relying on one man doing the whole thing. So, like what we said, Gaddafi was saying the best thing for Nigeria was for Nigeria, the north and the south to separate. Well, we saw an example of that in Sudan. They broke up, but one part of that country is currently at war with itself as we speak now. So a lot of these things, even this Western world whereby we look at them today, a lot of them went through the same wars, fought themselves and all of it. Germany, as we see today, Germany broke up in two at a time. It's not all recently that Western and Eastern Germany came together again. As at which 1990 football, one part of the Germany was Germany at the 1990 FIFA World Cup. It was the West Germany that was playing at that time. It was after that time that they reconciled with their name, come back as Germany. So we need to stop looking at things from one side. Look at it holistically, and you understand that, look, our problem is not something that we cannot resolve. All of us will just have to come together and think as human, not as a Muslim or a Christian or a Northerner or a Southerner. We just think as human, and what is it do we need? Whether you're a Muslim or a Christian, you need electricity, you need good roads, you need food, you need all of these things. So it doesn't matter who provides it for you. It's just the way we are all here. Look, one man, under the same Gaddafi, Nigerians used to go to Libya with the sole aim of crossing to Italy, right? So when they tell you that Nigerians survived, they lived and survived in Libya, that was not their aim. The only reason why they stayed there was because there was no access for them to cross over. So some of them, instead of coming back home, they'll just rather stay in Libya. If any Nigeria told you that his or her whole sole aim was to travel from Nigeria to go and live in Libya, they were lying to you. That's not true. It's after they reached Libya, maybe the road was blocked at that time, they couldn't make progress. Instead of going back home, they'll just stay in Libya. Thank you very much, Omar.
All right. All right, brilliant, Akim. Sorry, Tony, but let me just coordinate the thing now. So thank you, Akim. So off the back of what Baba was saying, it reminded me of this clip. So I want to play this clip of an old interview with Nelson Mandela. Then I'm going to invite Baba to comment on it just a little bit, but only Baba. And then after that, we get back to our talking point. But Baba, when you were speaking, I was reminded of this clip.
You want a Gaddafi?
When you were speaking, I was reminded of this clip. So here it is.
Man, I was the one that raised this issue before Barbara came.
Baba, not Barbara.
Sorry, I was the one that mentioned Mandela, that he praised that guy as the greatest leader that supported them in the struggle for their independence from apartheid. So.
All right. All right. Let me play the clip. Then we'll open it up. Baba goes first. You come in, and then we'll see how it goes. But let's listen to Mandela. So this is Mandela. Shortly after he came out, this is him at his full pump.
Would you want a Gaddafi or an Arafat or a Castro to be a future president of South Africa?
One of the mistakes which some political analysts make is to think that their enemies should be our enemies. that we can and we will never do. We have our own struggle, which we are conducting. We are grateful to the world for supporting our struggle. But nevertheless, we are an independent organization with its own policy. And the attitude of every country towards, our attitude towards any country is determined by the attitude of that country to our struggle. Yasser Arafat, Colonel Gaddafi, Fidel Castro support our struggle to the hilt. There is no reason whatsoever why we should have any hesitation about hailing their commitment to human rights as they are being demanded in South Africa. Our attitude is based solely on the fact that they fully support the anti-apartheid struggle. They do not support it only in rhetoric. They are placing resources at our disposal for us to win the struggle. That is the position.
Having said that, I think I would be dishonest if I did not express profound disappointment with the answer that Mr. Mandela gave to the previous question, because it suggests a certain degree of amorality. It suggests that what these people do in their own countries, what a Gaddafi does in Libya, what a Castro does in Cuba, is totally irrelevant, even in terms of the issue of human rights, as long as they support the cause of the ANC. I hope that is not what Mr. Mandela meant, and I would hope that he would clarify that issue further.
Mr. Mandela.
And at the same time, want me to be involved in the internal affairs of Libya and Cuba. I refuse to do that. As far as Yasser Arafat is concerned, I explained to Mr. Sigmund that we identify with the PLO because just like ourselves, they are fighting for the right of self-determination. I went further, however, to say that the support for Yasser Arafat in his struggle does not mean that the ANC has ever doubted the right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders. But of course, as I said to Mr. Sigmund in Geneva and others, that we carefully define what we mean by secure borders. We do not mean that Israel has the right to retain the territories they conquered from the Arab world, like the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, and the West Bank. We don't agree with that those territories should be returned to the Arab people.
Mr. Mandela.
I also explained to Mr. Sigmund and company that in our organization, we have Jews. In fact, Mr. Gaddafi did not allow us to open our offices in Libya precisely because we had the courage to say to him, we work with the Jews in our organization. And he didn't allow us to open an office until February this year, when he had to accept us as we are. We are not prepared to be swayed by anybody. We have an independent policy which we accept no matter with whom we discuss. A Jewish leader have any doubts about our stand, I am prepared to address them and to allay their concern, because they are a very important community both in South Africa and of course in the States. And I'm prepared to iron out any differences that might exist, but they must know what our stand is. Arafat is a comrade in arms, and we treat him as such. And as I have said, we have many Jews, members of the Jewish community in our struggle, and they have occupied very top positions. But that does not mean to say that the enemies of Israel are our enemies. We refuse to take that position. You can call it being political or a moral question, but for anybody who changes his principles depending on whom he is dealing, that is not a man who can lead a nation.
So there it is, Baba. So that was a black moment. You could see the pride surge through the black people in the audience, and even I am feeling goosebumps just listening. An excellent orator, Nelson Mandela, but the content of what it said, Baba.
Yeah, I give it to him. This is a wide topic, one man. I don't think if you give me even 1 hour, it will be enough for me to do justice to it. Where do I start? Yeah, I can see Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, and all the rest there. It's nostalgic for me to watch it again. Coppell and all the.
Did I even see Belafonte there? Did I see Belafonte?
Yeah, Harry Belafonte was there. Late Harry Belafonte and Coppell, those great anchors of yesteryears. And now you can see for all it is worth. And this is a misery to me, from Sierra Leone to Liberia to Guinea-Bissau, to Mozambique, to Botswana, to Angola, to South Africa. Nobody's giving us credit. Nobody's giving Nigeria credit. It's still a misery. At times I rack my brain, what happened? Why are they insulting us this way? Because we spent our money, our hospitality, our blood for these nations, and we are suffering for it till tomorrow. Mandela never acknowledged Nigeria for all we did. You can see how he talked eloquently of even Yasser Arafat. I will not even talk about Gaddafi. Even Yasser Arafat, he acknowledged. One man, I can tell you, our civil servants and those
Baba,
corporate...
sorry, 1 second. Baba, sorry, 1 second. You need to understand that what Nigeria did was a position of a nation, but all through that process, we never had one person in charge of affairs of government. So it was just a position as a nation that we've taken. So you had at that period, Obasanjo did his own, the other one came and did his own, the other one. So we never had a prolonged period of
No, you are mistaken, my brother. You are mistaken. You understand? Even ANC embassy, I will call it then, was at Falomo. I can't remember the address now, of Falomo, somewhere after that church in Falomo. We had a student, I was in secondary school. We were going there to register for African High Command. We want to go to South Africa and fight. We were going there to African High Command. Nigeria gave them platform. You remember a few minutes ago, I talked about we in the fighting, particularly in Angola first. We started with MPLA, with all the people who won and gained the independence up to South Africa. We back all of them. We back the right horses. MPLA in Angola, Dr. Agostinho Neto. We fought against Savimbi. Cuba came with their soldiers led by Che Guevara, the great Che. And Fidel Castro sent Che down, not because he loved Angola. He wanted to Che out of Cuba because she was a competitor. That is Dr. Che Guevara. You know, he was a Bolivian doctor. He was a competitor because he was beloved than Fidel Castro in Cuba. So he was sent to Angola. So it's not for altruistic reasons. You understand? But we were there side by side. Yes, Gaddafi was pumping money. You understand? Ghana was used for arms supply. Ghana ports were used because Rawlings was using, there's what we call a certificate of purchase or something like that. Ghana was providing. Gaddafi will send the armaments to Ghana. You understand? We will provide a vessel. Ghana will certificate it. That's how we found a way to send all these arms to all these countries. You understand? And our workers were contributing forcefully, not voluntarily. It was a decree. I can't remember the percentage now. We are contributing money for these liberation struggles. We confronted the West. We didn't hide. That was why I mentioned those companies the other time. They were all thriving. If those companies were in Nigeria, up to Bank of America, Standard Bank, British Petroleum, Mobil, and all the rest, maybe our fortune would have been different. But we even, in our anger, we nationalized those companies and we paid cash upfront. We paid cash. We were forced to pay cash upfront. You follow my point? We were made to pay. We gave scholarship. Even Ramaphosa went to school on Nigeria scholarship. Mbeki went to school on Nigeria scholarship. And a host of them, the Indian guy who was in prison with Mandela. You get my point? I'm an emotional person. I wear my heart on my sleeve. But when it comes to
hold on, Baba. Somebody is corroborating you on our Facebook. This is Adeyemi Abadejo. He says, I paid into the Freedom of South African Fund levied on us as a teenager in my
exactly.
school. So, yeah.
This is the mystery to me why they are treating us like this. When we eventually liberated the South Africa, we were hosting them in our country. To the extent
hold on again. Omonigi is corroborating you. Mbeki lived with late Aka Bashorun.
Yes, the lawyer, the great lawyer, Aka Bashorun, who came by Tapebutimeta. I remember this era very well. So
not only Mbeki. Mandela was living in the East. We had this woman, one of these former top PDP guy. He's dead now. Mandela was in the East, living in the East, and
I don't know what thank you. I don't know what we did to our African brothers.
A lot of South Africans, a lot of South Africans was in Uniden. You could not even know the Black Association of Fraternity was actually formed by South Africans, struggle to the freedom to the people. So there are a lot that Nigeria did for South Africans, but only God knows.
Not only South Africa, Mozambique,
all right. Bring it on, Baba, and then we hear from
this is what I'm trying to say.
One more, it was a direct question they asked Mandela there. They specifically asked him questions about Gaddafi, Yasser Arafat, and Castro. and he directed his question as his answer as he was questioned. It doesn't mean that he's not appreciating what he didn't appreciate what Nigeria did.
No, I'm looking at.
Sorry, who's the music coming from? Who's the music coming from?
Not from me.
Hold on.
The right of that.
Wow, can you hear music?
No, I can't hear no music. One man.
Oh, all right. There was a music that suddenly came.
Me asking me if I can hear music.
Oh no, sorry. I thought the music was coming from yours. Oh, all right. Carry on.
Well, I can't really.
He was asked a direct question, and he answered it. He gave a direct answer. It was not just only those countries. There were other countries that supported South Africa as well. Even I think Cyril Ramaphosa, he has acknowledged it as well. The effort of Nigeria during the struggle. So it's not something that we have to be.
No, he left it too late. It's of recent when I think we were complaining. I think he got to them because we were complaining, particularly when he started pursuing our people out of South Africa. I think that was the period he acknowledged it because they didn't even teach.
Our leaders at the time.
They didn't teach their people. They didn't teach. They didn't tell their people the historical.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Our leaders at the time did what was right by South Africa. They were not doing it to be acknowledged or to be given credit. They did what was right morally. So doing what we didn't do it just because we want to be given credit on the future date. We understood that the younger generation, a lot of them did not understand the sacrifices that Nigerians made during that time. So you can question their actions sometimes, but we didn't do it because
my
we want
friend,
to be
gratitude is a
high
virtue,
praise.
my friend. Gratitude is a virtue. That is my point. I'm not saying they should grow them, but acknowledge us. Tell your people what we did. There are younger generations who are
sorry, Baba. Akim, Baba's wider point is that if there was a greater understanding, and by the way, there was a hostel not far from my house in Oregon where they used to host female South African students, all paid for by the Nigerian state. So what Baba is saying is that if there was a greater understanding of what Nigeria did for that country, and Nigeria was quite important in that fight to liberate them, if they had that understanding, we would not have to put up with this level of ignominy that we're getting from that country and its people.
Exactly. This is my problem. An Angola man will look at a Nigerian and rubbish that Nigerian. Come on. Remember where we're coming from. No matter what our shortcomings are today, we did a lot for these people. We are suffering today even because of them, because the world noticed that this country, because our country was awash with oil money. We had money.
You see, Baba, if Angola man is rubbishing Nigeria, that is because a lot of Nigeria have rubbished their country in presence of these people. Look, I've never in my 20 years out of Nigeria, one day no fight for my own nation. You cannot say anything wrong.
It's Americans not rubbishing everywhere in Germany and everywhere in in the whole world. Why are they still giving them respect?
What are you talking? What do you mean?
Speaker, let me even shock you. Do you know Siad Barre of Somalia died in Nigeria? Siad Barre died in Nigeria. We rehabilitated him after he was ousted and driven out. We are even going to go into Somalia and help him. He was staying on Awolowo Road, Ikoyi. If he had been alive and we had gone to Somalia and liberated, maybe the same thing would have been suffering today. I'm not saying they should grow there, but I want our efforts acknowledged. To say, yes, Nigeria did it. Sierra Leone was doing it for some time, but I don't know. Like Bishop was saying, I think Liberia and Sierra Leone, they've changed also.
they're not going to spend their whole life worshiping Nigerians. Now, what do you think? What do you expect?
All right. Let's bring Ajanle Koko in. Wrap it up, Baba. Let's bring Ajanle Koko in and then maybe move on to a different topic. There's another clip I want to play. There's another clip. Yeah.
Bottom line for me, one man. I was listening to Professor Bolaji Akinyemi 3 days ago, and he talked about a fable which I've had since I was a kid. I've even forgotten. It's about tortoise. In the morning, the father-in-law of tortoise caught him in the farm stealing yam, and he held the tortoise, the son-in-law, which is tortoise, and tied him to a tree, tortured him. And that morning, everybody going to the farm will look at him and call him thief, thief, odious things. They threw eggs at him and stuff like that. In the evening, when they were returning back from the farm, they saw tortoise still tied to the tree. And what you are saying, you are still here. This is your father-in-law too. He's a very wicked man since morning because of yam. Were you not taking that yam home for you and the daughter to eat? That's how Nigerians are. We don't expand our memories. I say that respectfully. Exactly. You understand? What we say in the morning, in the evening, we say a different thing. I don't know why we do that. The first time they will bring a problem in, we are not embracing that solution. We attack it by looking for the fault lines of that solution. Oh, it won't work. Have we tried it? No. So to the international front, I think we are a great nation. All great nations, this is how they evolve, with a lot of problems. If we stick to it and soldier on, we will be great. No doubt about it, because we started great. If there is something in a person, a man that has a lot of problems on his way to greatness, because people have seen, or forces have seen, that this guy is going to be great, so they have to put a lot of impediments on his way to that greatness. So it's not going to be easy. That's how I look at Nigeria from a view of metaphysical reasoning. So this is me. I yield, woman. Thank you.
Okay, I want to say good night, Wama. My battery is almost gone. Meanwhile, to Akim, my brother, our country cannot move forward because we are too diverse.
Tony, make your suggestion without calling my name, please. I beg you. Okay?
No, I mean that. Okay. I mean that
can Thomas lead, because one man is missing in action.
The country needs to be divided because we are too different in ideology. So the country is too big.
Tony, what's your own ideology? What's your ideology?
My ideology is progress now, but nobody say you don't want to live with other people and no one made their women participate in the economy.
But you are afraid, you are against Gaddafi now, that said you should go your separate ways now. I thought you were against him.
No. That's the only good thing that I can take out from him. You know that, because we are too diverse. You don't see Germans and and the Austria. They're the same people with half of Poland. They don't live together. Separation of that country peacefully, we can live together as neighboring countries. That's all. So good night.
Our population is our strength.
No, that population that you have, half of the population are not useful.
There is strength in diversity. We may disagree today.
Not this kind
we may be disagreeable today, but tomorrow.
Wait. Now you wait. You they chop the same food. You they chop the same for the yam. They chop at the yam for not. They chop a goosey for not. Not be too old that they chop with kuli. I beg. I don't waste time.
Ajanle Koko.
I don't want it. Now you moderate on me.
Well,
I love tonight.
Barbara. Sorry. I think Hakeem, Akim said it right, that the question posted to Baba Mandela was not, the question posted to Baba Mandela was not, was directed on Gaddafi.
Yes, diplomatic question, because of
And he
the issues we
answered
are
the
having with the
question.
Western countries.
Can you let Ajanifuko speak, please?
No, I understand. I know where it's going because the question was not about.
Tony, thank you, please, thank you.
So it was a
Ajanifuko,
question.
continue.
It was a question that was focused on Gaddafi and PLO leader Yasser Arafat, and he answered the question clearly. And that does not mean that because he did not mention Nigeria, they didn't ask any question concerning Nigeria. So for him not say anything on Nigeria does not mean that they don't have great respect for Nigeria or they don't honor Nigeria. So I don't know why you try to paint a very wrong picture of this great and illustrious African Papa, Papa Mandela. So we have no question is related to Nigeria at all. So, and one thing that we have to recognize here is that, one thing that we have to acknowledge is that even though that those journalists were trying to put him in the box, he was able to show that he is an African leader and he will respect people that respect them. He mentioned it to their face that country that respect us, we will respect them. And country that disrespect us, we will disrespect them. It doesn't matter how big that country is. He refused to be cowed in front of the world media.
Yeah, can I interject? Can I push back?
Let me land now.
Okay.
So he was able to demonstrate that, look, as an African leader, whatever you believe in, you must stand by it, and you should not be afraid to demonstrate and stand by whatever you believe in at anywhere, at any time, whatsoever. So, look, if you go to South Africa today, you will see a lot of Nigerians, doctors, lecturers, professors, a lot of Nigerians that are in high places in that world, professionals, top high-level professionals working in South Africa. The South African people at that high level respect them. Those that are educated, they know what Nigeria did for them. But the young people that are not educated, that didn't know, people that were born yesterday, that did not even witness the struggle for the independence of their country, that, for one reason or the other, vested their anger and disappointment of their country at the foreigner that been taking their opportunity and stuff like that. You can't use that against Mandela. So, Baba, you are wrong what you are trying to picture right there. It was totally wrong, and you shouldn't be doing that. Baba Mandela have never at any time disrespected Nigeria. And Oliver Tambo always gives that high regard to Obasanjo all the time. Even he called Obasanjo Papa. All of them in South African country.
Shall I come in? Have you finished?
Let me land. Is it the SWAPO leader, what do you call them? That country?
Noyoma, Sam Noyoma.
All of them give respect to Obasanjo because Nigeria, that you mentioned earlier, gave them education, supported them in every way for them to succeed, to be leader of their country, leaders of their country. So Nigeria did a lot for them the same way as Nigeria did, so Gaddafi did on his own side. So we have to, we don't have to, cause confusion by saying, oh, they disrespect, they don't respect. It is the leader of Nigeria today that never at any time show leadership in any respect for that country. They disappointed Nigeria. It is not Nigeria that disappointed, but the current leadership that you have that never stand up.
Somebody should check their phone.
All right. Somebody should mute themselves. I always say that if only the speaker should be unmuted.
I want to push back. Actually,
sorry.
I have the right to push.
Hold on. Give Baba the opportunity to push back. But before you push back, Baba, can I ask everybody watching to make sure they've clicked on the like button? If everybody watching now, listening now, if you all click on like, then we will get past that 100 that we set ourselves easily. So if you've not yet clicked on like, click on like. So Ajale Koko, let Baba interject and then
let me land. So is the leadership in your country today that failed to show leadership in Africa to other countries and other black nations around the world that are looking for Nigerian leadership that you should blame? It is not Mandela, not any South African people, but the country, the current leadership that failed to lead, to show leadership for black people around the world. So let me leave it there.
All right, Baba, come back and then Ajale Koko round it off.
Yes, like Bishop said a short while ago, that Gaddafi meant one thing to somebody and another thing to another person. So also Mandela. In the clip you talked about, if I remember very well, in the same breath he was acknowledging Gaddafi, was the same breath he brought in Yasser Arafat. And I think he talked about Cuba. There is nothing that stops him from talking about Nigeria. Because then, to me, in that same breath, he mentioned three of the world leaders then. He should have mentioned Nigeria also in that same breath, because he was acknowledging people that really were useful to them in that struggle. Then two, you see in Africa, if you've been to African spaces, this is a trick. Look, I walk in now to maybe a certain country, I walk into their parliament. They will acknowledge me, the politicians, those that matters will acknowledge me. It is different on their street. And you will be wondering that the street you were coming from, it was like even the taxi driver that took you from airport was abusing you. And here their leaders are acknowledging you. They use it as a weapon. That whatever you are suffering in this country today, look at those Nigerians. You see them come to this country and they are riding big cars and building big houses. I don't want to mention countries on open air, but African countries, they do that mostly. That is what South Africa also did. That is what South Africa did. It is evil, because the way they killed our people on the streets, I mean, they shouldn't. And even separating other African countries to show us that we were the one they were after, because we were the successful ones. We were taking their jobs from them. That's what they told them in South Africa. If you don't have a job today, it is because of these Nigerians, because they went there as skilled professionals. Mechanics were the one who taught them how to repair cars. Our women were the one who taught them
Who told
to do
them?
hair.
Who told them that it's Nigerians that are taking their job? Who told them? Who are the
Their
people
leadership.
that told them
Their leadership
that?
told them.
You are not. That's not true.
That is true.
Not
Ask
true.
anybody on this panel.
Hold on.
Ask
That's
people.
true. That is
Baba
not
Jale
true.
Koko. Baba Jale
That
Koko.
is
The
true.
boy
That is not true.
leadership. No, it's
Hold
right.
on, Ajale Koko. Kumi lives in South Africa, so
I
Kumi.
live in South Africa. Yeah. Let me tell you, whenever they are coming up with something like that, the government support, but they don't come openly.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Oh, okay. So what's the justification?
I can second that. I can also second that too.
So what's the
Gaddafi can
justification
second
now?
that too.
What is the justification? What is the evidence? You said no, they don't come out openly.
There's envy.
So what's
There's
the
envy. There's envy against us.
Let me give you an example. I'm doing business. I have like 2 shops in Furinaki in South Africa. Police disturb every time. They disturb every time. As long you are Nigerians owning a shop, they harass me many times. They look for counterfeits. Sometimes they will come with 5 buses to come and charge. Maybe I'm selling drug. You understand me? Nothing like that. At the end of the day, if you ask them, they will say, and some people, official government say they should come and charge. You know, they do 100%. The government, they are aware. They do all those things. Even the government initiated. See, let me tell you, any attack on Nigeria or any foreigner, the government, they are 100% aware, because South Africa have a good security that they can stop anything that want to happen. But if the government want the citizen to attack, they will just step back the security. After the attacking, they will start bringing up the security. That's what I told you.
Let me chip in something quickly, if it's permitted, if I'm allowed.
Yes.
Okay. Do we remember why Nigeria eventually pulled out of? We were the defending champion in 1994 Nations Cup that we won in was it Tunisia? Where?
Tunisia.
Tunisia.
Right.
Why did we pull out as the defending champion in 1996? Can anybody remember?
Because of
this same South African shenanigans.
Now, I mean, unfortunately, the unfortunate incidents, if my memory serves me right, when the execution of the 9 Ogoni leaders created some diplomatic row, and it turned out that South Africans, I don't know how they mismanaged that space, that the lives of our footballers were not safe if they had gone to South Africa. So they were seeing Nigerians as enemy, not the leadership that perpetrated that act. And it became a diplomatic row that made us as defending champions pull out. Because even our footballers, I remember then, I think it was Peter Rufai, no, not Rufai. What's the name of our goalkeeper there? It's Rufai now.
No, carry on with the narrative. Carry on. Yeah.
You know, so Baba Jane Kuku, it was not just that one single instance in this interview, as you've seen. There are several instances that we can reference that the South Africans, whether at the leadership level or at the followership level, does not give enough recognition to our sacrifices to the liberation of Africa or to the fight against apartheid.
But I saw on video Malema condemning their people and calling them as stupid for attacking Nigeria.
Mandela condemned
Malema
condemned all atrocity of South Africa that attacking other Africa. It's not only about Nigeria.
Yes. So that tells me that at least for one of their leaders to come out openly and call them stupid and dumb for attacking their fellow African leader. African,
yeah. Do you believe that?
particularly
No, 1
particularly
minute.
Nigerian that
Sorry,
help them
Baba
so
Dele
much.
Koko. Do you believe that South African citizens, they don't like him? Do you know that? Most of the supporter is from Zimbabwe. What's the other one after Zimbabwe? Mozambique. That's the main. That's where Malema have a lot of supporter. South African citizens don't like him because of all those things he's defending other Africa. They see him as the enemy. That's the truth I'm telling you. That's why you never
And
win.
that's the reason why, and that's why the country is going down. They are destroying themselves little by little. Little by little, you can see South Africa is
insecurity in South Africa is more than Nigeria. It's more than Nigeria. They kidnap, they hijack truck. All those white truck now, they hijack. All those India, Pakistan now, they are kidnapping them now. As I'm telling you, Google, one man can check it. Last year, kidnapper in South Africa.
Well, any country that don't honor a leader like Malema and the Showores, you see they be having problem. As you mentioned that it's ravaging South Africa, and as we are seeing in Nigeria as well. So people that says the truth, that stand with their fellow Africans, yes, we don't honor them in our land. As you don't honor Showore in your land in Nigeria, so Malema is not honored in South Africa. And such society will continue to go down. Let me leave it there.
All right. Let Adale Koko leave it there, and let's leave that topic to move back to another one. So let's leave that topic to move to another one. And let's bring Akim in with the new topic. So Akim, are you ready?
Yes, I'm here, woman.
All right, brilliant. So Akim, now this headline, President Tinubu scraps Niger Delta Ministry, overall duplication with Niger Delta Development Commission. So yes, is to that space of the over-bloatedness of the Nigerian system, where every parastatal and agency is duplicated twice or more. So what are you making of that headline? And is it one that you agree with and you feel is long overdue?
I think it's, to be honest, I don't know if it's to say it's overdue or if I agree with it. It depends on the direction the government wants to take. For me personally, since the NDDC is there, even to be honest with you, I don't think there should be the NDCC should even exist at all. I've always argued that those resources that are going towards the NDDC should be given to the state directly, those Niger Delta state directly, because that is just a different way of creating another form of bureaucracy that waste money. If you go to this Niger Delta state, one man, you will see abandoned, or to even say abandoned project is an understatement. Just a signpost of a project with no project existence in that area at all. So it's a complete fraudulent system that was created. Since NDDC has been created, if you was to kind of look at the fund that had gone into NDDC, compare it with the project on ground, I don't think you will find 5% of that money being spent on ground. It's a completely waste of resources. So for me, altogether, both NDDC and the ministry, both of them had to go anyway. So it's just take the money and hand it to the state, those Niger Delta state, give the money to them directly, let them go and do what they should be doing with it. You understand? That is my own position on that area. To the idea that there's a ministry and there's a commission, I think is even look, what did that do? That led them to creating a northeast.
Do you not think there should be some sort of national acknowledgement of the Niger Delta as the golden goose that lays the golden egg of the Nigerian state? Remove Niger Delta from Nigeria and we'll be Niger Republic. Will be no different.
No, they create a special fund through the state, not creating a bureaucracy. If you go there, it's just who is going to be the chairman, who is going to be this, who is going to be that, the share position. They know that after they share those positions, the resources coming into the commission, they are going to squander it. They're just going to share it among themselves, spend little, build some substandard projects, substandard facilities here and there. And then after 3-4 years, they're all out of office. They've gone away with all their allergies, all the money that they've stolen from the commission. For me, take the money, whatever portion, whatever resources that were supposed to go into that commission, you can budget it separately in the budget. When you are drawing up a budget, draw a separate budget and say this is a fund that will go to the Niger Delta states, and then by percentage or percentage due to their contribution in terms of the oil revenue, then you send it to those states every year to say, look, this is your yearly budget allocation. I know that they have this 13% derivation or whatever, but what I'm trying to say is that instead of us to have that commission, scrap the commission and just send the money direct to the state. So it's an additional fund going into those states as well. So it enables those state governors to be held accountable by their people to say, okay, we have extra fund for the Niger Delta Development Project from the federal government. What have you done with the money? So, but when you create that commission, who are they answerable to? They're only answerable to the federal government. For me, that doesn't work.
All right. Akim, should I take you to this headline? Federal government approves 5 billion naira subsidy palliative, 5 trucks of rice for each state. So this is the 185 billion naira palliative that Tinubu is throwing at the oil subsidy space. So should I take you to that space and invite your commentary on that? Or should I take you to a clip that is generating a lot of controversy in France at the relationship of the French with Black people? So where would you like to go? Are the French?
Yeah, I'll go on this 5 billion palliative first. I'll still touch that one if you can show the clips, no problem. Oh, for me that 5 billion to the state is a welcome development. It's just up to it just depends on what the governors are going to do with the money. But the idea of sending them trailers of bag of rice, that for me that is nonsense. They shouldn't do that. Forget about it. I think it's high time we need to cut some things out of our behavior. You know, you know fully well that they're going to steal those rice. They're going to steal. A lot of them are going to end up in their political friends' houses. For me, that there was no call, there was no need for that. I think the problem we are having is that a lot of the policies that the Tinubu government, especially the fuel subsidy, it was too reliable on that Dangote refinery coming upstream. And I think the biggest fraud right now is that refinery. And I don't know why people, the media space, are not questioning what is going on. You understand? Because a lot of things that we were told have not come to fruition. And if you remember, NNPC said they were supplying Dangote crude oil from July 1st. So what are they doing with the crude? Because we were told that they started pumping crude to the refineries from July 1st. So the refinery is not producing crude, but they are pumping crude to that refinery. So what is going on? Who is answering questions? Who is asking questions? So I think a lot of things that is going on in that space need to be questioned, because for these policies to work, regardless of how much palliative you give, don't forget, it's going to take up to anything between a year and 2 for this system to be able to bed in properly. So within that period,
My brother, I beg, let me chime a little bit. Thank you. Sorry. That Dangote refinery, for of course, I've been shouting about like the biggest scam, and is NNPC changing name from NNPC PL to Dangote refinery. Refinery is not even yet working. They can't even receive crude. They say they're already pumping crude to them, and yet they're going to have license to import fuel to cover for a shortage. How can you give Dangote license to import fuel for a refinery that's not producing fuel yet? How will you know his shortage? That is one. Then that policy you talk about is a big fraud. When did they order the rice? Where did they order the rice from? We give governor 5 billion. Election, I think about 2 states is coming up with a by-election. If you get the pallet of rice, they'll just keep it for the election and shut down during election. How is it going to get to the people?
That one, no, that rice one is
very quickly. Can I have 1 second, please?
Go ahead.
Go on, Bishop.
The information about supplying crude to Dangote is not correct. Yes, they were given 300,000 barrels to run the line, just one off. Not like they have been supplying them 300,000 barrels every day. Once, and when they wanted to run the line, so go and check. So that information that they have been giving them crude is not very correct. Number two,
Victor,
we have some.
You need 300,000 barrels to run a line. Do you know how much it is for 300,000 barrels of crude oil?
See, hold on. He has a storage. Are they giving them 300,000 every day? Because that's the impression that is being created now. They give them. Do they use all of them to run the line, or they use part of them in their whatever? At least they have not started producing. And the information we just put out now, it's like they are already receiving crude, daily supply of crude by NNPC, which is not correct. Remember,
Bishop,
NNPC has.
Bishop, I'm not the one who said it.
Hold on, please. Let Bishop land, please.
Dangote Refinery, Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, on our behalf, have 20% stake. So if that cruise that they found was part of their own 20% agreement, it is what it is. What I just want to correct is that with the way we made it sound now, it's like they're already receiving a daily allocation of crude. That's just what I want to correct, number one. Number two,
sorry, on what authority are you correcting it? Do you know to the contrary? How do you know they are not sending it already? Because Dangote told us that he will start sending out PMS by mid-July. So he made that promise. So if he made that promise, then that is to say that the system is already in place for them to be supplying in crude. So how do you know that they are not?
Common sense.
What do you mean common? So you don't know for fact? All right. Okay.
I know for fact. No. I know for fact, but I just want to come to that level too, so that we can have the talk. Common sense dictates that if they have been receiving 300,000 barrels every day, and they are not rolling out 1 liter of refined petroleum, can we add? Does it add up?
Why doesn't it add up? Why doesn't it make sense? No, it does. Hold on. Dangote told us he will be pumping out PMS in July, which is to and the arrangement was for NNPC to be supplying him with the crude to refine. So if he was going to be doing it in July, which is what he said, that is to tell you that NNPC should have already been supplying him. So it's not a just-in-time system. They will supply him so that he has stock. So that he has stock in storage.
Please.
NNPC should not. NNPC said it's not like NNPC should that. No, NNPC used their own mouth to say they've started supplying him crude from July 1.
Yeah. So what does Bishop know to the contrary that is telling you that is correcting you?
But one man, if NNPC said they've started supplying Dangote Refinery,
that is not correct.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Does that mean they are supplying him every day? I
don't know if it's every day or not. To whatever frequency they agreed, they will be supplying him.
Let me finish, one man.
That could be a lie.
Go with Bishop. Bishop, if they are not producing any petrol yet, so 300,000 barrels, why are they storing it? Are they drinking it?
That is another scam, Thomas. That's another scam.
No. Hold on. Don't just be saying everything is a scam. It's a scam. Dangote has the biggest refinery in the world, so he has the capacity for storage. So what do you mean? What's that question
So,
now? Thomas?
so how many days will it take? Dangote capacity is 650,000 barrels. So how many days will he be able to store up
Capacity
crude?
for what? Is capacity for what is 650,000?
Refining, daily refining capacity is 650,000 barrels. That's the
Yeah.
entirety
What is his storage capacity? If you don't know, say I don't know. If you don't know, say I don't know.
That refinery is not even halfway done yet.
No, that's not where we are in the conversation. So, Gasairos, just stay here. Yeah. What is his storage capacity? If you don't know, say I don't know.
No, listen. Storage capacity for what? For crude or for refined product?
For crude.
His storage capacity for crude cannot be more than twice. It cannot even be up to
if
twice.
You don't know, just do you know
No,
the storage?
it's logic.
If you don't know now, forget logic now. I'm asking if you know.
No.
Do you know? If you don't know, you can say I don't know now. You're allowed not to know something. If you don't know, just say I don't know.
It's not casting. It's not casting anything. I don't know how to put it.
What is Dangote's refinery's capacity for storage of crude? If you don't know, say I don't know.
Can you just give me a minute to answer you? Their storage for crude, like Port Harcourt refinery storage for crude, does not exceed their 1 day production.
All right. Thank you. If you don't know,
I don't know.
Now.
I don't know. Please, I want to know. I don't know. I want to know. Please.
No, that's the point I'm making. You're allowed not to know something, Bishop. It's not,
No, you are making it complex. I'm answering you. Nobody stores crude. Nobody stores crude.
Can you hold on? Of course, people store crude.
No.
All right. Let's just move
on.
So, like,
how many days crude will they store?
Bishop, this opportunity is to learn now, please. One man, what's the storage capacity? I want to know, please.
All right. I'll answer, but you have to give me the space to answer. I don't know the storage capacity of Dangote for storing crude, but the point I am making is Dangote runs a refinery complex. So for him to be able to refine to that capacity, he will have a huge storage farm to store the crude, which is then processed through whatever piping system for refining. So it will have a vast storage capacity. That just has to be the logic. You have to, it's called stock, isn't it? You have to have stock, and it will have a huge, vast storage capacity. So if NNPC are already supplying him with crude, then he will have those crude in storage. So that's the point.
Has he started to refine?
Okay, thank you.
One man. So this is what happened. At least if you have at least say 1 week stock, right? So stock keeps coming in every day because you keep processing crude every day. But what you do is that you give yourself a space of 1 week, so that just in case there's an issue or anything, so you know that at least you have 1 week to rectify them. So to say that you cannot have
I think Kulata has actually got us a figure 4.7 billion liters, so that's his storage capacity.
Wow, that's big. From 300,000 to 4.something. That means they're supplying almost every 1 week or every 2 days.
No, that's storage capacity.
Liters, not barrels.
Oh, liters. Oh, okay, liters. Sorry. Oh wow, it still is big. It got a big size.
Yeah, but that's still the region of 1 week.
Can I interject a bit because my battery got up against a little bit, please, sir.
You are not get that.
Hold on. Let me talk to Ogana, I beg. Ogawaman, please, sir, just for 30 seconds.
Carry on, but as always, just stay with the conversation. Don't take us to adjusting or anything like that.
No. Okay, sir. So the TV say, all this grammar, what would they make here, all those tabulation and everything, it's not necessary because there's nothing like Dangote refinery. The man just steal our oil.
All right, thank you.
No. I mean, we are stupid.
All right.
So back to you, Akim.
Thank you very much, man. So as I was saying, I said a lot for these policies. Actually, they kind of rely on us producing a lot of our things locally. And one of them is that refining our own crude. At least it doesn't mean that we'll get very, very cheap petrol, but it just means that the pressure on the dollar will reduce. And I've heard people say that is not the case, but I don't understand what logic they put together to come up with that, because at the end of the day, people who are importing crude, they still need to source for dollars to go and import crude. So I don't understand how that would not relieve pressure on the dollar. So for me, that one of sending rice, that one is fraud. They should never. We've come to that point now where government needs to stop all those food sharing. It doesn't work. Politicians will steal it. So that one is normal. But the 5 billion to the state, that is fine. It's now up to the governors to decide how they will use that money effectively in their state. So I hope they deploy that money in a very resourceful way to make life easy for the people.
They will never do that though.
Yeah,
They'll use it for campaign.
Yeah, we're always hoping. So in Nigeria, we always hope that they do what is right. So that is all we can do for now. The federal government has given them the money, so hopefully they do it. They use it to do what is right by the people. So that is all we can. What else can we do? There's nothing else we can do. We just have to hope that they do the right thing. That's all.
That 8,000, did they cancel that 8,000, or is this still going on? That 8,000 per month.
No, the federal government is no longer doing 8,000.
How much?
They've rolled out different forms of palliatives through different forms of interventions. I mean, so I think this money given to people is not going to be run by state governors. So they will decide how much. Each state will decide how much they will be given.
I have a question for you. Do you agree federal government sharing food? Does that make any sense to you? I'm getting hungry here. Why would they be sharing food? Sharing food for what? Sharing food for what?
But Thomas, are you saying I support federal government sharing food?
No, rather I'm just saying, do you think it makes sense? Sharing
no, but
rice.
I just said it just now that it doesn't make sense for them to be sharing food.
Thomas.
No. That is demeaning. Very demeaning.
Thomas, no, I don't agree with you. Everywhere in the world, in time of crisis, whether it is food crisis or what have you, there are people that need it. I don't know what name they call it. There are people that need it. That you don't need it does not mean there are people that will not be happy to go and struggle for that rice.
It's not that people don't need it. You're getting it wrong. It's not that people don't need it. Hold on. It's not that people don't need it. It's that it will not get to the people. That is what we're trying to explain to you.
Baba, I don't want to murder his name, said something earlier on. Every time we provide solution, we just condemn it, even without trying it. If there are small people with small integrity that will want things to work, let's assume that he did not succeed 100% at the first time. If he succeeds 50%, next time they will look at why did 50% fail. Let's increase it to 60%. Or say, we say don't give them. So what happens?
Bishop,
so let me chime in.
He ended up in warehouses.
Yeah, thank you. Akim, they did it in COVID. It ended up in people's pocket. They did it recently. It ended up in people's pocket. So why must you be trying? Wait, Bishop. Why must you be doing try and error on human expenses in a dying situation? If they share this right, you and I know it's not going to get to anybody. Even the fertilizer they were sharing to farmers, the governors were giving it away as allocation to their own friends and well-wishers. We all know these things. Just saying, we know these things. Kiyam that is becoming aviation minister. His slot he had in that what's it called? That money this thing was 5,000 naira. How many people got it? They are doing back door. Those they're going to account pass to the back door. They go get it back to them. What are we talking
about? Under which government? This is a new government.
No, not this one. No. I'm just saying the past from Buhari. This M project he had just handled. He was under general minister. The slot he had in it. What happened? We barely said what happened. We keep us doing trying and error. Said let's give them 6 months. Who expenses? Who expenses? That's the question. They say okay, let's go back again. Another 6 months.
They are giving 5 billion. Okay, so why not just take the rice money and add it to the 5 billion as well and give it to the governors? What was the point?
You not buy rice. 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 You not No, they did
When
not buy
they buy
rice.
the
We have rice.
when they will buy rice, when they will buy the rice, when we showed that there's no monetary for
Federal government will get the rice. They will distribute it. The truck.
instead.
Yeah, but what was the point of buying rice? Why not just have the
Why is
money
the point of
to
buying
spend
rice?
money?
Oh no, we
What was
did
the
not buy
point?
the rice. We have grain reserve. We have strategic grain reserve at every point in time. They are not buying the rice. So what you are saying in essence is that people will steal it, so don't do it. Now the people that will steal it are Nigerians that will eat it. A woman said something earlier on that is Ajale Koko against the fact that they are going to put 185 billion in the food market in Nigeria. At one point or the other, people will benefit from it. I don't see it as totally a fail, even though I know some of these things will run into challenges, which are human. It is you and I, people like us, our brothers, our sisters, our friends, our cousins, our relatives, name it, that are not making it work. But the little percentage that is going to work there, I believe, even if it's only 50% that is going to succeed, the only thing is that let us demand more accountability. Let us demand more involvement. Let us demand more inclusiveness. But to just cancel it and condemn it wholesale, like it's not going to work. At what point is something ever going to work in Nigeria?
I agree with you, Bishop. I agree with you.
Quick question.
What is already had trials? We've had 2 trials before, so it didn't work. So why do the same
Let
thing?
me even ask
What
Bishop.
What did we try before that don't work?
Let's make our mistake to mistakes to success.
We try to share
Let
food
us
during COVID.
falter and
Bishop,
falter
how did that
and
end?
falter. We will get it right.
Bishop, what is the template?
Hold on, everybody. If you are not speaking, then stay muted because there's interference with the streaming. Otherwise, Thomas, continue.
Yeah, Bishop, which template will you reckon for this thing to be shared truly that will get to the grassroots, the people that need it? And you know, and let me preempt the answer. You know that template is not going to work. The state is still going to siphon it. If you remember what happened in COVID time.
No, let me answer you straight. So, for example, if they give, let's say, 500,000 bags to your state, and we say, okay, every local government come to the secretariat, come and collect for your local government, and Ibadan Northwest go and collect, and they give Ibadan Northwest 10,000 bags, and they bring it. I know in Ibadan Northwest there are 11 wards, and they say, okay, let every ward leader come and collect. Oh, will people manipulate and do some agomago? Of course. But if it is open and they give everybody in their local government, and local government they say, okay, everybody, every ward, oh yeah, bring your, and they give to every ward. In every ward, see, in almost every ward, everybody know everybody. So the ward leaders are collecting, it is at the central market, they will come and share it. People that need it, that don't need it, will not go there. People that need it will go and collect. If it is 2 custard buckets, or 2 combo, or 2 delica, or 5 delica, people that want to sell it will sell it. But it will still get to some people. If they share it, say, okay, everybody, every state, when it gets to the state, everybody knows the number of local government they have in their state. Bayelsa have 8 local government. Oh yeah, each local government come and collect 100 bags. Go to your ward. Some ward are 10 wards. Some local government. Oh yeah, when you give them to the ward, everybody in the ward know who is collecting on behalf of their ward, the ward leader. Will there be some hanky-panky? Yes. But that hanky-panky cannot be just that the whole 100 bags will just disappear into somebody's pocket. No, people will cry out. They know who is collecting on behalf of their ward. I'm not saying that we can eliminate the human factor of trying to manipulate and do when you say to but there will be some level. I would say it will succeed more than 60%. Then we get it. But this idea of every day, oh, it cannot work, oh, they will steal it. The people that are stealing it, they are our people. They are your brothers and my brothers, and my sisters and your sisters, and our cousins, our relations. So if they are going to steal it, if I don't need it, they will not be sharing food now. God forbid, I will not go there.
Let me help you. Let me help you, Bishop. Let me help you small.
Baba, come in.
You see, what Bishop is saying is very correct. I don't know of any other state, but in Lagos State, every street has a landlord association. So invariably, when they distribute 600, They say 5 trailers for each state. A trailer contains 600 bags of rice or 50 kilos. You understand? If we have to now cut it down to 5 kilos, that is 5 times 600,000. That will give us 300 and something. 3,000 something, or 5 kilo bags times 5. You understand? With LCDA and the local government area, we count all the wards. You understand? Federal government has download to the state. State governor downloads to the, we now know. Then state government should now tell us, okay, everybody go to your ward or go to your local government. Local government will say, everybody in this local government, please go to your ward. So every landlord association will now say, okay, we receive in this ward maybe 50 bags. Let them know how to distribute it. You see, when we start telling, like Yoruba has a saying that this firewood is not good, you remove it from the fire. That firewood is not good, you remove it. When will the soup get done? Igi yóò da ayọ́nà, igi yóò da ayọ́nà, ìjọ́ olóbẹ̀ náà máa jiná gan. We should not. We should not give these people excuse. We condemn 8,000. That 8,000, and we don't know where that money has gone. We should not give them opportunity to bury us, because if we give them this opportunity, they will still chop the money and nothing will happen. So whatever they bring, let's take it. My mother tells me this story when I was growing up. You understand? He said, look, if somebody even owe you 1 million and he gives you 1,000, don't reject it. Take it. Your money is remaining 999,000. Go for it. But don't reject that 1,000, because that is minus of the 1 million. So this is in the same vein. When they bring it, we take it. We go for more. We ask them for more. That's the only way we can survive in that country. If we continue to reject everything and waiting for them to do the right thing as per our own view, then we will wait. We have forever to wait. Thank you.
No, all right.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, let's bring Enigmatic in. Yeah, come in, Enigmatic. Yeah.
Yes. I just.
We were looking for you yesterday when they were allocating ministerial some things, but carry on.
Yeah, I was really busy, so I even have to put some things aside now. But I just have a quick question, and while I say my regards to everybody, but while I acknowledge the palpable sense of disillusionment, among certain quarters, Nigerians generally, there's this question that I've been trying to ask for a long time, but I think it's about time to ask. And whoever can give me a proper answer, anyone, I will appreciate it. We have some states that their governors will be getting out of office in a few months or in less than a year, particularly of one that is actually close to my mind and dear to me very well because of certain reason, is Edo State. What is happening in Edo State? What is Obaseki just going to come and go in 8 years with absolutely no progress in Edo State? No, nothing at all. I mean, what did he do with all the funds that Buhari paid? And we saw what Wike did. And then he's almost gone out of office. No significant progress since Oshomole left. It's more like he's probably a dead wood in office and nobody's speaking. What is happening in those states?
So do you want an answer?
World Peace, over to you.
No, let Akim go.
Let Akim first. Let Akim go first. I'll follow.
Let Akim go first.
Oh, thank you very much, one man. I thank you very much, Enigmatic, for your question. I think Enigmatic, I think you have a personal vendetta against Obaseki. I've noticed that for a while. I don't have anything against you having that.
No, I've not said anything about Obaseki, and I stand to be corrected. Probably this is the first time I'll be having even to speak anything at all.
No,
And
you
I stand to be
made
corrected.
some passive comments as well. But when you're
Huh?
making comments about governors, you've always kind of rubbed Obaseki into it
No,
sometimes.
no, I say
I'm
it
always
again, Akim. I stand to be corrected.
All right, go to what
I don't think I've mentioned
posited.
Obaseki for the
I
last
don't think you have as well. I think you usually flog Alex Otti and people like that.
Yeah,
but
the only my
yeah.
state of concern which I have is Abia State, Alex Otti, because it's the only Labour Party governor. That's why. Labour Party, I mean PDP and APC, no. But Obaseki, I've never said anything. I'm just concerned what is happening in Edo State, because Edo people seem to be quiet about Edo State, and they don't talk about Edo State too.
And enigmatic. Akim is a Obaseki guy. So for you to even ask that question, it sounds annoying to him. So don't worry, enigmatic. Let us hear from him. He's Obaseki. He will defend him to high heaven.
Yes, and I always do that everywhere. So don't worry about that. So first of all, to start with, right? So among the South governors, the only state that, not even South, in the whole of the country, the only state that goes above the federal government minimum wage of 30,000 is Edo State, which is 40,000 to this the state minimum wage in Edo State is 40,000 naira, not 30,000 like any other state pay.
You never start paying. You never pay. You never start paying.
Who says who? Who says who? Do you know since when they start paying it?
Who says that? He has been paying since a year plus.
Do you know since when they start paying it?
What is that saying? You just have to talk. He has been paying since a year plus. A year plus.
You like attacking people. See, I will give you.
Of course, because you just make statement. You just make blacker statement. You're talking to people in the two states.
You just talk like Bush guy. What's wrong with you now?
Guy, if I can't tell you, I will beat you. Not be saying joke. Not be saying Bush.
Hold on. Sorry.
Let me tell you. If I catch you money, I'll beat you. Not be saying joke.
No, War Pace, settle down. You see.
No, you think?
No, hold on, War Pace. Just allow me one. You know when I'm saying go to the topic, not to the personality. It's to avoid spaces like that. But Kumi, that applies to you as well. Let's War Pace. War Pace is one of the bricks that holds this space together.
Yeah, I can live for him now. I can live for him.
No, Kumi, I'll catch you, and I promise I'll beat you.
There's no problem. I'll be watching you on Facebook.
No. You don't have to live for anybody.
You don't need Facebook. I'll give my address. Give me your address.
No, God. Can you
kilo day now? Kilo day.
You are full for saying that.
No. Okay. So I've put them both at the back for a moment. Leave them at the back for a moment. And let me just say this: I don't even know how we got there. It was going so smoothly. But when I'm saying that, leave the personalities, and I think I've had this sort of conversation with Bishop as well. When I'm saying leave the personalities of people and speak to their topic, is because when you bring the personalities of people in, they feel affronted. And then they feel the pride, and then it just spirals to where we are now with War Peace and Kumi. So please, guys, just leave the personalities and speak to the topic. But I came back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Norman. So, as I was saying, that of the minimum wage, that one is out of the way. So, Edo State paid the highest minimum wage across the whole of South Nigeria. So that one is one. Then two, go and look at the restructuring that the man has carried out within the civil service system. Governors from other states are sending their people down in Edo State now to come and learn, just the way those states learn from Lagos during the Oshomole time. The reform that have taken place in the civil service today in Edo State is non-measure to any other state in the South. That's two. Then you talk about power, right? When they were talking about states that have state laws to do with power, they mentioned only 3 states in Nigeria. And Edo State was among those 3 states. Not just that we have the law, there is an independent power plant in Edo State to the Oshomo Power that is generating 95 megawatt of electricity within Benin City metropolis. One man, if you have money, you go to them, they will come and connect 24 hours electricity in your premises. That is how it functions in Benin today. Then You go to, since Obaseki become governor, right? We now have 2 modular refineries that are currently producing crude, they are currently refining crude oil in Edo State as we speak right now, right? Obaseki hasn't done anything. So go and look at the level of investment that are coming.
Did Obaseki build those modular refineries, or it was
one of them was partly funded by the state. One of the refinery was partly funded by the state, but according to what Obaseki said, that the refinery were going to pay back to the state. So it was more like a counterpart funding to kind of guarantee those investors that yes, the state is ready to do business with them. That is one of them. The other one, I think, is this Kola Abiola, Kola Abiola people that established that one. I'm not sure, but there are 2 refineries now that are functional in Edo State. On top of that, on top of the power project that we also talk about, we're not even talking about places like you talk about the College of Agriculture, the one in Igoriaki that Obaseki constructed. Go and look at that College of Agriculture. It will pass for any level of university, but it's a College of Agriculture that was like a rat den when the man became governor. Look, I understand the man doesn't come out and shout, okay, but nobody, one man, have you ever heard anybody, right, accuse this man of corruption or stealing money? Have you ever heard it even from those people that are against him? They will never accuse him of being corrupt. They'll just, oh no, it's a this, oh no, it's a that. So the question you then ask yourself is, what is the issue? Because if a governor is not performing, it means that he's stealing the money. But these people would never come out and accuse Obaseki of stealing money. So it means that his own system of governance, they just didn't agree with it. It doesn't like to share.
But Philip Shiabu accused him now. Philip Shiabu.
No. Philip Shiabu, the problem he has with Philip Shiabu is that Philip Shiabu thinks Obaseki does not want to support him becoming the next governor. But according to Obaseki, there was no conversation about his successor yet. So his own plan was that, look, let's run the governor, and when election time comes, we decide. But I think, according to him, because I'm not there, Philip Shiabu have it in mind that Obaseki and his people were going to impeach him. So that was why he went to court. Apart from that, I don't see any issue. Philip Shiabu did not accuse Obaseki of corruption or anything. So this, well,
it doesn't have a reputation of being an achieving governor anyway. It doesn't have a reputation
because it doesn't bring TV stations to the project to project. Look, if it was Wike, do you think Wike will not call a rise to that power plant to go and
you can't compare Wike to Obaseki. Wike is a known achiever.
Oh. I hear you.
One man. Sorry, let me just chip in something. Yeah, it's okay to eulogize politicians, depending on our biases. But one thing that stands as a sad record for Obaseki was his refusal to inaugurate 14 members of the opposition in the State House Assembly, because they just simply did not feel like, despite everything, those people did not serve one day out of their 4 years term. And that's sad. And it cannot be an example of a Democrat, no matter what. Now,
Bishop, please.
One second, please. One second. Like I say, everybody, we have our biases. Yeah, maybe when time comes to write the records of his performance, we'll be here, we'll listen, we'll hear it. We will see what is going to be published. I think it's too early in the day to want to say everything is documented and time will show each other.
Yeah, Bishop, about those 14 House of Assembly, that was politics era. And we just hear it from outside. You're not really, so you have to ask people from the 2 states what really happened then. Oshomole was playing Godfather. The issue with proclamation, yes, it's always politics. There was interest played out who to be the speaker. That night, they managed to ambush Obaseki to have their own speaker. Of course, every governor wants to control the House of Assembly. But that night, Obaseki was smart enough to ambush the APC fraction to produce a speaker that night. And they said they didn't like the speaker. To see how dumb they are. There were 14 members. Hold on. Let me land.
No, I'm not interested in who is the speaker. I am saying those people for 4 years.
I'm building a case to get there. Issue of proclamation. You can only issue one proclamation in any assembly. Then they got a speaker. The remaining 14, I said, because they did not come for their own side, they did not go and take an oath of office. Rather, they went to Abuja and sit to Shomole. That Shomole was the national APC national chairman, ordering Obaseki to issue a different proclamation. Where does that happen?
Why did he go and take off the? Why did he go and remove the roof of the national?
Listen. Okay, I'll get there. Okay, I'll get there. Jacob, hold on. I'll get there. Hold on, Jacob. Listen. Wait now, Jacob. Please hold on. They went to sit in Abuja for more than 8 months or 6 months about. And in the Nigeria Constitution, if you don't take it out of office after 3 months, you are swear forget that position. Now, when they realized their mistake, that they were majority, even though Obaseki have a speaker today, you are in the majority. Tomorrow you can swear on that different speaker. When they realize their mistake, then they start coming back. After 6 months, they want to go into the house. Now you want to come and swear in. Of course, you cannot swear yourself in. You are not above the law. They already issue one proclamation. They can't issue second one. And if the Obaseki swear them in that heat of election, they will topple his government. Who's going to do that? Yes, one piece. Yes.
Please, I beg you, hold on. There is no justification under the sun that people were elected for a 4-year term and they did not serve 1 day. If they made a mistake and they come back, inaugurating them is not supposed to be at your pleasure, at your beck and call, as if you are as a good way. No, it's a statutory role that the Constitution has given you. Yes. So you ran a state assembly for 4 years with only 10 out of 20. Can
I respond?
No, there's no need. If you are going to still defend the fact that he ran...
No. You will not... Sorry.
Let me land, please. Let me land. If your response is going to be in the defense of the fact that a governor refused to inaugurate 14 members in the 24 member House of Assembly, and he ran this affair of the state with 10 out of 24. So 24 constituencies, 14 constituencies were not represented at all. If your response is going to be to defend and justify that, I think you can say it. Let's move on other things.
No. I have to respond. See, this kind of narrative, I don't like it. Same thing happened to Saraki during Buhari's first regime. And Saraki took power. Why did Buhari struck it off? He can't. We have constitution. Nigeria is not a banana republic. They issued a proclamation. People saw an oath, and 10 people went to the office. 14 felt disgruntled and went to Abuja and sit in Abuja and ordering the government to order a different proclamation. He told them, I cannot order a new proclamation. It's in our constitution. Come to the office and swear an oath and come to the chamber. They did not show up more than 4 or 5 months. And the Nigerian Constitution said, if you do not take an oath of office under 3 months, you are swear kiss that office goodbye. Sorry, they went to court and they lost in court. Does Nigeria operate a different constitution now when it comes to Obaseki? That's the question I want to ask you now, because you always talk about constitution here, and I believe you have everything you said in the body of the constitution, Bishop. So now, what are you now saying? Is it on your personal opinion or Nigerian constitution? At that point, I want to know.
Hold on. Let Enigmatic come in. Yeah,
I've been in and out. My ambience is not too okay with this my current location. But when Yoruba people say me onisan kankan ojo oro ma to sọ̀rọ̀ fúnra ẹ̀, I won't say more than that. I won't say anything for now, but at the appropriate time. Elections are coming. Revelations will be out. But hold on, just hold on. I know for a fact, and like I always say.
Enigmatic.
Yes, sir.
Orin tí Orlando kọ fún wa ló fi sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. Ọjọ́ tíyàwó bá bú bá ọkọ ẹ̀
ọ̀rọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀. So when at the appropriate time, when things will come up. But we know the fantastically corrupt and non-performing governors in Nigeria, regardless of the rhetoric.
But enigmatic. Do you imagine somebody did not inaugurate
No, but
and people are justifying this thing. Oh my God. Nigeria, we cannot go anywhere.
Okay, please.
Hold on now, please. You know what I just said?
Yeah.
What I just said, Babaja just actually he got it right. You know, one thing is so clear, right? It's so easy to criticize, but you see people jumping up and down now trying to defend their position. But when others trying to defend their position the way they see it, immediately what do you see? They tag them this or they tag them that. I basically ask a simple question. There's no way when it falls on your lap, right? You want to defend or you want to say something. That's why on this platform, when I see people who love Obidiele and they come out to support him, I cherish them and I appreciate their position. But I will never say because this or that. I can say obedient. But some people too, every conversation they say APC or Batified. But now look at this simple arithmetic. Under the law, of course, but the morality of what we see. I mean, how do you want to? Well, we will need some conclusion, but for now,
Please let me answer you.
I'm not saying this to receive. I'm not saying this for any It just more or less like a rhetorical.
You ask a question. Can I ask you a question as well?
But the fact remains. I said elections are coming.
Yeah, can I ask you a question as well?
So all the billions.
Can you give us a flavor of what's to come out, and why have your focus suddenly gone to Obaseki?
Can I ask a practical question?
Hold on. Are you just fed up with are you fed up with World Peace coming to eulogize all the time? Is that it? Give us a flavor of what's to come.
Don't forget there are opposition there are even opposition within PDP in Edo State. So elections will come out, and then a lot of things will be out. So people want to defend him, then they will have all day and night to put their position.
Please let me respond.
Mama, please protect me, please. Let me speak.
All right, hold on. Yeah. Let Enigmatic land, but Enigmatic, let Akim put a position to you, and then
I never even knew that Akim is an Obaseki person. But Akim, this is not true. I'm not trying to. I never even knew. I've never heard it in my life.
And let me tell you something.
That you're an Obaseki person is quite funny. Yeah. But let me just put this.
You are getting it wrong. Nobody's a Obaseki person.
I muted you now.
Let me say this one man. One man, and I need everybody to listen to this.
Enigmatic, forget.
Wait, Akim. Let Enigmatic land, and then Enigmatic, when you land, take that position from Akim. Yeah.
Whatever they want to say, I just want to say this. Just a snippet, and just for the optics, right? I don't want to care the definition or the kind of defensive pugilism they are going to accord it. But what I will say is, imagine what is happening in the legislative chamber in Edo State, right? It's happening through Akpabio or somewhere in the federal government. And people are trying to, maybe Bishop or somebody or Ben even coming to put the position of law, or even myself trying to put the position of law, or anyone trying to put the position of law into it. What do you think the reaction would have been? So I just say that so people can put it at the backbone of their conversation and then think about it for a second. Right? That would be it, one man. So now, like I said,
hold on. What please? Let Akim put a position first, because he's been trying to, but I held him back. So Akim, put a position.
Okay, thank you very much, Roman. And first of all, I want you to know one thing about Edo politics the way it is today. Forget whatever they tell you in APC or PDP or anywhere. You see me and World Peace, we that are talking to you now, and many more. We are the one that will determine who the next governor is going to be. So forget all those things that any politician tells you. Anyway, forget it. It doesn't work like that in Edo State anymore. We've changed it. We've changed that narrative now. So put that aside. Then two, are you are you against Obaseki because of what happened in that past government House of Assembly, or you are talking about performance? Because when you came in, you talk about performance in general. So if you're talking about performance in general, you must give us idea. Is it doing poorly in education? Is it doing poorly on road construction? Is it doing poorly, or what area of governance are you concerns about? Do you have concerns about that makes you come and say question is performance?
I'll answer you in a second, and then you can continue. And
So
I'll put it out to people
so
who listen when I say, what I basically asked was,
hold on, Akim.
I said, what is happening in Edo State? What's Obaseki doing? Because the only flagship thing that I saw recently from Edo State was when he was commissioning his street light, and then with the billions that he said he got. I was just asking question, at least when, but like I said, right?
Okay.
It's not
street light in 8 years. What's going on? All the
derivative. It's not yet time. It's not yet time.
The supply to that street light.
Akim, please let me respond.
It's not yet time to be defensive or
wait, Akim, let me respond to Enigmatic.
And things will come out and
Enigmatic, I'm sorry, please let me respond to you. See, when I say Edo not be Lagos, Edo policy is highly different from any other policies in Nigeria. And that's a mistake you are making. You are using other.
I'm not talking about Lagos. I don't know be Lagos. I'll be obedient. They flog now.
No, hold on. No. Obedient. No, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, let me tell you. Hold on, let me. No, obedient. When you were speaking, Enigmatic, when you talk just now, we wait for you to talk now, so that we can understand where you are going to land the point. So please listen to me. Let me make a simple clarification to you. Right now, the quick one, not like me and Akim love Obaseki. No. But what happened that last time between Obaseki and Oshomole, repeat itself again, we vote Obaseki, not because Obaseki is a good governor, because it's been people decide who will rule there. Hold on, now you let me land.
Before you continue, just put this as a cursor, right? You see how you are defending, and people are not calling you out to say people are not tagging you something or something. I just wanted to put it to.
Okay, let me. I will have put it. Just hold on. Just listen to the conversation. Not because Obaseki was a good governor, but because the situation of Gofazarism in Benin, and you cannot be doing that. That's why they kick Oshomole out. The election was between Oshomole and Edo people, not Obaseki. That was just one for that. Now, Obaseki, when people are talking about these 14 people he didn't negotiate into the House of Assembly, but people forgot that time Obaseki was an APC governor. When he did the camp? As the 6 months ago, hold on, Abama. Wait now. But it's not Obaseki. But now they are putting it like it was APC at that time, all through that time. Obaseki became like a month to the election.
It was still Obaseki.
Yes. Yes, I'm saying. But why they remove the APC of it and leaving Obaseki only Obaseki? It was APC to APC that time. People did not inaugurate. It was APC. He as the governor was APC.
What APC is not part of that. Hold on, don't say anything. APC is not part of anything to do with what they are saying. Is as the state governor, he did not act as he was constitutionally obliged to. So whether it was APC, PDP, XYZ, or 1, 2, 3, he is still the governor. He's still Obaseki, and he did not act according to the constitution. So forget APC.
Hold on. That's the wrong statement. He acted according to the constitution. The constitution gave him time to issue proclamation, and he did. And people went for swearing in, and people didn't go. They went to Abuja to sit down. Not as justifying it, not as associating with them, but according to the law, he didn't do anything wrong. Why did he take it to court? When they went to court, to Supreme Court, he won all the cases. Something we're not talking about. That's a party issue. Fine, let's not talk about that. That's party issue with them. It's 8%. I said, don't remove APC. That's APC to APC issue. Now, come to Obaseki performances. Let me tell you quickly. I want to listen. Nobody Obaseki will produce in Edo State next that he will win. No. Obaseki is not going to win anything. And Edo people don't like Obaseki, not because he did not perform. Edo people don't like Obaseki because of the problem he had with the palace. No this and no peace. That's just it. Anybody of that case is going to bring next 10 is going to lose, hopefully. And not this. APC is not going to win Edo State next election because of Tiger and Lion. It is not going to happen. There is a serious problem.
Who will now win the Edo election?
if Wike can settle himself before then, PDP might win. Or maybe it could be Labour. But if Oshomole go on with this narrative of being Kabaka, no, hold on. If Oshomole, you have somebody to say, listen to me. Let any other person come and attack me. No Edo man wants Kabaka back in Ring Road, and that is Kabaka that used to form. And it's already that own the major vote. Now, Edo is about 4 million population, and Edo Central and South control about 67% of the population. I just could do the math. We have about 2 million who control the vote of total Edo states. And if you don't win Edo, you don't win anywhere. And you are using Kabaka there, and nobody wants Kabaka. How are you going to win? That's the problem they have there for APC. I'm not saying PDP don't have that problem. PDP have that problem.
There was even a state house of assembly election. Why did Obaseki not lose that state house of assembly?
Yes, I'm coming to that. Let me tell you about obedience. Now, in a those state election, if we have 3 central districts, and United only lost its money because it lost the money to majority vote. Actually, APC won that vote in Edo State, that last presidential election, because they won 2 central districts and a half. They won South, they won Central, South, and part of Ovia as 2.5. They won in that last election. They won 5, 6, 2 senators and 3 House of Rep. The only one, Labour only won already the 1 Senate seat, and that's the only vote that beats all the votes, popular votes. Now, when it came to already the state election, PDP won 14 seats, APC won 8 seats, Labour won 2 seats. Why did Labour not win all the seats in that already? They won from Asket skirmish. Do you think the Igbos in Benin are up to 100,000? We control the majority vote in South. More than 2.something million people, voters. Edo, since the past 2 elections, go and check it. Edo have produced more than 500,000 votes. That's about 700,000 votes. Back to back. We are the first to reckon with. What do you think? You are a politician. What do you think Tinubu said? I will give back to you. Give Edo State back to what I know what you want. I'll give back to you. I'll give you what you want. Because Edo State has 4 million population. They are bringing almost 1 million votes. How many votes did Lagos bring together? It's not about 800,000. Go and check it. It's politics. Anybody that can't do not have the majority vote, you have at least 1 million votes to win any presidential election. Why do you think Wike fall out with Obaseki? What led to the G5? Because of the Edo State vote. Because whoever have a Edo State vote have at least 500,000 votes there. It's a pure organic vote, no tribal vote, no party vote, no settlement vote. If people choose who they want, it's only Edo State you carry money to campaign ground. You bring your money back. Who will take your money from you? Please understand the Edo State election politics. It's not about Obaseki is not performing. Obaseki is performing to his own capacity. Obaseki has done a lot of things. I don't like Obaseki.
Let me ask you this question. What is an Akim? Let me ask you guys. Why
do they not have a complete House of Assembly now? Is there no a complete one now?
Why did he go and take up the roof that time when you were
out of... not a complete answer the question? Is there not a complete one now?
All right. So let me ask this question. Why is Obaseki having problem with everybody? He had problem with his mentor.
He's a betrayer. He's a betrayer on his blood.
He had problem with Wike that brought him to PDP. And now is deputy governor. When the deputy governor is now attempting to succeed him, that is when he had problem with him. Started having problem. But some few years back, we saw them together. They were dancing, going everywhere. They were doing everything. Now,
he does not have problem with his deputy governor.
He have problem with it.
He have problem when this guy.
He has problem. Even Oshiomhole is running commentaries on their.
Yeah, he has problem with everybody. Obaseki has problem with his own family. He's a betrayer. He's on his blood. That I don't defend that.
Obaseki, they have history in those states now. I mean, a lot of us know.
Yeah. You know. I know you went to you grew up in those. Are you part of us now? Obaseki, that's the family.
I'll be correct.
I know.
Hold on for him. Warpies, yeah.
You know now. I don't know. For real, I don't even know. Say Akim na great Obaseki person. Akim.
Not saying Obaseki person. No. Akim's stand is my stand. But the truth of the matter is this: the problem we are seeing the both problem. Obaseki himself is a problem. But when it comes to performance, the guy has done a lot. It's not like Akim said, you cannot carry camera, they go over and say, see, do you know
it did street lights. It did street lights.
Wait, yes, I did street lights.
Look, there were roads. Yeah? There were roads you know, when I was born, when I grew up, those roads, they would never one day put quota on them. One man, there's a road they call Yoba Street. And my primary school was just next to the former Oba's mom's palace.
How many kilometers?
Hold on, that road got so bad that the former Oba's mom had to be relocated away from that palace then because of erosion. Go to that place today.
One man, election is coming. These two people will talk tired. See, Edo State have a lot of bad road. That Obaseki didn't do nothing.
I say the time never thought.
One pace. Just hold on. Let Kumi come in.
Hey, they will defend this guy a lot because I have many, like 3 friends in Edo. No good road, and Buhari allocates a lot of money to Obaseki. We saw what Wike did. Wike did a lot of federal road in Port Harcourt with the money, and he get the money later. Obaseki didn't do nothing. All these things they are defending. Election will soon come now.
So where are you from? Edo State?
I have friends there. If I don't come from Edo State, I'm Nigerian. I know what to do. The same way you are not from Lagos State, and you always.
Am I arguing Lagos issue with you now?
No, I don't know because I know you are not from Edo too. You understand?
Listen, see, if you know Nigeria road network,
can we let people talk, please? Let him land.
Yeah. Okay, but he has landed now.
One man.
He has landed.
No, he hasn't landed. Let him land.
One man, just go to YouTube. Put Edo Road on a lot of video. A lot.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let me respond to you. Now, Edo State alone have the majority of federal road. Most of the thing in Edo State is federal road. Those ones they are showing is Sapler Road, Ugbowo. All those ones they are saying is federal road. Please know these are not peace. And when they show you, like one get just posted yesterday at main gate, that's a federal road.
Hold on. Do you remember the clip that we saw? I'll look for that clip again. Was it
yes, yes, that was Sapler Road, federal road. Most of those states road are federal road. Everybody know this. Ipobahin Road is straight to Abuja, it's federal road. Sapler Road is straight to yeah, I'm telling you, this I like Obaseki. I don't like Obaseki. I don't want to sell Obaseki there tomorrow. But let's say the fact.
Let me ask a pointed question. Again, one very pointed question. When is it very let me say clear to people that the face of Edo, so to say, maybe we can restrict it maybe to Benin, that the cosmopolitan area now, that it was changing. It was changing. Then after some what's up? That's not my question, because we saw there are some changes at the point in Edo. People were happy, right? Then suddenly it's like it's bleak. Whose administration was that, and when did it start?
See,
I want to answer that question.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, you see the question Enigmatic asked now. You see, when you look from outside, people who look from outside who are into the political system, they see things differently.
No, brother, I'm not looking from outside. I need you to understand that first. I'm not looking from outside at all.
Hold on 1 second. I went to Nigeria, 2017.
Just to know.
I was in Benin, right, 2017. So, and I saw the way things were. That was just after Obaseki just came in. The level of oppression on ground, whereby an individual will be roaming around the street with police, blowing sirens everywhere, oppressing people. The level of oppression was there. These guys had so much power under our Shomale government. So Obaseki came in to disrupt that system. People were not happy with it. You need to understand this. Go to Benin now. Everybody quiet. There's no oppression. No politician oppress anybody anymore in Benin. No. It doesn't matter what party you are. whether you are under the governor's party or you are the opposition party. You don't have powers to oppress anybody anymore. Everybody on equal level now. So these people they are not happy with it. You cannot behave the way people used to behave. One man, how can you be going on the road? Ordinary citizen will be using police to chase you away from the road with escort. Move out of the road. What kind of nonsense is that? Look, the man came to disrupt all of those things. If you go there now, it's peaceful. You drive your own, I drive my own. You saw the governor that day; he was stuck on traffic. So if
but
the
that's
governor
not a yardstick for performance. Now we are talking about
look at him on his best road, on that best road,
Yeah, this road is a federal. This road is a federal road. It's a supply road.
That's not an excuse now.
Wait now. Do you know the? Hold on. Wait. Mati. Let me tell you. This road. Clem Agba was disgraced in the palace when he went because Clem Agba was in charge of this. It was Minister for budget and planning.
You are giving explanation. What I mean, look, if the way you are speaking now, that's the way some people speak over here, and you viciously attack them. This is the same thing you are doing. I'm saying in Nigeria, hold on, some few months ago, we knew that if not that Wike came out to disclose that they've been giving some funds from federal government, they would have kept quiet. Go to this video now. Look at let one more
enigmatic, but Obaseki did some street lights where there was no street light.
I say one man, that was not a street light. That was the Oshomo power plant that was commissioned supplying lights. It was showing people that Oshomo power plant already working and supplying lights to certain areas. Now Oshomo power plant supplying lights to some areas in Benin. That was not a street light commission.
So everybody notice on this show.
People you listen. No. Listen. See. Let me say something there. See, if I want to say me, I am not supporting. See me, there's a reason I don't go to politics. I have APC chairman currently today is my cousin. The PDP chairman, my cousin is my in-law. I have this politician, but I never get into politics because it's too dirty. Lies is too much. I don't like Obaseki, like I said. But if you want to play politics, let's play politics the way it really is. You cannot use your own failure to paint somebody else. In a month, I don't even like him. All these roads are federal roads, and they use it to punish Obaseki, to discredit his government. They didn't do it. They neglect it. Even when Obaseki tried to do it, they don't allow him. Even do you know how many times that don't protest on that road? The Benin people will block that road. Obaseki will come there, bring contractors that will work there, but federal government will stop him.
The governor said he sent contractors to fix that road. That the government chased his contractor out of the place. That is not a state road.
Go and check the state road if they are not done.
Has not been contradicted. Nobody had come out to say no. He was lying.
I don't like him. Yes, market. He has not done the market. We are all fighting him for that. That's politics. I don't like Obaseki.
Between Obaseki and Igbenedon, who is the worst governor of those?
Igbenedon is the worst. Igbenedon is the worst. Followed by Oshomole. Oshomole is the worst. After Igbenedon, Oshomole. Oshomole indebted in Edo State. He brought 200 billion naira.
Sorry, what about Benin Epoma Road? Is that federal road?
Federal road, yes. Federal road. All federal road. All Benin road. Even some Benin main road. They still have federal road inside. Like Uselu Road. So part is federal road. That's the problem in Benin. Benin have the major federal road in Nigeria.
The problem in that city.
Airport road in Lagos from the airport. Hold on, from the airport into the interland in Lagos is federal road. But
one man.
What was it?
Ambode aware of the fight Ambode fought on that road before Ambode was able to fix that road.
They get it done.
Yeah, but why is Obaseki not fighting? Why is Obaseki not fighting?
Because you know how many federal roads being done now in Ogun State?
It's politics. It's APC. It's politics. I'm not arguing with you.
So it means Obaseki lacks this. Why is Wike? Why is it easy and possible for Wike, an opposition governor, a PDP governor, right, to have a good relationship with the top, and Obaseki couldn't do that, and he was an APC man before he moved to AP.
Obaseki has cut off the bridge. That's why Wike was building bridge and decided to.
So can you speak to his leadership?
Thank you, Adewale. Thank you, Adewale, for the good. That's a good question.
See, this at the same time, for the love of his people, Obaseki should have done something about that.
Thank you. Yes. See, See, we don't like Obaseki. Nobody like Obaseki in Benin.
all those money from federal
He did not
government.
collect all this money. He did not collect. He did not collect all this money. He did not collect. He did not collect. Just listen now. I don't like to shout because you want to make a statement. Make it fact. You just admit it. Talk. We talk. That money they be shouting is they give Obaseki. How much have you? Hold on now. See, let me talk. Wike started and talk. And then the day when Obaseki put the fire, only money Obaseki have got is 3.8 billion naira. Why is nobody arguing that?
You say what?
That's
3.8 billion.
No.
Please,
that's not true. Yeah, hold on. One piece. Let other voices come in. One piece, please. Let other voices come in. Yeah.
Come on, bro. It was Wike. Nobody, everybody on this platform, nobody would have known that Buhari had paid them. It was Wike who came out to say, look, ask your governor, what are they doing with the funds that President Buhari, right, released? It's been almost 17 years back. Even PDP government did not pay the money to all of Ondo State got theirs. The moment Ondo State and Ekiti got their money, the Ekiti State governor, when he came to office, Oyebanji, he addressed the public and he was telling them what he was going to do with the money. Lagos and all those other roads, Ondo State and Ekiti, they had to collaborate. They had several meetings with the federal government because they were federal road. They had several interface with the federal government to help them out, and they were able to, to see the help. Wike, like I said, Wike had issues at a point with Buhari, right? But he found a way to walk himself back, right? For at least for his people. Then the money that we know that.
Imagine, sorry for cutting you off. JB, there is a law, even if it is a federal road in your state. You can walk up to the federal government. Can we do this road? Then you pay us later. Am I right?
No, you're wrong. You must have an agreement.
You're wrong.
That's what I'm saying. Agreement. Like an agreement.
If you look at the governors that are doing that, right, regardless of your position with the federal government, it means you have a good negotiating skill and you've not burnt your bridges. What is happening to this guy now? Right? While he was in APC, he burned bridges. He came to PDP, he burned bridges. All the people that brought him to PDP, he burned the bridge almost immediately. He got there.
You are right.
All of them.
You are right.
He has no leg to stand on.
What piece? Enigmatic. Listen. All these things you guys are saying are untrue. These are not correct. Let me explain. I'm going to say something right here. Look, I was born and raised in Benin. I'm not in GRA. I'm telling you, Uselu, right? And at a point, my mom used to operate a restaurant in Saple Road, precisely by NEPA office, the NEPA power station. So what piece? You know all this area I'm talking
that
about.
One connect with Obaseki's story.
Hold on, one second.
Anybody born in Selu, I be Benin. The last center of Benin, Selu, they call Selu. I'm not Benin.
Hold on, 1 second. Let me finish. You know, from that Hold on 1 second now. From that Uselu Lagos Road, right? All the way to that Saple Road. That's Benin Aoshi Road. In my lifetime, those roads were only constructed once, and that was under Goodluck Jonathan. No president in Nigeria. And those state federal roads have always been neglected, regardless of whoever is the governor there. It has always been neglected right from time. So it was only Goodluck Jonathan time that they constructed all those state federal road, that Benin Aoshi Road and that Saple Road and that Uselu Lagos Road. That was the only time they've constructed those roads, regardless of who was the governor. If you remember at that time, Adam Soshomole, when they were constructing that Uselu Lagos Road, Adam Soshomole started creating one lane on the side of the road. What place? I don't know if you remember.
Yes, a federal road and state road. He started creating
one lane. He started creating another lane on the side of the road to make it look as if he was the one constructing that Uselu Lagos Road. PDP had to come out at that time to put a signboard to say this road is being done by the federal government. It was a serious issue then. So please, let's get something straight. Edo State is a state whereby its federal road had always been neglected. Even during the military time, I remember then when they would just come at Pukota, Dumes Junction is Saple Road. They would just come, they will put quota in those areas like that. Rain will fall. Immediately the rain will wash all the quotas away. It has always been like that in Edo State. So what is happening?
But Kim, if it has always been like that,
hold on, Thomas. Let me use that pause to get out of your way, and you can carry on. But acknowledging Ayos's super chat, Alexander Gomez comes in. A new name comes into that space. Ola Tubosun, Osunleti. So thank you, Bosun. And then another new name, I think, Ade Olayede. So thank you for that. So that's Babatunde Martins. Alexander Gomez again carries on, and Aizon had a little bit of a dip of a toe. So there it is. Keep them coming. So Thomas, I've pushed the likes to 74. See if you can get us to the 100.
We have to get it. If we are not getting it, I'm shutting down. We have to get it.
If you shut that, then we won't get it. So you have to encourage them.
We don't think twice. We just think once.
All right. Let me play your music and then you come in. See you guys tomorrow. Over to you, Thomas.
Thomas.
So
hold
on, please. Hold on. Welcome to the second section. This is to Akim. The question I wanted to ask you before one man said we should wait. So
Thomas, you should have said welcome to Niger Republic. Not second question.
The coup d'etat. So the question I want to ask you that, don't you think if all government has been coming in and out of Edo State and the federal government continue to ignore your federal role, don't you think you citizen, you have problem you need to tackle?
I don't understand what you're saying, because this road, for me, the best way to go about is for federal government to let go of those roads and then move out to the state, so we don't have all this excuse of who is in charge, who is not in charge. Let go of this road we are talking about. Some of this road goes through people's front out, right? The area where I was born, Uselu, just that we have Uselu Lagos road there. That road is a federal road. I lived nearly all my life crossing this road back and front nearly every day, right? So why is that a federal road? It doesn't make sense. So hand all this road back to the state, and all of this excuse will be out of the way. There's no need for it.
I passed through. I went to Edo State for one wedding. I drove one of my friends to his wedding. Which road is this one? The one that passed through Ijebu-Ode, passed through Edo, passed by. Those ones that they did it a little bit then. Is that
a federal road? That was old Lagos' federal road. That's the problem. Even Edmatic former school, the road opposite Okada, is federal road. I just said major roads are federal road. It's only the off-road that are not federal road. That's the problem. And when they said, I was waiting for this guy to, when they said, Wike said, they released money. Yes, we all follow that space. And it was two things Wike talked about. The money Buhari released and the other money they gave to some South governors. Now, the money Buhari released, they said Obaseki got 8 billion. And that money wasn't even from Obaseki time. No, it wasn't even from Oshomole time. I think it was from Lucky time. Now, there are engineers waiting for their pay, and the federal government constitution, they have, and the money Oshomole borrowed, they have the fact how to deduct the money they are owing from that place. So the money they pay back to federal state government, they went to state coffers. What about the engineers that did the roads? They put their mouth in the sky. When we just talk, I don't understand. There was engineers that did those roads, and they never got their pay. For 8 years, they are being caught. More than 8 years, 12 years, they are being caught. So when the money comes back, they will not pay them. Now, the second money they disbursed when Lagos got almost 20, it was 100 billion. When Lagos got the major share, Wike got about 100 something million. How much got those state hands? That's why I said I have the opposite came out to say 3.8 billion, and he opened the book for them, and nobody argued with him. I don't know why everybody just shouting. I don't like Obaseki. If you want to handle Obaseki on politics, fine. If you want to handle his achievement, fine. But start bringing what does not add on. That's why APC keep losing Edo State for 2 times that they have lost Edo State. They don't know Edo State politics. Go to the major problem with Obaseki and tackle that. The people will follow you. But when you bring on this federal road and not performing, you will still lose again.
The question you need to ask, why did APC not win the State House of Assembly in the last
election? I'm saying they lost that one second time. That's 2 times they have lost now. 2 times in a row, they lost.
Akim and War Peace, if you guys that will suffer it.
Yes, we are suffering it. Do you know how many times people go to the road and riot and block federal road, which is an offense? They will block federal road because someone is playing politics. Because most of them come back as Godfather again, playing politics with those things. Because if they make those roads bad, then Obaseki's government is bad. Do you know there was prison break in those states? We know who did it, just to make the governor bad, but we also suffered it. We don't play.
Thomas, listen, you see me here supporting Obaseki, but I'm not going to tell you that the man is popular. He's not. He is not. He's very unpopular. And we all know the reason why he's unpopular. Not because he did not do roads. No, that's not why he's not popular. Look, I'm saying it. Go in the history of that state, Interlink Road. No governor touched Obaseki. No, it's not even close at all. It's not even close. When you start talking about Interlinks Road, areas whereby you will not even dream of buying land, let alone you want to build house before. Go to those areas today. Some people, you will struggle to buy land in those areas because this man opened up the space. He opened up the space. You see, before he took action recently, community violence started increasing because people who never expected land to become lucrative in their community, all of a sudden, the road is being was constructed, and all of a sudden the land appreciated. Before you know it, community start having issues. All of them were happening recently until the man said no.
To be honest with you, there is nothing Obaseki can tell me he's doing now. This state of assembly that was not inaugurated defeats everything. That means it's not a it's not a Democrat.
Yeah, but this is one. Thomas, hold on 1 second. I'm going to explain something to you now, right? Do we have a complete state of assembly now?
No.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
How?
24 seats. I have to just say recently, they have 24 seats there. They have 14 APC, 14 PDP, 8 APC, and 2 obedience.
So they have a full house now.
They have a full house now.
I understand what that's. No, hold on. His previous administration, do you have complete representative?
No. At the second quarter, Edo State House of Rep. Sorry.
Hold on. You can never justify this with anything on this planet Earth. That people went to a vote, they went to an election, they voted for their representative, and the government did not deem it fit for 4 years to swear in their representative. Is that Democrat?
Okay, Thomas. Thomas, if you go and contest election, right? At the time for you to come and represent your people come, and then you did not turn up. So is that whose fault is that?
I think you are not ready to. I know you will not shift your sword, so that is your own opinion.
We have to put it. Thomas, we have to put it in context.
Obaseki is a failure.
Thomas, give me 2 minutes. Let me explain something to you now. So they had an election, right? So I'm going to tell you something here. Even though I'm supporting Obaseki's position, but I'm still going to tell you that yes, he did something wrong that period. One, if I was in his position, I understand that as a governor, you are worried that they might impeach you and stuff. Look, if I was him, I would open the house. If you want to impeach, impeach. It doesn't matter. If you impeach me, I'll be gone. Let other person come and do the job. That is my own mindset. I'm not a politician, right? But he didn't do that. So that is where I think he had a fault, because at that time, when they conducted primaries, Oshomole was the national chairman. I want you to listen to something now, because people, when they are talking, they just talk from one side. So the people who won the primaries, they sent the names of those people to Abuja to Oshomole. What did Oshomole do? Oshomole substituted those names and put the name of his own people in those seats. I want you to listen now. So they've conducted primaries. They've sent the name of primaries to Abuja. Oshomole was in
APC.
Yes, in APC. Oshomole was in. Don't forget, at that time, Obaseki was still in APC. Oshomole was the national chairman in Abuja. He looked at the list of the names that was sent to him. He substituted those names and put his own people there.
Akim, how do you think you
hold on,
no, don't let me move on from there. How do you think you, as a chairman of the party, coming from Edo, and I know Obaseki is not carrying Oshiomhole along with the candidates he sent the this is politics. You know that you're supposed to carry your representative and Oshiomhole as the chairman of the party. You're supposed to carry them along. Am I right? As politics.
Hold on 1 second. Let me explain something to you now. I understand what you're trying to widen the line for Obaseki. I understand that, but it's fine. So, okay, Oshomole changed the list. It's not a problem. Obaseki, they went on with the election. APC won every single seat in the assembly. So the governor felt like, okay, the Oshomole faction were too much. They're going to control him. That was why I say, for me, if I was him, I would have still inaugurated the house like that. So it was the deputy governor and the governor came together. They were able to get people together, and then they played their own politics. Politics played himself at that time. Okay. So what happened after the proclamation? The governor was able to get the speaker that he wanted. But listen to this now, Thomas. They have 14. There were 14 APC members out of 24. 14. How many? Look, you could change the speaker at any time. You still have 14.
That to show how dumb they were. How dumb they are. They were 14 that could change the speaker in a second. But they went to sit down.
Come and be proclaim it. No. You must change that speaker right there. You must send a new letter. You must do this. Come on, common sense. Just go in the house, change the speaker. These people went to go and sit down with Oshomole in Abuja. They said until Obaseki send a new letter of proclamation, they're not coming back to the house. They will not come and be confirmed as people that were elected. So when after 3 months they did not turn up, the governors and his people went to court to declare their seat vacant because they did not turn up for work.
Were they granted?
Sorry?
Were they granted?
What do you mean? No, the case, that was where the problem came in. Then they came to not challenge that suit that the governor put in.
I asked you first, were their requests granted declaring their seats vacant?
No, that's what I'm saying. The case was in court. So it became a legal tussle between them and the governor, whether they should have their seat vacated or not. The case dragged on and dragged on and dragged on. So when they saw that the case was not coming to an end, that was what they now came back and say, no, the governor must, they should now let them come into the house. They say, no, there's a case in court. Until this case finishes, you guys are not coming back. That was what happened. So if at the time, look, 14 of you guys, why? It's not like you came in and they said, no, you can't come in. No, they told them, look, you can come now. We already have our speaker, you can come. Okay, fine, we will come. All we'll do, we'll come in, we'll change the speaker. Why didn't they do that?
They cannot do that because Obaseki don't allow them.
That is not true.
You remove the roof. Oh.
That is the letter end. Why you cannot just listen? That is the election, a motto election. That's a motto election. This people stayed in Abuja for almost a year.
That time, the time they remove roof.
Akim, what is? I'm sorry, you can't defend this. You can't. It's not justified in any. No.
Wait. Thomas, listen. If the PDP, APC want to play politics with it, fine. It's at your own detriment. This is those states. We are not cowards in Edo State. You can say all this you say. We only give more vote to the opposition. We all know what happened. These people like Okai Ben and they went to Abuja to sit down. They were collecting money. Osemele was existing that time, the FCC chairman at that time. And he was telling Obaseki, small boys that don't know up to Obaseki, that Obaseki should issue other proclamation. Where does that happen in the Nigerian constitution? Obaseki told them, I don't have the power to issue other proclamation. Come and swear in. They said, no, change the speaker. Why can't you just come here and swear in and change the speaker? You are the majority. They're still not, they were collecting money. That was during Buhari regime. Then they were all in APC. A month to the election, Obaseki decamped. That time they realized that there's no way, I think somebody has read the law to them properly, that you guys cannot, now your time is expired. It's 3 months. 3 months space to swear in. So if you don't swear yourself in within 3 months, you swear forget that seat. They went to industrial court, they went to up to Supreme Court, and they were all stormed down. Then they came, okay, want to swear in now.
Those guys were so stupid, man. Because even
very stupid, dumb people. Even like a was former cab driver. They have the numbers, they have everything, they have the chairman, they have everything, they have all the stakes. Obviously, was just alone, judge the people. And yeah, they are still shouting, for the people. Actually, we want to look at the law. They were not they were not members of the elected because they elect you. You didn't take out of office. How you are a member? If they took out of office and didn't allow you come in, then you have a case. If you don't take out of office, you are saying you are a member. How are you a member? You went to Abuja to sit down.
The drama then is not easy as you guys are saying it now.
We are in Benin now. Wait. See, let me tell you what happened. See, Thomas. See what happened.
Do you know maybe they are getting death threats from
this is Benin. No. Listen, this is Benin. This is not where you threaten anybody. You cannot threaten anybody in Benin. This is Benin. That's what I keep telling people. Benin is different from that place. You cannot start threatening anybody. Everybody get crazy on your own area. Everybody get in your own craze. People don't even understand. So they were in Edo Pini Plaza. So what happened? They were in Edo Pini Plaza celebrating, drinking. Listen, let me tell you. Let me tell you something so you understand. They were drinking, celebrating. The next day was swearing in. They were drinking, celebrating to go swear in the next day. They were structuring their speaker. Opposite got information that they want to make their own speaker. That night, because permission was already issued that evening around 5. Around 6, Opposite called some of them on phone to come and see him. Plus, Opposite was not having the figures. Opposite was only having 4 people in that house. Then Opposite called another 4 or 5 to come. They were even 8, not even 10. They were only 8. Opposite swore in to get the speaker to 3rd. So when they saw those people came that night, they just saw them in. And they formed the speaker, they ambushed them. It's politics. Alaki did it. So what those people heard when they were drinking Benin Plaza, everybody was enjoying with them. They got mad. They said, for what? The next day they were supposed to swear. They said, no, they will not swear in. Until Obaseki remove that speaker, they will decide who their speaker is. That what just happened. Nobody stopped them to come in. Let's start it from there. From there, they were in Abuja for 1 year, 4 months. They stayed in Abuja and just collecting money from Osomole. By the time they knew what's wrong with them, they came back. If you Thomas, will you allow them come in?
No, not be Obaseki send those people away. Not being the
no. He didn't send them. He didn't send them away.
No, please let me help this, my brother Small, I beg if I'm permitted. You know, the thing is this. When you have a quarrel with someone and you know that person is very desperate, you have to calculate every point of his move. The problem with some of those speaker elected, so to say, is that they over-depended on Abuja influence.
Thank you.
To override what was going on in the state level. When they make proclamation, it was evening, and what is it called? The one that swear them in. They did it 12 o'clock in the midnight. It was witches and wizard coven we have in Edo State for all this year. No place they have inaugurated people or do any swearing by 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock. So those guys they were having eternal quarrel, but they failed not to respect that. I think 3 months interval. You know, when they give a period in law, it's very strong. So they failed and they were busy telling him what to do in that House of Assembly, and they allowed that space.
But Midwest, you are not in their shoes, so you can't tell me that
No. See
Finish,
where?
please.
No.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
This is a conversation. It's not a
Okay.
monologue. Please.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I want to come in, just allow me to come in. Thank
Okay.
you. So
Okay.
we can have a conversation. Yeah. You are not in their shoes. Don't tell me they don't know these 3 months of a thing. They knew, they are not dumb. But you are not in their shoes. You don't know what they are passing through. You don't know the trade they
Wait.
are getting.
No. Wait, my brother. Let us not be taking things like error can always happen to any group of people when you are already in a struggle with anybody. Look, these guys, as far as Edo is concerned, they have the strength to defend themselves. This is Edo parliament. Not be saying one person go saying they in charge. That is when they gave the Edo to one person. That error, that 30 days. They were free, they were moving freely. They even have chance to come to Edo, organize themselves somewhere, and swear in and be having a speaker. Nobody fight them. Within this, when time was already over, when they realized. You understand me? When you don't know what to do at a particular time, you give that after that 90 days, that was when they now give Obaseki the power and the audacity to do whatever he's doing today to Edo people. So they were not in any shoe, not to be able to present themselves, but they feel they have influence in Abuja. I'm just telling you the truth.
Thank you, they are depending on the Abuja. That means there's nothing to do with Abuja with Edo State.
Okay.
They over rely on judges and influence of Abuja. I'm just telling you.
Thomas,
number one, Otomole was a speaker.
No, it was he was this
chairman. Tinubu himself was also ready to support those guys. I'm telling you, many power in Abuja promised them, but it's very unfortunate continue, my brother.
Quick one. Let me tell you, Midwest is not a Basaki fan. But you see, when it comes to this issue of this House of Assembly, if you ask every Edo State people, the same thing will tell you. That's why I keep telling people on the platform that don't use this as a campaign reference because we all knew what happened. Those guys messed up. They had the power in their hand, but they relied on Abuja. They gave Obaseki all the tools to fuck with them, to deal with them. You have 90 days to swear in. You do not swear in. That means you're not a member according to law. You start in Abuja telling Abuja to telling them from Abuja to issue a new proclamation. When Saraki own happened, the Abuja you went, Saraki was there. When Saraki own happened, when Buhari put a proclamation before they went to a meeting, Saraki and Bush then elected himself as a speaker. Why didn't he stop Saraki?
Thomas, can I quickly just give you something? I think
let's have the advice of Vision.
Yeah, I think we have overlabored this. Obaseki's space of not. I understand what his position trying to justify that. It's not justifiable. If we turn it from today to tomorrow, listen, we know the story. You are spinning some of those stories. It's not very correct. Look, when this thing happened, there were attempts to resolve it at a very early stage. Obaseki rebuffed every attempt. Some other people, senior citizens, try to what do you call it now? Tried to mediate. Thank you. Tried to mediate.
So what were they trying to mediate?
Look, you are saying nobody is asking for a second proclamation. The house had been proclaimed. The proclamation had taken place. All that is needed is that let the rest of the people come in, let them take their oath, and let them join the sitting. Look,
Bishop, what were they asking from Abuja?
Let me finish.
What were they asking from Abuja?
Let Bishop
from
finish,
Abuja. I
please.
listen to you now.
Let's move on.
Let's stop this argument.
People have their own mindset. They will not believe anything else. So it's fine. Let's go to that topic. Because if you don't know something,
can I say something?
Thomas?
Can we please follow my instruction?
You people should allow Bishop to just round up. He's also giving opinion. Let him say what he wants.
Yeah, let's hear from Bishop, please, and I will hear from Joe too. Bishop.
There were several attempts to resolve, to mediate and resolve this matter. Obaseki rebuffed all those attempts.
let's assume without conceiving that those guys made a mistake by not attending the proclamation. Of course, Oshiomhole put Obaseki put a lot of obstacles. He contributed to it. It was not a one-sided thing. Definitely not. You are making it to look like Obaseki was a saint in all the things that happened, that it is these other people that are the devil. That is what I'm saying is not correct. Now, let's assume mistakes have been made and people tried to resolve the issue, but he refused. That's my position. Thank you.
See, please let me up for this one. If you know you have an enemy,
no,
sorry,
to cut
somebody's head,
sorry,
and he's having a knife, and you turn your back on that person. Okay.
Sorry, can you hear me? Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry. Let's move on from that topic. Let me play this clip and then lead the conversation on it. Thomas.
Hey everyone, it's your girl Emma. Thanks so much for tuning in into the African Diaspora News Channel. We have a situation of a
Hello? The video is not, one man, the video is not playing. One man, if you are hearing me, the video is hanging. Yeah, if anyone can hear me.
I'm hearing you now.
Yeah, we are hearing you. I thought it was network. I'm hearing you. No. It's one man. The video is not playing.
Can you not say it? Do you want me to try it again?
Try it again.
Try it again. Yeah.
Again.
Hey everyone, it's your girl Emma. Thanks so much for tuning into the African Diaspora News Channel. We have a racist situation that took place at this parade. You have to see it to believe it. I'm going to roll the clip and then we'll talk about it. So you have a float that's being pushed by 4 young Black boys. They're teenagers. In this.
Network is bad. Is it my network?
Thomas, can I say something, please?
Yes.
Thomas, I've heard our argument here on what Obaseki did and all those stuff. So my question is this: what do we do to make our governors work for the people? That is, what do we do? Does it need? Do we need to change the constitution to make them work? Because these governors, I feel because of this free money that comes from Abuja, you understand? Because of the free money, if you stop this free money, you get a lot of governors thinking. Because of this free monies, our governors are not thinking. They are just behaving anyhow. They rub it on your face. They don't care about the people because one, they don't struggle. They don't work for this money. This money is just given to them freely. But assuming the resources, I still believe that if we give back the resources to the states, I'm telling you, we will kill corruption 60% in that country. We'll just destroy corruption 60%. Because if even this vote buying, coming into office through a very shady electoral process and all those stuff, it is the cause of, because it is the problem is this, because they get free money, because all of them are working towards this free money. That is why we have leaders, especially governors, that don't have brain. They can't think. They can't think. But assuming Zamfara State now, for example, I heard that Zamfara State gold is being even mined by bandits. Bandits are in that space, mining. Everybody's there. It's just like they are scrambling for everything they can get. Imagine Zamfara lives on that gold. Do you think that state governor will just leave everybody to be coming there and be parting away with it?
No, he will shut them. He will shoot them.
It will not be possible. It will not be possible. The governor cannot allow that to happen. Even all these bandits roaming about the north, where we have lands that people could farm. You think if the governors were living on that land, they will say, okay, you can. They will wipe all those people out. So the problem we have in that country, even if Tinubu today releases 300 billion for the palliative or whatever, these people will squander it. They will eat the money. The problem we have is that our leaders, our state governors, the federal government has made our state governors so lazy to think, so lazy to do anything. You see, for me, for example, I can be a governor and go to Abuja and sit down. At the end of the month, I get my allocation. I pay salaries. When I pay salaries, even the people, if you pay them salaries on time, they'll be praising you that this governor is doing something. Meanwhile, he's doing nothing.
Joe, can I bust your bubbles? Benga Dane, all through his tenure, Benga Dane was living in Lagos, clubbing.
Wait, how many of these governors?
One day.
Thomas, how many of these governors really actually stay in their states from the north to the south? Most of them are in Lagos or Abuja. They always come back.
Can you imagine the fuel that will be taking a governor from Lagos Island to Abeokuta every day?
We're in trouble in that country, seriously.
But Joe, is there something?
He doesn't sleep one
Joe,
day.
is there something?
In the governor's house.
Yeah.
See, in the north, I think it's only few governors in the north that actually stay in their state, like Kano, Kaduna, Sokoto. The rest is difficult. Most of them are in Abuja. In the southeast, I think only Ibadan. Ekiti governor, Osun governor, Ogun State governor, they are in Lagos or Abuja. In the south, okay, those states, Okowa and Wike, the rest of them, Temisiva, they are in Abuja.
Obaseki is in Lagos. Obaseki spend most of the time in Lagos.
In Lagos, yes, it's in Lagos, I heard. Then Oposazima is always in Abuja. Oposazima, you see, he only comes back when he wants to come and make statements. 24/7. Is in Abuja. Maybe only Soludo now the one staying in Anambra. Or the rest of them, they are in Abuja or Lagos. How many of the governors actually stay in their states?
But I think we are coming there because you see, for me, what I believe, I'm not a supporter of Tinubu, but I don't expect an angel. I'm not the type who believe angel will come even when Tinubu is not there. By the time Tinubu put up his effort and it's clear, because none of them is going to work. I'm just telling you the truth. These are the reason why most of these things will not work. There's no policy that Tinubu can be able to deliver to common Nigerians. That is a giving. We get direct to the people. He must go through governor. So it's still going to be the same thing. And I think it will be forced because of the suffering and hardship that is going to follow. Because things are not going to be as business as usual. They will look into all these things. I strongly believe. Because nobody can govern that country successfully with this structure on ground. Nobody. NHS don't come. Nobody. This is
my brother. You're right. But the thing is, we have to do at the people. We have to push these people now. These elected officers, we have to push them, especially in the National Assembly. We don't have anything to do with Tinubu.
Hold on. What about the obedience that came in the rush wave of change? What are they doing now in the House?
Let me see. Let me tell you something. These people are criminals. See what we should do. We the people. I'm telling you, all these politicians are criminals. They are criminals. Okay, they are sharing money in the National Assembly. I've not had any LP governor, any APC governor, any senator or whatever. Come on, why are we doing this? The people are hungry. Nobody is saying
the obedience and what is the obedience in the Senate now? How many bills have they raised?
No, nobody have kick against anything. They are just quiet. They're collecting their money. I said I have a friend in the House of
That's
Rep
it.
from Germany. Yeah, it's like this thing. We are in public forum together. Eh?
Wapis, let me tell you
I can hear
something.
you.
Let me tell you the problem. Let me tell you the problem we have in that country. The problem we have in that country is this: we have refused to do the right thing, and we expect things to work excellently well for us. It doesn't work that way.
Thank you, my brother.
We should ask the Senate to pass resource control. See, resource control is the genesis of our problem. If you give resources to the states, you see that some state governors will throw in the towel. I don't want to do again because, for example, let's take Imo State for example. Maybe we have gas. Uzodinma or whatever he calls himself will have to go and look for an investor to come and invest in that thing. And when he sits with an investor, he negotiates with his brain. He now have to negotiate very well, because if he doesn't negotiate very well and get good deal for the state, he's not going to pay his workers. He's not going to do anything. It's not going to build road.
But no, wait, my brother. When they say restructuring of natural resources, most of the federal state is still federal work to negotiate the deal. It's not like a state will just go come and be drilling my gas. But the state wait. The way it works, the state have power to stop any resources you want to take in their land if they are not comfortable with it. This is the power given to them. Then secondly, anything taken in that land is still federal country. The federal government must be involved. But the finance, the money, the dividend that is coming, clear accountability will follow. So it will go like from the federal revenue, but it belongs to that state. Then why the state retain its percentage? Because if you just throw it, every state go and manage your resources, my brother, now paradise now within the kind of crisis that will come out.
Excuse me, my brother. I'm not disputing you. What I'm trying to say is this: like when we have the regional government, at least it was, I don't know if it's 50-50 or 60-40. The federal government takes 60%. If we do it to the state, the federal takes 60, you take 40. Now, this federal government does not give you any free money again. You don't go to Abuja to collect free money. That is what we're after. When that free money stops, we can have governors thinking. If free money is coming,
and the federal government will be so serious to know what you are selling. There will not become accountability. And the state governor will be serious to know what you are spending in a state, because it's giving you money. So everything will start working. But let Tinubu try. You know, he's already the president. He have good I keep saying, this man have good intention. But will he succeed? I doubt. Is not coming. The structure is bad, and there is no way anything good. Somebody told me that if you enter Abuja today and you are into this politics, the way they structure Nigeria, the only thing that is possible is for you to steal money. You can't even initiate what is good, and nobody will support it. Somebody told me.
Kumi, you said something about the diamond in Zamfara. The funniest thing is for you to ask: is the diamond in Zamfara labeled as a natural resources for Nigeria? That's the question you ask yourself first. We have it, and we are exploiting it. It's two different things. We have diamond in Zamfara. It's not only Zamfara that have diamond. If you don't know, they have vast diamond in Osho, and they have precious stones too there in Osho. But this is not yet labeled for expulsion yet. But people are putting it locally. That's what's happening in those eastern area.
Point of correction. Maybe you want to say gold. There is no diamond in Zamfara.
Okay, that's sorry. Gold and it's like a gold and a precious stone. Gold and precious stones in Osun, and they're not yet labeled as for what we export. So people are mining it locally. Let them label it as part of our export. Our minerals we export.
Who are those mining locally? The question you have to ask: who are those that you say? It was the same politicians.
Yes,
it was the same politicians that were doing it. Retired generals, government officials. Now, what happened is that they were bringing labor far away outside Nigeria to do this job. And when those people now see the loopholes of insecurity, they hijack the entire territory from them.
Sorry, I want to beg for 1 minute, please.
Hold on.
Somebody. Yes. Okay.
Sure, hold on. This to you. What is the template of mining a resources in a state, do the states take control or the federal government take control of the resources after mining or before mining? Or who sets the company to mine?
Okay. Are you asking me that question, right?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. There is the Mining Act. There is a Solid Mineral Mining Act. All, according to the law, all minerals under the Act to sub-debt belongs to the federal government. Now, the activity that is going on mainly are illegal by bandits and some warlords and the rest. We tried to do when they established the Ministry of Solid Mineral under Obi Ezekwesili that time, to set up a template to enter into agreement to come and mine at commercial scale. Unfortunately, that did not fall through. So the minings that are going on are illegal activities. Unfortunately, we call it illegal because it is not recognized, but some powerful people are actually behind it because they are making money from it. Gold, everybody knows that gold, so both the state and the federal government are not getting benefit of those minerals because they are being mined illegally. I don't know if that answers your question. Now, please give me 1 minute. Somebody went to attack me in the comment section because I said that in 1996.
No, Bishop.
Hold on. Now, let me say what I'm going to say.
Hold on. Don't. If you are talking, don't watch the comment section. Comment section is the.
No, I want to correct the information.
No, you don't.
I'm not taking. He put a wrong information to what I said. I'm not interested in the attack. I just want to put it. The information he put there is not correct. Anybody can go and check. Why did we not participate in the 1996 Nations Cup if that person is still hearing me? It was because Abacha pulled us out. We were the defending champion. It was not that we were banned. No, we were not banned. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all right. I think, thank you for the correction. I think we have to move on. One man played a video earlier on, seeing two black guy pushing that rostrum. They said those organizers has apologized. Is it a coincidence that the 4 guys pushing that rostrum, they were black, or maybe we are just looking that in another, we are being suspicious? It could be the 4 of them, they could be friends, but maybe 4 black friends, and they hire them to push that rostrum. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Do you have anybody in the house?
But why is also one black guy not even in the midst of those white people standing up?
That's another question.
On top of it.
That's another
Whether
question.
we look at the video, I don't know if any black guy is in their midst, but this is what
I didn't see that. I didn't see that. They are almost all of them.
That is what our leaders in Africa continent have turned us to. Not just the truth. It's a reflection.
Exactly, my brother. Exactly. You've said it all, man. You've said it all.
Yeah.
You are right, because let me check the video again. I didn't see, even the guy on the rostrum is a white guy. The guy they were pushing. The guy is a white. But why are we drawing any? To me, I said earlier on that the 4 of them could be friends, and they are the one wants to push the rostrum. Maybe they were contract, they were paid to push that rostrum. So to me, I didn't see any. That is, to me, I saw it in that perspective. I'm trying to check the video if you can watch it again. Where's the video? Yeah, but people can draw conclusion that maybe something happened there. They are trying to use them, blah blah blah. But to me, I think it could be coincidental. It could be accidental that the 4 of them they were black. I'm not drawing anything racist to that. I couldn't find the video. Yes.
So see, if they were paid to do that, it's okay. They are earning their money. You understand? But if it's in the other way around, you see, in every aspect of our lives, there's always we cannot just avoid it. Also, we don't talk about it. There's always racism in everything we do. You understand? There's always racism. So the thing is this: my brother has said earlier, Africans need to put their act together. We need to do this the right thing. Even all these even for example, most of us here are living abroad. We're living outside the country. You understand? Most of us are not even happy we're living outside the country because we're not contributing to our own country. So the thing our leaders should do is that our leaders should try and make Africa livable. They should make Africa better so that people can come home and stay put at home. And you see, I don't know if the problem with African leaders is that most African leaders, I would say,
brother, when Oshiomhole is removing the roof of the House of Assembly, so you want us to go to Nigeria?
most African leaders do not know the history of Africa. They do not. You see, we see our history from the lenses of the colonizers, the Western narrative. You see, you ask yourself, what were our ancestors doing before the Europeans came to us? Because if you look at it, the Europeans did not come to Africa to educate us, to do anything, to help us. They came to Africa the first time to trade. It was trade that brought them to Africa. They came to trade. They came to Benin to trade. So, and they were having trade. They were having trade. You could say it's trade by barter. You could say anything you want, but they were trading before they came to colonize us, before they came with slavery. So we have to start teaching our children that there was a time Africans were the greatest people living in the surface of the earth, living on the surface of the earth. We were the greatest. We educated the Europeans twice. This is not, it's in their history book. It's also we have to tell our people the truth that without the black man, there's nothing like West. Without us, there's nothing. We are the gods walking on earth.
Thanks so much for tuning into the African Diaspora News Channel. We have a situation of a parade that takes place in Quebec. It's called Fête Nationale. And we have a racist situation that took place at this parade. You have to see it to believe it. I'm going to roll the clip and then we'll talk about it. So you have a float that's being pushed by 4 young black boys. They're teenagers. And they're wearing what seems to be, what looks like prison gear in this beige color. And then you have a bunch of French white people walking behind the floats dressed in white. And then you have the talent on the float with the singer and the pianist dressed in white. Why are these young men pushing a float? We live in a time now where we are very advanced electronically, so that float would move on its own. So why do we have these young black men pushing this float? Secondly, why would these young black men even agree to do that? Thirdly, where are these young black men's parents to even authorize such a thing? So now this organization has received a lot of backlash for this act of racism that's blatant. And their response was, well, that wasn't our intention. And the reason why these young men are wearing this awful beige color is because they wanted it to match the gigantic book that's on the float. And the name of that book is Once Upon a Time. So the 4 black teenagers had to match the book. Why?
In any event, they're apologizing for their actions, and it wasn't their intention to send a message of racism when in fact it absolutely was. Why weren't there 4 white boys pushing it? Why do you have 4 black boys pushing it? That's racism. And they need to be come down on super hard for this act. This is disgusting. Disgusting behavior. Let me know what you all think about this. Drop some comments in the chat, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Thomas, are you there?
Yes, please.
This is once upon a time. You should know what it means. Once upon a time, when they held us, when you see, this is all about superiority. You know, they are telling you that they are better off than you. I like when the company was narrating why they didn't even give a reason why they did what they did. If they had said, "Oh, we contracted a company, and the company is helping us do this stuff," so we now know that, oh, they paid the company to do this stuff. These guys were working to earn money. So, but now they didn't tell us that. They just told us, oh, they started apologizing.
That can be on a truck, a moving truck engine that will be. You know what I mean? They don't need to push it physically. You know, you understand what I mean?
They can use us or whatever.
Horse, yes.
That's not acceptable.
Or even put it on the truck, on a moving truck that can move. We saw many events. They put all those, they mount it on a truck.
Yeah, you're right.
But for me, let us also look at it from this angle. It said once upon a time. And I thank the organizers for doing that. If you look at the title, and they're using black people, it's just for the black of this generation to wake up that indeed our ancestors were once upon subjected to this kind of treatment.
Exactly, my
brother.
Exactly.
You just have to serve them and serve them only. So the question is, let us also ask another question. Take our country, for example, that in Canada, they now said they need 4 people just to come and push this today. Do you think millions will not queue for the visa? So leaders of Africa, they should ask themselves a question now and said, what exactly do we want?
No, don't take it in that direction. Stay with the theme of the racial undertone that the woman
well, the racism, I don't think the white people had their racism.
Let Foley come in. Let Foley come in. Foley. Okay. Good. Yeah.
Good morning, my brothers.
This is Sleep.
Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think the video that I just watched actually speak volume. Speak volume in the sense that apart from asking anybody to come and push truck, hope we all realize that people are entering Mediterranean Sea to travel to Europe to go and do even something worse than what those guys just did this morning. And I think what is causing all these things is because the kind of space that our leaders has turned our country to, our continent to. And the reason why why me particularly, why I'm staying in this country is this kind of mindset of you have to be outside the country before you make it in life. I actually know it's a fact that the only problem we have in this space is leadership, not the soil, not the environment, and not the nation that we have. The only problem here is just leadership. So I think it's high time for all of us to see ourselves as a Pan-Africanist before anything at all. And our mind should go to what do we do to our space to make it better. Because without that, yeah.
You think those things can be just accidental? Maybe those 4 guys, they were friends. Can we remove racism in this thing? I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate just to balance the conversation.
No, as in the program actually has a message to drop. Either the organizer wants the whole whites to know that these people are once a slave, that you should not see them as if they are part of you, or the organizer are actually trying to let the black there see what their forefathers done to their to their ancestors before now. So it's two sides. So, but to me, if they really want to pass a message to us African that we have been cheating for so long, this is how they have been treating us, and I'm sure white will not put that kind of program in place. But if I want to speak for that program, I would say these people actually did it because to remind themselves of what black used to be to them. So they should not lose their guide. That's exactly what I can read to that what the program is.
Foley, can we erase racism at all? Let's be honest with ourselves.
Is there anyhow we can erase racism in that program? Is there anyhow?
I'm not saying is there anyhow. Can we erase racism?
No, my mind can never erase racism. There's no way I can. There's no way anybody can tell me to erase racism from that program, from that what I saw.
No, you are not getting me. Forget about this video. I said, can we erase racism from the whites to the black, from the black to the racism will still continue.
Definitely that it can happen, but that can only happen when everybody now see themselves as one, as when nobody sees anybody as if is inferior or is superior from each other. It can only happen when people see themselves as they are whole human here, and they are here to do whatever God wants them to do here and leave this space. That nobody has this space forever. You just come and do your own thing. And the period you have here, do whatever you think is at your capacity to do before you go. To make sure you make the place look a beautiful place to live for everybody. Until that time happened. It's not only, this thing is not, let me tell you, this thing is not only happening in Europe or anywhere outside Africa. Even what Africans are doing to themselves is worse than that. Africans are doing worse, even in Nigeria here, in Yoruba land. People are treating themselves as if they were more superior to others. People are living a life like they look like a semi-god to themselves. They look at themselves as if they are semi-god, and they can do or not do to others. Until we get.
Do you know why I asked you that question?
Yeah.
I live in Australia. I face racism every day.
Okay.
Yes. 2 weeks ago, a white lady, I can say this mental problem is because I work with some firm. Yes, with that. So, but he said something. She said, "Go back to your country." Old lady of 80 or 70 years old. Do you know what I tell her? I said, "Are you two? You are not from Australia. Aboriginal own Australia. You two go back to your country." So racism has come to live with us. We can't eradicate it. These white folks, for Libby, these white folks, forget.
Thomas, can I interject?
Yes.
Can I interject?
Yes, please.
Okay. You see, Thomas, the reason why they look down on Africans is this. Apart from slavery and all those stuff, I know they did a lot of harm to us and a lot of psyche. We have to reset our brain again. Again, if somebody does not see you economically as equal, he treats you like a piece of shit. That's the thing. You see, if Africa is able to build, because Africa has all the capacities to build their economy, build their continent. If Africa could replicate what the Asians did, because if you look at it before, the Asians were treated the same way. Nobody took Asians very serious. But now everybody's taking them serious. You see, if Africans could do that, you see that at least We will reduce this racism. They will be start seeing these people. Oh man, these people are rich. These people has a very strong economy. If you look at what the West shows to their audience, they don't show the good part of Africa to their audience. They show people in Sudan, people in dying of hunger, people in Somalia. That's what they show, and that is what the people over there feels that, oh, Africans are suffering.
Joe, and they will not show the street of America where people are struggling, sleeping on the street.
But already, Americans have sold themselves already to the world that it is a country of opportunity, a country of this. You know, the way they painted it. Everybody wants to be like Americans. Everybody wants to come there. But they're not showing the other side of America. It is because of social media came up now that we are seeing the other side of America.
Don't let Ajali Koko hear you. You will wake up from where he is now.
No. Even
Okay,
I think
permit me to just chip in a thing or two.
Please
On this
don't touch my
racism space. Unfortunately, I missed on the video clip. That was where my system dropped before I logged in back. But that's by the way. I agree with what I don't know if it was Fodibi that said so. Let's go back in our own land, in our own African land, not even Africa, in Nigeria. What is the problem between Ife and Modakeke? What is the problem between Aguleri and Muleri? Why is it that Mbise people and Mbino people still believe that one is superior to the other? In Abia State, we have a similar thing. In Benue, and the one in Nasarawa, gone, and where some people believe they are superior to. The only thing is that we are a little bit different, slightly different culturally. We are both blacks. We share a lot of things, more things in common, but yet some people believe they are more superior than the other.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
1 second, please. Bishop, let Bishop answer this question real quickly. So, whichever asked this question before, sorry about the interjection. So, which one is worse, tribalism or racism?
It's the same thing in different color.
Exactly. Well, I accept that response.
In different space.
Exactly, it's the same thing. When you feel you are superior than the other man, and as such, the other man should not be accorded the same opportunities like you.
So why do we black people, I mean, take it so seriously overboard when a white person is racist towards us? Why is it more painful than tribalism?
Now,
okay. Can I ask?
No.
I want to ask you this question.
Sorry, let me answer that question.
Everybody, hold on, please. Everybody, hold on, please. I want the conversation to be between Prince Daddy and Bishop. Let them have that conversation. They will move on. Yeah, go on.
Okay, let me try and answer that question. We can have interjection and contributions because nobody knows it. Now, I did say something here a couple of weeks ago that I personally experienced by one Dr. Adeshino. I did say that. I remember I said that. How many people know that if you put leaf in your mouth, you provoke the deaf to fight in those days? When we were growing up, if you want to really a deaf person to fight you, just put leaves in your mouth, he will fight you. But this Dr. Adeshino then in a school for the deaf that I know, he told them, he said, look, when they put leaves in their mouth, it means they are hungry. Go and uproot a whole shrub and give them to eat. That is goat that eats. You understand? So they don't respond to it anymore with that pain and anger. Now, if we learn how to respond, there's this thing we read in those, I think it was in Chino Achebe's book, since the hunter has learned to shoot without missing, the naked bird has learned to fly without perching. Now, we respond because it's just like when I say Uriyeokwe, it's a word that has not taken anything from you, but it can provoke you to anger. And you can pull shirt and we begin to fight. And from fight, we will tear shirt, somebody can get injured, somebody can die. But what happens when you pretend that ordinary worker, they use this one where you used to open finger to person. In America, when you give people the middle finger, some people can go into their car and put a gun. That is how we are wired. Until we are wired differently, that hey, does that take anything away from me? I better go. You give me one finger, me too, I give you two fingers. Everybody go his own way. So until we begin to respond that way, and we don't really see it as taking anything before, I think it has to do with our ego, our pride. That
oh, sorry, that mean taking that kind eye look. Oh, that mean say that too. Oh, I will not take it. I will begin to tell so many things that will cause, even things that cause war in present day, whether now or in the past, are things that could have been resolved if we approach them differently. I'm not saying people are going to begin to approach them differently tomorrow. It's going to be a long journey. So in the white man's land, where somebody has more opportunity and he can do certain things to you without you necessarily being able to fight back, you realize that you are helpless. So you now want to either accept pity party or to let other people know what has been done to you. If the racism does not deny you of your own right, it does not say, look, you cannot drive on this way, or you cannot enter this supermarket, or you cannot go to this school. If it does not deny you of any right, that some people just look down on you. Ask them that they look down on you because they are jealous of what you have attained, that they cannot do it, but you are doing what they cannot do. So they are jealous of you. But all this inferiority and envy, it started from the days of Cain and Abel. So it is still with us, and it will continue with us for a long time to come. Yes, please.
Bishop, you can't rule that we will think about. We can't just say, we know it's there. We can't just say, let it go. Last week, somebody was telling a black guy that, like a contract job. Then he was telling the agency that he wants somebody with Australian accent. So what is the white guy trying to say? That he doesn't want a black person, because I know for a black guy to get Australian accent, that means maybe he was born here, raised here, he has been living in Australia for, you know what I mean. So that's still racism, isn't it? He doesn't want somebody without Australian accent.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't think. Sorry, please, 1 second. I don't think that as racism, please, and I will tell you why. Even in America,
come on
say
now.
again. Hold on. Let me answer, so that you can now you can either see it my way or not. There are so many jobs in America because of the kind of people you are going to be dealing with. You understand? Front desk or receptionist or customer service. They won't give you if you have heavy accent. So that 70% of your customer will not be saying, excuse me, pardon. I don't know if you understand me. If the people you are going to be interfacing with are the people, hold on now, let me finish now. You are the one that say, let us have conversation. So when I finish, you will not take it up.
I disagree with you. These people, they understand
but let me land.
What you are saying. They just want to bring you down, to let them know that you don't have accent. They hear you loud and clear. They do.
Okay. No, I mean, you have concluded that they hear you. I'm saying that sometimes even if you pick phone and you want to talk to some people here, especially we have become all our teeth is already complete before we come to America, and we have been growing gray hairs. Now there are some times you are if you are seeing them one-on-one and they are talking, maybe you read their lips and you can get some of the things they are saying. But when it's on phone, it can be very tiring. Even you that you are talking to them, they will be you believe you are speaking slowly, and they say you are too fast. The way I'm speaking now, do I sound like I'm too fast? But they say you are too fast. So sometimes conversation that should not take 2-3 minutes will be extended to 5-10 minutes because you want them to be repeating words, spelling. So sometimes people that want to employ look at that to eliminate that aspect. The people that majority of people can hear easily. So me, and I might be subjective here, I will not consider that as racism. There are so many other ones that it's very easily identifiable, but that's me. I will give that one. I will just let that one slide out. Okay, maybe because of the kind of client or the kind of the people they will be servicing, and that's why they want somebody that can flow easily, that can be understood, that people can understand and can be understood. So that's why I'm saying I will not classify that as racism. That's me. But it does not mean that that what we're talking about does not exist in various ways. Yes, it actually does. It actually does. I've seen it here every day. I see it here. The way people they address and look at you condescendingly. Yes, please.
Yeah, let's hear from you. Yeah.
I quite agree with you. The language, the scenario Thomas raised. I don't think that is racism. They are it's just business. Maybe I understand if a customer comes in and the receptionist, whatever, cannot, flow well, it damages the business. I don't see that as racism.
But Joe, I said it's not. He said
Thomas,
accent.
Calm down.
Yeah.
You see, Bishop is
Thomas,
very right
that
when
is not
when
racism.
it comes to
That is
that
not racism.
aspect of some particular jobs. You want somebody that knows the culture of the people that will be patronizing you. That happens a lot. You will see a job where they would have taken the person, but just for that aspect, they will pick other people that can do it. If there is I bet you, if there is a black person in that place that can flow and have that same asset as the other customers, they would have accepted the person and picked the person for the job. So Bishop is quite right with what he was saying.
Let me, okay, if you don't mind, let me take that real quickly. So,
Hold on, please. DOG, does accent stop you not to hear the other person?
It goes a long way. You can't say like that. We don't say that it's hold on. We don't say that it's not racism. But
It does.
there are words. Let me tell you, there are words you will pronounce. Somebody that has the accent will pronounce it differently. Sometimes you feel okay. Some people do it intentionally. They want to. They act like they don't hear you, but they understand you. But to be honest, there are some words people will pronounce. It's quite different from the way somebody that has that accent will pronounce the same word. So Bishop is right in what he was saying about that aspect you are talking about. Nobody's disputing that is not. There is even, I can even tell you one. There is one that we all went for like a training and they took a picture and all the black people were cut out from the picture. When they would do the magazine, it was just the white people that were there. Those are things that you can say, okay, this is racism, you get me. But Bishop was right in the point he was
well,
trying to
okay, okay. Well, what you just said about the picture being cut off for black people, it could also mean that, hey, they're trying to appeal to that larger customer base. Well, what about that? But anyways, what Thomas's example, right? It's possible. Now, if he's worked there before or he knows the people, he can surely tell because there's some nuances that you can tell that, hey, this person's been racist. But to Bishop's submission, I totally agree. But it does not discountenance that the fact that, hey, it is possible that racism could be involved. But check this out. What about if an Asian person with an accent also came by and they offer that person a job? Would you say they prefer the Asian person's accent over the black person's or the Nigerian's accents? Well, that's a rhetorical question, but it is possible. My point here is that all these factors they do come in play, but naturally, as black people, if you want to be objective, many times, most of these things are not like about racism. It's simply a preference, or as the job description entails, to hire somebody that they can, just like Bishop explained. So a lot of things do come to play. A lot of things, yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question,
Hold on,
please?
A question. Hold on, please. Yeah. Hold on, please. Yeah. Prince Daddy, do you know some racism? They will not say it to your face, but their action and inaction, you will know that this person is racist. Have we experienced that before?
Yeah, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. But my own semblance is that, look, sometimes we take things too personal. There's no doubt that sometimes it's purely racism. But, sometimes we look back home, these things we accuse these white people of doing, we do to ourselves. We do to ourselves too. We discriminate against ourselves.
Even worse than what these guys are doing.
Exactly. We profile ourselves. Oh, he has a Yoruba accent. He has an Igbo accent. Also, we do all these things to ourselves too. So it's sometimes. I mean, I've come a long way to like, look, it may be racism, but where I'm coming from or what my people do also is not any better. These are human beings. Human beings will always take advantage of the situation based on whatever attributes they can use. Racism, class, is it education? That's what we do. We are all human beings. So, but to your question, your earlier question, Thomas, so who owns the country? Is it the Aborigines of Australia, or the people that actually develop and built the country by their creativity?
You say?
My
Can you say
question,
that again?
yeah, you asked a question earlier about somebody says you go back to your country, and I'm asking you, the person who owns Australia, the Aborigines, okay, the indigenous people, or the white people that came over and built that country with their creativity and hard work between the two.
Aboriginal own the country. Aboriginal own the land. They own Australia.
Okay. I know they own. Well, I know they own Australia. I'm trying to make a point here. Is it the
No, there's
person?
no point you can make. Aboriginal owns the country.
I understand, but we don't say that, we don't say the Native Americans in America owns the country because they didn't develop the country that attracts people around the world to
Just
come.
predominant.
They are
Yeah.
the owners of the land.
I
They did,
understand.
they did,
I
they did,
understand, but
they did, my brother, they did.
who
They
did what?
developed their country. Yeah.
Who
The
did?
indigenous people were able to develop their space within their own capacity, and that's why these guys came.
I understand. That's why the reason why Nigerians are not flocking to Bangladesh or Fiji. Okay, is there a reason why? They own their countries too. They own their country too. Say my point here is that look,
Yeah, that is why we don't go there, because those people, they are enjoying their own land according to their own capacity as well.
no,
That's why
because
we
they don't
No,
have
you're
the
not getting his
capacity.
point. Listen to him. He's
Ex-
getting his point.
yeah, go ahead, explain for me, please. Explain it for me if you don't mind.
The point is, these people are predominant. So obviously, they didn't bring out the development. But these other guys you are calling that they don't own the place, they came, they saw the resources, they bring up innovative ideas, develop the land, and it's now attractive. When the Aborigines were there, how many people will relocate and go to Australia to go and live there if those
Exactly.
developments didn't come up?
Wait,
That's the
my
point.
brother. See,
Okay, can I
you see
interject, please? Can I
How do
interject?
you?
I know
Oh,
this
wait,
topic.
sorry. How do you know that if those guys are the one controlling their country till now? How do you know that the place won't have developed?
will not be developed.
Excellent
It
question.
won't have now.
Excellent
We still
question,
see
my
how
friend.
they live as well.
That's
Don't
abstractive.
Let's take Africa.
Can I
Civilization
interject?
started from Egypt. Now, if those civilizations were not tempered with by invaders or whatever, do you think they would be stagnant?
They will have gone far.
Benin, I got an article written in 16th century by a German who visited Benin. He told them he found street light in Benin. It's still there. They knew it. And when you look at the hard work of our ancestors, Benin Empire, Ojo Empire, and so many places, they have structure of development.
Ethiopia.
These people took an advantage. They destroyed those structure and start presenting their own is the best.
And they
We
even
need to
change
look at it
their
from different
orientation.
perspectives.
They even change their orientation on how to
No,
make
but
things happen
see,
for themselves.
I like to say that look, at one point in time, every culture, African white people, we can say we all started at the same point. But over time, we have to admit this, right? Some cultures have evolved and they become better by innovation and creativity than others. Let's not pretend about that. I'm not going to dispute that the Benin. Hold on, I'm not going to dispute that the Benin Empire or the Ashanti Empire or the Yoruba, the Dami Empire, at one point in time, were great empires that developed a lot of things. I'm not going to debate that, or maybe the Egyptian too. But the point here is that if you look around our society, it's no strange that there are certain cultures or countries that have developed more than others. Now, based on the
No,
development
sorry, the question should say their culture is the best then. What are they doing? Why them to be the best now? That means somebody actually interject with their own way of life. And
what do you mean?
If those guys, okay, what I mean is you are talking about Benin Empire being a great empire before now. Now, how are they doing it? What is pushing them to be great then? And why did they stop being great now?
Oh, the same reason. See, I can explain to you. I'm not going to say I can answer that question, but allow me. Say, if you look in history, there've been what they call empires. Is it the Persian Empire? Is it the Roman Empire? Is it the British Empire? For one reason or another, empires or a group of people come about that they dominate the rest of other people because of that innovation, creativity, or whatever advantage that they may have. The same thing today.
Prince Daddy,
Yeah.
do you need that job I'm talking about in Australia? I think you have accent of Australia.
Maybe they already doing better where he is now.
Please, this my brother asked a question. I wanted to
Thomas,
speak.
can I?
If I'm permitted, I wanted to speak to that question that he just asked. He said,
hold on, please. Prince Daddy is in the middle of saying something. I just put that in as a joke. So let him conclude. Then the other person can come in. Yeah, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. Actually, someone was responding. I was going to respond to that person. I didn't see the name. Is it Folly or who's responding?
Folly B.
Yeah, go ahead, but Folly B. Yeah.
No, is it
Okay.
me? It's someone else. I
it's
think
me
it's
that
someone
wanted
else.
to respond to something.
Okay, go ahead. Go
It's
ahead,
me.
please.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
see, why are we not developing the question you asked? When they met us, they designed our ancestors were able to design a system that worked for them and their environment. Today, we are now in a system that I feel we don't even understand. How can a country like Nigeria, they will tell you your reserve should go and be in another mass currency. Your reserve should go and be in the World Bank, a bank that you don't even have a staff. You don't know how it functions. I don't know. You come and borrow money, and before we give it to you, you must disvalue your currency. How are we going to progress? We were not there when they designed World Bank. We were not there when they designed IMF. We were not there when they designed United Nations. All these things that they are telling us to use to develop ourselves, they are not of us. So how are we going to come out from that circle?
I understand I guess your point there. Why are we buying into it? See, the person I've always said the person that conquers another, that introduce their language upon other people, they are the conquerors. The people, okay, someone that innovates something is the person that sets the standard. You guys, some people work in technology. You guys know, right? When somebody introduces a patent or a product, they set the standard for the rest of the other competitors. That's just the way it works. Now, if you don't want to buy into the World Bank or whatever financial institution or instrument that they have for us, why don't we go create our own and do something differently?
Please, can I ask a question here? Can I come in, please? Let me interject, please. Yeah. See, the problem is not like Africans has not made efforts to create their own financial institutions. It's just that the West does not want Africa to have theirs. Do you know why they killed Gaddafi? They killed Gaddafi because of this same purpose. Gaddafi wanted Africa to have a common currency.
Thomas Sankara.
Even Thomas Sankara. What was it?
Mark
Nkrumah of Ghana, all the early coup, all the
guys that are supposed to make things happen for Africa.
Let me say
guys,
something here.
do you know? Hold on. Do you know what I call those things? Do you know what I call those things? As sad as they call resistance.
I don't get it.
Okay. You see, let's come to
my point here is that there's nothing like even gravity in itself. It's resistance to on Earth. My point here is that look, these people killing our leaders or trying to circumvent our progress, it's all part of resistance. Because they do all these things to us doesn't mean that we stop progressing or fighting back. Because other cultures they've also expressed resistance. It's not unique to us. It's not unique to us. My point.
Prince, can we call out Thomas on this particular topic?
Please, can I interrupt?
Sure.
Hold on. Can we call him out? Thomas is from Oyo Empire, and you know how they feel within the white people. They feel like they are superior to everybody. He's a boss. So that's the reason they made him a co-host. They are both from Oyo Empire. They don't want to everybody. The hypocrisy on this topic.
Thomas, I want to ask my Yoruba brothers here. I want to clarify a history. You see, Modakeke and Ife, they've been having clashes for some time now. You understand? I don't think, but they used to have clashes anyway. I want to ask a question here. Did those clashes they've been having, did they start in ancient time?
No,
or after?
Let me explain to you. You see, that land was given to them. They were not there originally. So there used to be a bird that made that sound. I'm sure Thomas can explain that before that. That land was given to them by those people.
When?
So they were not there. They were not there. That was a donation to them. They had issues somewhere else.
When? Can you just point? It's some long time ago or recently
Let
or
me
what?
find the video clip on YouTube so you can watch the whole. It's a long story, but they were not there originally. Like they were moved there. It was a gift.
Wait. Is it during the colonization or on their own in the ancient time? We want to learn from them.
That was pre
Arrival of the white people, Abi?
Before that was before that.
Before the white people came. Okay, imagine people who wake up and a big tree is there to feed them for a whole year. What would they be fighting for? When they have one big fruit that will fall and they will cook, they will eat, kill animal and be happy. You think those days were days of vehicle, telephone, private jet and all these things? My brother, our history, they destroyed all the foundation and they created problem for us. These are big peaceful people.
My brother.
Look, the greatest problem we have, Yoruba, Benin and all, let me just tell you the truth. It was when they were colonizing us and when Awolowo stepped in, as the premier of the West, while the British people were still at the helm of the affair, they were still on the top. He mixed politics with our history. And that is the problem we are still having today.
Midwest. So when
he's still biting everyone, and that thing leads to Akintola and his problem.
Let me cause wahala right now tonight. So when your prince from Benin came to Yoruba land and stole the battle of Lamurudu, that was supposed to become the king, that was not the problem.
See, this is your narration. Listen, my brother. This is your modern narration. When my prince, listen, when those princes were together those days, the only treasure they have, community, wife and children. They don't drive car. Do you even know what it takes to leave Benin and be going to Uwe? Do you know how many more they spend on the way? Do you know the spirituality and how connected they were? They eroded all these things. We use our modern days to be describing our ancestors, and we are getting more confused. This one came here, this one came here. They gave this one land. What was he doing in the land? Were they farming?
I'm saying that even back then, they were already forming through amongst each other. Him coming to overtake Lamuru, they were supposed to take over the 16 kingdoms of Yoruba land.
We don't have that. Is your history. That is what I said. That is your history.
I think these are the point. This is the point Prince Daddy was trying to make to you guys, that even in Nigeria, looking back even into this history, there is always somebody that wants to be superior than one another, and there will be resistance. If you see that, oh, this king from this town is getting more superior with the numbers of soldiers, you will see a king say, okay, let's go and attack them, let's take war to them. They are trying to resist them from going past them. And with the look of things, it's happening everywhere in the world. Even still today in Nigeria, some people still want to be that they are superior. I was watching a Yoruba movie one day, and the guy was talking to the gatesman, and I said, why do people think they need to talk to their domestic workers like this? Because that is the thing. It's in everybody. Everybody wants to form resistance. If you are superior, you want to make sure. Some people want to make sure the press push people down backwards, so they don't get to where they are, so they can be superior.
See, my brother. Let me tell you, brother. Let me point, please, if I'm permitted, I will be so happy to put something here. I will use Scandinavia as an example. There is never a time my kind have never rise against themselves. But it gets to a point, they start asking themselves questions. How can we solve this problem? That is why you have your empire. It means there are many kingdoms who now work hand in hands and they are progressing. So it doesn't mean they were fighting. If they were fighting, they wouldn't have been an empire. They have a throne somewhere.
Exactly.
So that is why you also have Benin Empire. So the people have gone through a period of fighting themselves. They are now in a period of coexisting, which is a key of development. When you hear a place is already an empire, it means there are many kings. They have settled their differences in the whole of Scandinavia. Only one king in Sweden tried to put all of them together. But unfortunately, never have a child. You know how many souls that died? When he died, all of them departed away. Today, where I live in Sweden is a Danish territory in the ancient time. All of them is brutality. Yet today they are still trying. They have been able to pass through it. The Danish will not be saying, "I want to go and fight Sweden." because that place was the land of my ancestor.
But
There,
isn't
there
that
are there are many parts.
Mr.
So this is what I want to say.
Mr. Midwest? Isn't that human nature? Like you always want to be superior.
Exactly.
Equality is not that is impossible to actually come about. Everybody wants to dominate each other. Nobody wants to feel inferior to anybody. So it's just human nature.
Wait, my brother, see what happened. When human beings were fighting themselves, you have to give credit to your empire. Why they call them empire? Even you don't call them empire today, you call them Yoruba. Were they really Yoruba? These are questions we need to ask ourselves. Now, what make them empire? It means these people have gone through that period of keep fighting who is the strongest. They have been able to respect one another and been able to settle themselves in the center. And the British came to us in Benin Empire and Oyo Empire, steal it and go and use it to be solving their problem with Irish, and yet why you now have United Kingdom. When they came to us, were they having it? No. 17th century, they were still fighting. But Yorubas and Benin have been able to cross this. But occasionally, they still have eternal problem, and they still have to resort to force, which is today, even your country, you still have police, you still have army. So we are human. Brother. They destroy everything and put us in this total mess.
My brother, you're
good point. Yeah.
Can I, please let me say something here, please. I'm sorry. You see, what we fail to understand is that, you see, I always say that we shouldn't be looking at African narrative from the lenses of the West, because they tell us we're barbarians killing each other. But how can a people killing each other, fighting with each other, could build an Oyo empire? Could build Benin Empire. And if you look, excuse me, let me conclude. If you look at the structure of the Pentagon today, Pentagon, it is that structure, that framework of Benin they used in building it. And they said our ancestors did not do anything. We built Songhai Empire. We built Ghana, Ashanti, Dahomey, all those places. And you see these people were killing and fighting each other. We should stop it. Yes, human beings can have, but we weren't dominating ourselves. We weren't feeling like all this superiority. We weren't doing it in Africa. Yes, we were fighting. And the fight could be from a piece of land, from some little things. And we settle our cases. When they met us, we weren't fighting. When they met us, we weren't fighting. So we should stop believing this story that when the Europeans met us, we were killing each other. We were living in harmony in Africa then. And we were building civilization. We were building great civilization.
Do you know these people use Africa to settle their cause?
Exactly. There's something we should understand again in Africa.
Not killing themselves. The minute they discover Africa,
used to design United Kingdom was taken from Benin.
See, exactly. I don't believe that. To say that. Allow me to say that Africans did not fight amongst themselves. It shows that perhaps we're less. I don't know how to put. We're less creative, so to speak. We're not ambitious enough. I don't believe that, because what you just explained. It's not unique. It's not unique to Africans, because in fact, if we were to go back in history, actually, I think was what Peace was saying it earlier, that the Europeans were like barbarians and animals. They kill each other too. They fought wars for many years, and they destroyed themselves, and somehow, some way, they came back together. They built, So it's part of human development, in order to exert your power.
I came across this what's it called, particular history that actually said that Africa spent 700 years in Spain, teaching them how to live their life.
Are you talking about the Moors or what? I mean,
you must not be a wicked soul before you expand your space. You must
listen.
Just wicked.
I'm not gonna dispute that, because guess what? You know the Mongolians. The Mongolians are part of the. Well, I guess they're separate right now, but they're northern part of right on top of China. The Chinese people. The Mongolians were a powerful people that conquer, I think, pretty much Europe. I'm not sure the rest of the world, but anyway, they ran through Europe and the Ottoman Empire. But today, the Mongolians, as a group of people, are one of the most backward people in the world. My point here is that the Moors you're talking about, the Africans that went to Spain, all these things, yeah, maybe it happened. But guess what? Time has passed and a lot of things have evolved. Okay, we had new powers and we had new development. So we're not going to rely on these things of the past.
Okay,
You
let's
know,
let's forget about the past. Let's forget about the past. Let's talk about the future. How are we going to have a future now? Okay.
Please hold on,
Hello.
Please, Daddy, I'm just joking. Please, Daddy, do you know you sound to me like a Westerner now? You are not sounding like Africa.
why do you say that?
And with all your narrative.
When you talk, you sound like Australia accent.
Prince Daddy. Jẹ́ ká kó gbogbo àwọn ará ayé lálẹ́ yìí. Jẹ́ ká kó gbogbo àwọn ará ní alẹ́ yìí ká kájà àwọn ará yìí.
Actually, to be sincere, if we were to go back to our history, we will see that there is an intention somewhere that want to keep Africa poor, because each time we were like seeing, we are trying to see a liberator in Africa. These people still came back for that person to make sure that is
Fali, I 100% agree with you, and that is a part of the resistance I'm talking about. Because
no, guys, stop. That is a very offensive and annoying statement from both of you. Say, the brain thing. Don't you have the mind of your own?
That's Babati. I'm acknowledging what he said. I didn't say that. I'm not trying to.
Like they are the one holding us back. No. Stop blaming white people. It's your own problem. Let's stop.
I agree with you. But that's what I'm saying. To me, it's natural for resistance to exist. Well, see, even what Fali just talked about, it's written in Western books, and it's not hidden. Like Noam Chomsky, they said it. The purpose of the Europeans and the Americans is to make Africa a source of natural raw materials. That's the way to put it. But never a line of finished goods. So you guys can always be consumers. And guess what? Is that not true? Look at Nigeria. Most of the things we purchase, our economy is largely based on importation. We barely have any serious manufacturing going on there. Is that true?
No. I'm saying that was by choice. We had a choice to choose to fall for that or not, or to decide to be on our own. But we fell for debate to debate, right? But we had an option. We had a choice.
They lured the African leaders with loans from the World Bank and all these other banks that they can't pay back. The IMF.
Africa don't even have leaders. We don't have leaders because yes, they only have puppetry. They have their puppets.
Wait, my brother. Let us look at it from this angle.
Hold on, Midwest. Yeah,
please. Yeah, this is our weakness. We are always looking for the next savior instead of building a system. What happens is if you build your system around a savior, then they can focus on that person and break that person or destroy that person to do what they want. So let's move away from this idea of looking for the next savior. That's always been the issue. You must build a system.
Wait, I want to put weight on my brother. See, every problem that we are facing today as an African, if we say the greatest challenge that we have as a people, black race, number one is history. Now, like where I live today in Sweden, those who read their history is as valued as nuclear physicians. They don't play with them. Now, because most of the things we are facing today, people were once facing them once upon a time in the past, in the ancient time. And being able to know how they come out from there, compare the circumstance there and the circumstance of today, they always try to come out with something, an idea. One, they erode history from us. And many of us will be telling you, let us not go there again. Let's just bypass it. But we are unable to bypass it. Now, if the entire Scandinavia were once killing themselves, the entire Europe, now they now created a government to settle it, the whole of them reason, and said the right of that minor person that we once said is nobody, we must write a law to give it to him, and we must practice it. That is the genesis of progress. In a place like colonization like Nigeria, they left us with conquest mind. and we remain in that situation of superiority. Nobody want to acknowledge that common man, whether their population is small, irrespective of whom they are, we are not Nigeria, but they should have a right. Imagine a society where you took the entire right of the local government people away. Why won't they be fighting inside the state? Now, even the state you created for them, they don't even feel they belong there. Not talk of the country. We need to go back to that drawing board and think of those minor people right. When you want to take resources from their land, they should say, oh, well, we agree. Or occasionally they will say, we don't want, and it should be respected. This is why that sense of belonging, not that majority speak. These are the things that is holding us as people till today. Our countries are designed for conquest, and we are still on that track, and that's why we are fighting ourselves. It's just the fact.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I
Do you even know what funny? Do you even know what funny? All these things they are taking away from those villages. We are not even using it for ourselves. People take it away without any value back to the society.
A great point. Before Remy comes in, so before the white man came, I was talking to someone like a while ago. Before the white man came, we had crude oil in our land. What do we do with the crude oil? Were we the ones that explored?
My brother, we don't need to be selling crude oil to be great.
Midwest, please. Let's hear other people please talk. Please. Thank you. It wasn't discovered before they left.
Yeah, you're right. We don't need to do anything, but they were the one that came and discovered those crude oil, put it that way, and added value to it. Okay, so it is never about the person that has something. It's what you. I mean, if you guys are, if you remember the parable in the Bible about the parable of the talent, that's what it's called. So it's what you're given, what you have in your hands, and what you do with it that matters. It doesn't really matter the quantity or the size of it. Okay, so again, everything that happens to us that we complain about. It's almost natural if you ask me, because it's not unique to us. It's not unique to it. I think that's what Midwest was saying. It's not really unique to us. It's happened in the past. A lot of cultures or people have gone through it. A good example would be the Israelites or the Jewish people. They've gone through a lot, back and forth, up and down. But it didn't stop them from being innovative and creative and even developing their own space.
Someone stand for them. Don't take that one away.
Don't
take it away. You want someone stand for them. Yeah, and it's very clear. If someone did not stand for them, they would have been where they are today. There's no two ways.
What do you mean somebody stand for them?
Sorry, and
so let's forget about that one. If you don't want to accept it, so let's take it.
Our education, our history, our everything has been tampered with. How do you want us to even know what we have when we don't even have the clear history?
No, well, see, to me that's going into the realm of excuses. Now, everybody's culture and education have been tampered with. If you remember in the book of Daniel, when Daniel and his people were taken from Judah, they came to Babylon and learned new language and the way they did things. They learned their science and technology or whatever. They came to a new environment. So everyone has been denied or alienated one way or another. It's nothing new. But we cannot continue to complain that they took this from us or they took that from us. Well, whatever we have left, we are able to make the best of it. That's what I think. And we can't say because they came to resist us, we should sit back and not continue to go forward.
And why are they coming after? And why are they coming after everybody that want to do things in the another way around? Like they want to take another path. Why are they coming after them? Not for them not to achieve whatever they want.
Is the resistance? Yeah, Remy, come in, please.
Okay.
Yeah, let's hear from Remy.
Good morning, everyone. This is a very interesting topic here today. I see it from different perspectives. First, if you put your house in order, and if you are bonded together in terms of, you are bonded together, nobody will come into you. Unfortunately for Black folks, we are not as we did not see the education-wise, we are not as smart as these people. And when they came to our world with simple with religion and with some of our Black collaborators, they were able to do whatever they want. They colonized us, they shared us among themselves, but we're able to come out of it. So when you come out of colonization, first, you don't have no excuse, no matter anymore.
And we can see the development that took place in the first Republic of Nigeria from 1960 to 1966. Nobody stopped the country. Nigeria in regions. And we are producing on each region for whatever they're producing for. The architect of our problem starts within ourselves. If you continue to blame the white man or telling us that they are killing some of our leaders, who the white man will not come down and kill your leader for you. They will use someone within you to kill your leader. But if you are bonded together, are very strong, you will see the handwriting on the wall and you will not kill your leader. But this is the new generation we are today. We are still continuing to blame the white man. Why should we blame them? When you guys talk about history, is it the white man that said Nigerian government should remove history from the curriculum in secondary school? Is it the white man that tells the Nigerian people to doctor the history? No, it is within ourselves. When you talk about Nigeria, some people say
our own history, we lie about our own history.
So
we write this one, we write this one.
And all you guys have laid all these points on the table. When you talk about Nigeria, some people see themselves as superior. Well, even within the Yoruba land, if you talk about Ekiti people are the most educated in Nigeria, but some Yorubas still count them that socially they are not so exposed compared to Ugu and the rest. There is that I will call it. I would not call this one total tribalism.
Bú àwọn ará Ọ̀yọ́, bú àwọn ará Ọ̀yọ́, àwọn ló fi máa ṣe ìbí bú àwọn ará Ọ̀yọ́.
Bú Ọ̀yọ́ náà, why ló ṣe máa bú Ọ̀yọ́?
So you can see, and then even as an average Nigeria, you can see that when a Northerner came to this forum, everybody wants to hear from him or her. That's because sometimes some of us see them as being inferior to the other part of the country. Before you blame the white man, why don't you look at yourself inward and see what you have done to yourself? Nobody asks you not to develop at your own pace. Without the white man, Nigeria, let me finish. Without the white man, Nigeria was able to develop at some speed. Are they not Nigerians engineers constructing roads in Nigeria, building tall high-rise building or something like that? There are some Nigeria doing that. I think the most important thing at this generation is that we should stop with blaming game. We should come together. Look at what is happening all over West Africa. You want good governance. You want good things in your West Africa. But some people are holding you back. Are they the white man that forced them to have a coup in Niger? Are they the white man that forced them to have a coup in Burkina Faso? That means the people say that you can be manipulated easily. Or because you people are greedy and selfish. Everybody wants to have that power and you don't really have a plan. So when we talk, please, I want us to first focus on ourselves. It is high time we start blaming the game. The Europeans and the Americans, they still have their own problems today. They fought more war than our people among themselves. Go and ask any European. Here in Finland, they don't like the Swedish because they colonized them before. Russia also colonized them before. The Chinese were colonized by the Mongolian people from the northern part of the country. But today, look at them. Mongolia is not.
Yeah, imagine that.
Okay. Please, Thomas, can I come? Please, okay. Thomas, let me interject. Please. Remy, I quite agree with your narrative to an extent. You see, let me tell you something. When we go back to the past, it's not like we want to stick to that past. No, we want to tell ourselves because when you remember your past, you know where you've gone wrong and you try to correct yourselves. Let me tell you what they've done to us over the years. You see, one, when the Europeans came to Africa, when the Europeans came to Africa, they came for business. They saw how lucrative Africa was. They saw how rich Africa was. They came to colonize, or they came for slavery. They took us as slaves. And when they were destroying those people, excuse me, let me come. Let me narrate something. I'm coming to somewhere. Let me come. Please, let me finish. When they were conquering when the British came and they conquered the Benin Empire, they did not conquer the Benin Empire and left Benin like that. They conquered Benin and destroyed Benin. You know what it means? You conquer somewhere, you destroy the place. And when they destroyed, they left, and that was what they did all over Africa.
They didn't even leave. They sit on top of it.
From Egypt, Songhai, they destroyed everything. I'm coming. Let me come. You see, after they left, they came as colonies. When they came as colonies, You understand? They held us for so many years. And when they come, they came with the missionaries, the Bible. And they start telling us of heaven, telling us of somebody was coming to save us. Somebody, and you see, they worked on the psyche of our people. Our people now believe that my purpose on earth is to go to heaven. And when a people have this purpose that, oh, I'm here to make heaven, you cannot build anything for yourself again. Because the worst thing they did to Africans were giving Africans religion. If they hadn't given Africans religion, we would have figured out how to bring up ourselves again, like every other people have done. But because of religion has made it possible that you must always accept your situation. Even because it is written in their Bible that, is this, they even, come on, these people, you see, religious slavery is what we are undergoing now. Even our leaders do not believe. If you ask our leaders, why are you not building road? They say, oh, I'm not building, by the grace of God, I'm going to do it next year. You see, everything we have removed that ability to do something for ourselves and put it on an imaginary being that we don't know, we don't see, that is different from us. That is not our culture. That is not our tradition. That is what we must bring back our culture and our tradition to progress as a people. That's what we are saying. We are not saying we are holding them responsible, but they obstructed our civilization. They obstructed it.
Can I respond to you now? Now,
yeah.
The first question you ask yourself, when they came to your world, who are those people selling your people to them? Are they the same white people? Are they not your chief? Are they not your king and your queen and those noble men selling your people to these white people? Apart from after that, they now came with war to conquer you and stole all your artifacts and the rest. Are they not
Wait, Remy, please.
Let me.
You are on air. Wait, my brother. None of our king were selling our people to them. I want to give you, when they came, they met trade, productive people, and they came in. They were also just the way we go to abroad to go and work. They were coming in, buying, and they became so famous in their various countries in the West. Those early people, and they now decide to. A lot of people, the famosity of our continent, start bringing their merchandise. They were coming, and until they mastered the place, they started taking people by force. Most of the kings that resisted, and they fought them tooth and nail until a point where those people can no longer defend themselves. They were also the one who organized that trade. It was not even the king. Few individuals. They gave their arms. And they were capturing people.
Hold on.
This thing you said, this is what they want you to teach your children in Europe, that your king were the one who were selling your people. We should stop this, my brother. It's very insulting.
That is
it's very insulting.
Hold on, relax, calm down. That is just one part of the history you just mentioned here. It was known that some of our noblemen, some of our kings, when they go to war, they also acquire slaves in other lands. Slave is not just between the white man and the black man. Before the white man came to Africa, our king, when all our we call them Balogu, the fighters, they would take some people as slaves. And you cannot tell me that some of them are not selling people to this white man. That is a
look at what you are saying. When they go to war, let me
finish.
You miss everything, my brother. Nobody in Africa with their rightful mind that was doing that business with the white people.
Let me talk, because I give the opportunity to talk. I think you are just looking at it from your own history that, okay, this is my kingdom. I want to protect my kingdom. Reality must be told. Before somebody can infiltrate you very well, why do we have spies? Why do they come? They come as a businessman, giving you mirror, giving you something that you never see before. That means you are ignorant. Apart from being ignorant, you don't have
ignorance and wickedness.
You don't have your own brain. You cannot think very well. You allow them into your own domain, telling that we are very kind, we are very humble, we are So that's a dogmatic way of living, and that's one of the things that is killing Africa. How can somebody bring religion to you and you just accept it? Who can think like that? You have your own culture and tradition, but because it's okay, we are humble, we are kind people, we welcome everybody.
Remy, please. The way you put these things, religion came during colonization. Even with my age, anybody who convert to Christianity when I was growing up, there was a a serious repercussion for that family. Not to talk of ancient time. I don't know where you are even speaking to. Are you talking of the slavery? Look, they have this. You see the way we African reason. They are successful to bewash us, to teach our children that it is our king that was selling our people. And that is not the narration we are selling. And that's why we remain where we are, because we cannot think beyond the balls that they gave to us. It's very painful. What are you saying?
But do you know this thing is still going on in Africa?
Yes, you are
Even
not
Africa themselves, they are still doing themselves some evil.
What I'm trying to say here, is you are looking at it from your kingdom era or whatever. We are talking reality here. Now, look at the present day we have today. Even in the so-called West Africa, why is West Africa not really among themselves? Everybody will blame the French, but what is the willingness and the strength behind all these West African leaders to say, okay, French are, but we still want to trade with our brothers? They should have maintained that, but they did not.
Because our people, sorry.
Because when they steal the money, they will take it to this Western power and put it there. So when you continue to blame them, you have to really sit down and look at yourself. For your leader, or for you, for most of our people, when they have money, traveling to America, traveling to Canada, that is the even thing. They never think about what can I do to develop the tourism industry in my home country. I have a lot of money in my hands. What can I do to create employment for my people? That is not what we always do. What we do is to do big burial party, big wedding party, everything big. People will know I am there. People are not really happy when you talk about, because I don't believe too much about going to the back, going to the past, and thinking about what I'm going to do in the future. I know that have some precedences to follow, but you must sit down and plan for your future, for future generation. For the generation that I am now, I've already considered Nigeria will be better, but my generation will not be part of it. We just have
Nigeria will be better.
We just have to
Remy. Nigeria with this mindset, you see, what is actually causing the problem in why Africa cannot or has been unable to develop themselves and develop their country. I keep on saying it. It is religion. One of our biggest problems is religion.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
If religion has not come into Africa, we will have gone past where we are today.
You say something like this. So many on this platform, I already said the biggest problem of Africa is religion. Because
let me chime in real quick on religion. See, how come we don't blame the Western world for the religion that it brought to Africa, that we Africans are carrying the religion on our heads and making it a problem?
But I don't blame the white man totally for that one. The second colonization of Africa is also from Africa themselves. Because how can so many of our people, they don't want to work and they want to get rich quickly. And they have so many leaders, religious leaders, that they will sell this dummy to them and everybody will agree. Have you ever noticed that Thomas is from Oyo State here. If you go to Ibadan, there are so many churches and every day you have to worship there. In the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. People are now telling you, I get up, I'm going to church. And it's like a walk now, that I'm going to walk. And there's no progression that is taking place in
Mr. Remy, please. You are talking about this current situation or things that are not working. We see, if you are saying we should not blame these people, it means we are not going to get out from this mess at all. We must know how. We must first of all wait, Remy. If we want to have a solution, we must carefully study. We must carefully study how they influence.
Hold on, please. Who is echoing? Who is playing music?
Maybe it's Holy Side. So,
yeah.
What I want to ask you is very simple. When you blame this, when you continue to blame them, can you tell me what advantage will you get from that blaming? What are the things that
the first advantage is this: if you want to solve a problem, try to know the genesis of the cause of that problem. If you are able to know it, I think you will go a long way solving that problem.
So what
But
is
if you
the
just
what,
wait, if you wait now, if you
no.
wait,
I
I
want to
want to
give
quickly put it
conversation
before
to
you
these
this wait
people.
now. Let me round up something, please. If you only look at the outcome of that problem and you want to solve only that outcome, you will continue to solve that problem for life. May God,
Okay.
that is what Africa is facing today. The real genesis of our problem, as you said, this religion. Let me use the western part of Nigeria that they put us together. When you look at the West, till this advent of this booming of Christianity, the Yoruba land was known for cocoa. And indeed, they produce it, and the globally everybody know them. The Bende people, or maybe a do data, were known for rubber. They produce it, and the global people, they knew them. It was the colonial master who made these people as a highly productive people. And it was still in our spirit. Look at our generation today. What do you think that led to all these things?
Okay,
Our
so it's the same
mindset along the line has been hijacked by the
Midwest.
influence of colonization,
You can
and
see
we
what you are
must
saying.
get out of it before we can
Midwest.
suffer.
Are you telling me that it is the white man that stopped you from going to the farm to produce your cocoa? Or
Okay.
is it the white man that tell you to stop growing
Let
your
me
butter
tell you,
or
let
your
me tell
groundnut?
you, let me tell you how they are able to stop us not to be producing those things.
God, man.
I will tell you how they decided not to help us not to. When you have all those greatness our people were able to achieve in the past, they have a structure of leadership that enabled them to focus, and that was why they were able to do those things. Those people decided to give us a leader that will continue to distract us.
Which leader
And
did
then
they
we
give you
will lose
to
our
distract you?
focus and
Give
continue
a
to be
name.
struggling
Give
for
a
power.
name. Give a name. Please give a name. Give the name that they use for you to distract these people. Give a name. Who is that leader?
All the entire leaders in the continent and in that country that we have
No,
today.
let's use
All
Nigeria.
of them are on the same
please,
page.
let me interject, Remy. Remy, you are not getting it. You see, we are not liberated yet in Africa. Just understand that. We are not.
That is the truth.
These people still, they are holding us. If they are influencing everything in Africa. Can you imagine this Niger problem? You see, they are still influencing everything there. You understand? Tinubu have decided the other time, let me go and flush them out. You think Africans, you think it is Tinubu telling ECOWAS that they want to do that? It is the French. The French wants it. Let me tell you something. Let me say something. You see, I know part of the problem is our problem. We caused it ourselves too. You understand? But we shouldn't forget the foreign influence in Africa. And let me tell you, why even till date, any African that has stood up against them, against their policies, will go. Definitely you will go. There's no two ways about it. It's the modern day time. You must go.
Okay. Now let me.
You must go. It will go. It will surely go. If you want to leave, you serve them.
You must go. So how come we don't realign with other powers if possible?
Thank you. Now you guys.
How do you want to realize when your leaders are not actually helping it?
Well, there you go. Blame your leaders then. There you go.
You do have the leader in it.
My brother, if you want to kill an animal, go for the head. Anything you want to do, not to destroy people, go for the head. Once you have the head, it's over.
Midwest and Joe, can I respond to you? You guys have been saying that you have not been there. We live in a global world. We need each other to prosper. If you think you as a country or Africa as a continent with all the resources you have, then you think you can develop on your own, then you better go and ask the Chinese how did they do it. Because China was closed, and it is when they have an open door policy and that the boom came in. If you think, okay, the white man are your problem, so then go and eat your cocoa, go and be drinking your oil.
My brother, look at it. Wait, you always refer to Chinese.
No, let me finish, please.
Okay, I want to make two comparisons. Wait. You refer to Chinese. I wanted to quickly make comparison.
Let me finish.
Okay.
What I'm just trying to say is
hold on, Remy. Midwest, please. Let people talk. Please.
So what I'm just trying to tell you is this. If you think they have been the ones that have captured you, conquering you, telling you what to do for so many years, there we still have a lot of other countries that are developing today. You have to trade with people. For you to become a better economy or for you to develop, you cannot be an isolation. We live in a global world where people use power. If you cannot get it easily, then they use power. So if you want to be a major player, you must think fast and act fast. All these things you are complaining today, they are still controlling you. To me, it's dead on arrival. Like what I see in China. They use a lot of money from the World Bank. They borrow money to develop their space. And they continue to...
Mr. Remy, am I permitted? Let me put something for you.
Can I just
am I permitted?
1 minute and then you can put, and then I will give the call for
okay.
So I don't subscribe to the idea to continue to have the blaming game every now and then. Is it them that asks you or your leader to steal all your money and go and put it into their different bank in the Western world? So what we are trying to say is that if you want to become a better country, you have to come together as one. Support who is there and put in the best brain, give the necessary advice, enforce it by holding your leaders accountable. You cannot just hold your hand. And then you can have a big stake at the table, and this you can use for your bargaining power. But if you are still thinking, oh, before I do something, they will control me, you are already coming in a position of weakness.
To wrap it up, to add to what you said real quickly before you answer the question. Anytime you blame somebody for your woes, you are simply disarming yourself. You cannot be powerful to overcome your problems. So no matter what anybody does to you, it's you that has to deliver yourself from it. You can't wait for the white man or the Europeans to come save you.
So
that's where I say.
I've seen a lot of Nigerians.
That is if you have the power to do that by yourself. We're not talking about individual here. We're talking about team.
Let me put this one before you.
Talking about system.
I agree with you to some extent. You see, the Chinese you refer to, that they just progress overnight. They have been with their Chinese structure intact for centuries. Just have that one. They were once let me land now, please. Let me just quickly land this point. They were once a communist country, and being a communist country, they were Chinese, just Chinese, and there were structures for them to, that structure of development still remain intact with them. It was not destroyed. So now, let me also come to you to this point. In our own case, it's of two faces. Whatever we are suffering as a people today, the manifestation is being done by us as a black people. But the genesis of those things is caused by different people. We have to treat the two the same time. But for we want to neglect that genesis because the reality of our failure is being done by us or be manifested in us by ourselves. We want to be solving that one that is manifesting and just don't blind eyes to that very source where it is coming from. That's why we are not progressing.
I will tell you, if I tell you about some history of China, you'll be amazed. They fought a lot of war among themselves. They have
and they were still Chinese.
No, some of them, listen carefully. Not all of them were Chinese. Among in the country, they have some percentage that belongs to North Mongolia, Tibetan, and so many different tribes or ethnicity in that country. When China was having a civil war, they are having two wars at a time. They have civil war within the country, and they are also fighting with the Japanese, the imperialists, who try to control them, to conquer them. And when you talk about China also deal with the rest of the world very well. And when they want to they close their country totally for 20 solid years. Close down the country.
And they were having their own government structured by Chinese, and it was
as strong as China was. Hong Kong was also taken from them by the British. And the British
let's talk about the Chinese themselves.
No. I'm talking about China for you.
Remy, please, wait. The China government, what I want you to speak to, the foundation of how the Chinese should be governed, it was still intact by the Chinese because it was designed by them. It still remains in them. isn't it?
Okay,
Our own,
let me ask
our
you.
own, wait, our own were destroyed, and they brought their own religion, language,
Please,
how we should relate.
Uh-huh.
You
let me
should
support.
imagine the
Let me
damages.
support your point. Let me just support your point. Do you know before 1914 there is nowhere called Nigeria? Do you know
In
that?
Berlin Conference, it was the Kingdom of Benin that was given to the
Yes.
British, not Nigeria.
So are you now telling me that changing of that system, changing of that name, will not have any impact on our growth?
Destroy people and be renaming them.
It will definitely have an impact in our growth.
We are hearing of Igbo today. We are hearing of Yoruba. We are hearing of Benin. We are hearing of this.
So
Were they
you
even there when
guys,
they came?
you guys, you don't
You name
know.
Yoruba, there's nobody called
China,
Yoruba anywhere.
China as a country, also called Zhongguo, it was in 1940, October 4th, that they became an independent Republic of China. While they fought all the war, they fought a lot of bitter war among themselves. And after that, they came together as a country and they formed a republic in 1940.
Okay,
now,
wait.
let
Remy,
me finish to ask the question. Okay. You won't let me respond, and then you are
okay, respond. Sorry.
The question. So the way I see it, when they close their own country and they force their people to work, and when they are ready to open to the outside world, do you know how they become so rich overnight? Because they also kowtow, they bend down for the Western country. And I'll tell you why. The reasons are so many, but I'll just name some. First, they make sure that this Western country bring their big manufacturer to China in their own rules. The rules favor the Western world because they have a cheap labor and they produce in large quality product for Western country. And they produce inferior quality for their home people in China. Their own people, because they are not as rich as Western country, so they cannot buy those quality ones. Those quality products at a cheaper rate are being exported to Europe. Second, they also agree that China also agreed that the way they will govern their space, there will be a form of transparency. And there was a form of transparency because they have their own lawmakers who are just a part-time lawmakers. They will come to their capital city in February every year to deliberate on the national policy for the government. And then there was Western influence in their way of life. You can see Chinese people sent a lot of their citizens to America, to UK, to every part of the world to learn how to do business. How do they plan their city? If you go to China today, you will see that most of their city are being fashioned like New York, like any normal city in Europe, the way they design them. Although they still have their own cultural element in some part, but majorly it is being fashioned against that way. So when you are talking, you don't know. So they kowtow to them, but the Chinese are very smart people. Why they allow this Western power to have their way? They continue to understudy, and they understudy,
okay.
and then
Remy, I have had a lot from you.
So what I'm trying to tell you is this: they did not blame them that they did not blame the white people saying, "Oh, these people are here to control us, to tell us how we should do business with them." They did not blame them that they are cheating them at that particular moment. They did not blame them that they stopped them from developing. So when you
Remy,
but
Remy,
what you guys are trying to say, look,
Remy, I agree with you. All these things you are saying, I'm not arguing this with you. But there is something.
Let me just finish in 1 second. What I think we should do now is that we are in this age now. How can we get an advantage from the system that is operating in the world now? That is what a continent or a country in Africa that is so smart should be looking forward to. You don't go to war with all your hands like that. You can fall through like a dummy to learn. And when you learn, and then you can prosper within a short possible time with your own people, the citizens of that country, supporting their leader and putting them in check, not criticizing negatively, not wishing them bad luck every time, not selling your country outside to the outside world, that our leader are stupid, a lot of bad narrative outside there. Have you ever seen Chinese selling their country negatively outside the world? So for me, the blaming game should stop. This is the system we are operating the world.
Okay.
How can I benefit from it?
Please, I want to put this. Look at my point. Look at my point. The greatest challenge we have as an Africa, the government that we have today, they are not our government. It was the Western people who designed it. The name we bear is not our name. They were the one. Chinese never suffer like this. They structure, they fought, they learned, they put up a structure, and that structure still remain intact, and that is what they are still building upon. Our own, we must know where we are coming from.
So Chinese never suffer like this. What do you mean?
Wait now, they suffer.
Chinese suffer more than you guys. When did you suffer?
Yeah, they suffer.
No, they suffer, but their system is in place.
They suffer with it themselves. At a point, the Western were not able to put. They were not able to treat them the way they treat us. They collapse our entire structure. Let me give you an example where I want to drive out. I still repeat again. When they came, the same Europeans who are trying to describe us as a barbaric, they wrote our forefather as an empire. It means in the empire, people were already aligning. They do things in common. Not for you to describe the challenges they were having. Are these countries, are they not still having challenges today? They still have. That's why their civilization. And occasionally they have to use force. Now, these people, it means they are already living in peace, and that is why they were able to develop their own space. But our own case is like they took everything from us, even when we said we want that independent. Let's look at the British. The British have a policy they design on their own. Everything is indirect. We will not be there, but we are there. They will be in charge for us, but we are really the one in charge. The French, they think at the time, okay, let's just take these people and make them like a France. When we, all of us, after the Second World War, when we fought along with them, fought for them, and our people died, our eyes opened. That is when we started asking for the independent. Black man would have think of independent. Now, when we ask, they have to think of what can we do, because these people are the meek that we depend upon to survive. Most of our leaders who were on the front still need them. They started giving them policies, signing documents that they don't really understand what it means. You talk of French, you are not talking of coup. You as a Nigerian, imagine a country where you say people have independence. The head of army must be a French citizen. The same people will gather money, they are poor, they will pay for France colonizing them. The same people you are saying that they have independent, or their reserve is in France. Is that what you call independent? The Chinese suffer this? Mm-hmm. Africa have a lot of problem, my brother. We should not just be talking about the outcome of our problem, and we want to solve only that outcome without looking at the genesis and where the source is coming from. There's no way we will succeed. Chinese were intact with their civilization. When they met Benin Empire, they met Oyo Empire. Even the Benis were already praying, because even until now, we will say Edionue, it means the heads of Uwe, which is already in Ife. It means these people were relating. But they are trying to tell you whenever they met a problem, perhaps the king used force, or those kings or those kingdoms, they will label, they were killing themselves. Is their own place full of peace? They destroy all this structure. They bring politics. They make sure they root everything about us, how connected, how great and loving and peaceful people we are. They are not telling us this one was a bad king, he was killing the other one. Where did they got the empire from? The British 17th centuries, the Irish, the Scotland, all of them. Go and read their history, what they were doing. Yoruba, where they call Yoruba today, never have that kind of history. Where they call Benin were not like that. They were not barbaric like that. They were peaceful and loving and highly civilized people. So we need to know where we are coming from. Until we treat that source, we are going nowhere. Most of the, look at Tinubu today, we elected the president. Okay, good or bad. Whether, I keep on saying, I did not support him, but I'm not expecting an agent that, because as some people want to campaign, when Peter Obi come in, what are they fighting for? Only power. The entire affair of 200-something million people is just in the hands of one man, almost 100%. If you tell the army, go and arrest this, they say, yes, sir. Is that how to build a society in the modern world? They knew that that power will be something that we will continue to fight for, while the country will continue, or the continent will continue to be bleeding.
Can an interjection come in?
You can come in.
Yeah, so I mean, say what you're saying is not wrong, but here's the thing: I mean, you're talking about abuse of power. Do you know how much abuse of power goes on in China? And this abuse of power in Nigeria or Africa is not unique. But at the end of the day, quite frankly, I subscribe to Remy's position. We have to pull ourselves by the strap, by the boots, and move forward. Of course, we have to learn from our past, but that's why we have leadership and people in power. You see, the Chinese economy or the Chinese society don't just evolve and became this great. There were some people, leaders, that planned, that strategized, okay, for this to happen. Until we get to that point where we have a handful of leaders that plan for us, okay, then we make progress. But to want to blame and just rely on history as in terms of what the white men did or what they're doing to us, we're not going to move forward. This is a big challenge. That in itself is a resistance. We already have a natural resistance, okay, but to move forward, it's us. Yes, I totally agree. We have to know our history, but knowing our history is one thing. Not to know our history and be sorrowful and be pitiful to ourselves, just like the rest of the other cultures that have developed over time. You learn your history and you know what to take from it and how to go about dealing with other people, other cultures, and move forward. You cannot feel pity for yourself. If you do that, you're not going to move forward. There's nothing we can do to what the people did to us in the past. It's just in the past. But we
Please,
have
can I
to move
interject?
forward. And we move,
Can I
yes,
interject?
sure. And we moving forward truly. It's our responsibility 100%. I'm telling you, I'm not even giving them 1%. It's us 100%. And again, there's nothing we're gonna do that we're not gonna face resistance. Because we face mere resistance doesn't mean that we don't move forward. I mean, it doesn't matter what the resistance is. If we want to be better, we have to move forward, and that is life. That is life. I'm telling you, we always talk like, oh, corruption, this and that. There's nothing happening to us as a black people that's never happened to other people around the world. It's not unique to us. We just have to move forward.
Okay, I want to come. I want to come in. I want to come in. I want to
Yeah,
come in.
come
You
in.
see, okay. You see, I quite agree with everybody's submission here. We mustn't blame this, but you see, if you come to China, China doesn't teach their people that at a time they always teach their children when they were at their lowest point and when they were at their highest point. So these kids will be proud that China in ancient time, China did this. Our country was so great in this, in this. And if you meet a Chinese citizen here and ask him, oh, listen, he tells you that there was a time we were down, but there was a time we were so great too, that the world come to us and trade. You understand? So over the years, what the narrative in Africa has been slavery. When our people were selling each other, this, that, which is not, we should be teaching our children when our ancestors were building civilization, what they did in the past, what they did in Kemet, now Egypt, what they did in Ashanti, what they did in Benin, what they did. With that, our children will say, wow, these are people, our ancestors did great things. They will be motivated to do great things. So when you now zero in, you start telling them story of Abraham in the Bible, Isaac, come on, they don't know all those people. Those people never existed. Why are you bringing up those things? And that is where I come in. I said, the greatest problem Africa has is one, religion. Two, anything they throw at us, we don't actually analyze it. We don't actually scrutinize what they give to us. We just take it whole and sinker. It's not good. They gave us democracy. We have to look at the is this democracy working for us for 24 years? No, let's fashion out a democracy that will work for us in Nigeria. We do that. Oh, is this everyday monthly stipends to the states? Is it working? It's not working. Let's reverse the situation. With that, we'll see meaningful development. But when our leaders do things on and on and on and on, expecting to have a change, you see, because most African leaders do not know their history. And that is why history is very, very good in school. I know there was a time Africa was at their lowest point. We should teach it. We learn lessons from it. At their highest point, we should teach it
Joe,
and learn
quickly,
lessons from
sorry.
it too.
Joe, sorry, quickly. So, also, there's what they call revisionist history. history that you paint to let you and your people look good, just to motivate your people. There's a lot of that in the West also. So
Exactly. Yeah, continue.
yeah. To that point of history, and I like the point you made. You talk about when you were the lowest and when you were the highest, and if you don't have any, make it up. Really, you see, sometimes it's what you tell people is what motivate them. See, you'd be surprised a lot of people like in America. You called some people, they call them, I don't know, the white people like redneck or like country people, whatever. But guess what? They're proud Americans, and you may even call them. Most of these immigrants that come here are way educated than these people are, but they don't care. They believe in the history and what they've been told that they are maybe quote unquote superior or great, and that's what they
Okay,
live by.
my
They can
brother,
care less about everything
let's
else.
look at it. Let's look at it from this way. You as an African, when you look at slavery, with all your Western education, what you are not teaching your children is that, look, you know what? The kings in Africa were selling slaves to white people. Is that really the narration of slave trade? But you don't talk about how people were forced, how kings were killed, how civilization were destroyed to be able to establish this trade. So you see what my brother is saying here now. The way we narrate our history is that we are inferior, we are animals, we have never been productive. So therefore, the coming generation, even the one growing in the West, nobody sees Africa like a civilized people before these people came in. The damages they did, they want to silence everything, and we are not consuming whatever they gave to us. The history of slavery, they are not the one to teach us. They were not guilty. African leaders, to whom were they selling to? If having a servant, is that slavery? The answer is no. A servant is the one that serve you. There is still what is called civil servant today. You serve the state. There are individuals in those days, they have people around them. You must feed them. You must take good care of them by law. This is a different thing. But when you invade people, you try to establish a trade and you want to silence that aspect. Now, the painful aspect of it, the most painful one that when I see a black man, oh, the African king were the one selling, it pains me a lot. These are the pictures they're giving to us, and that's why we cannot move forward. Now, come to that Niger coup that this guy, some people want to tell me that, oh, why should we even think of this coup? We know we have to condemn it. The answer is that, are these people really helping our democracy to grow? If they want to help us, why are they not helping us to hold our leaders accountable? In a United Kingdom law, there is a way you move money. But when African leader bring in their money, they turn blind eyes. You will invest, you do everything, they don't question you. It's only when you go against their interest, they will not tell you you have assets here. Is that how democracy will grow? The French are in charge of all the resources in Niger. They don't care, they are not responsible for the poverty. Is that how a country will develop? So we need to ask ourselves, even when we condemn what is bad, we should also look for a better way to approach it. And so that people there can benefit, not just only approaching it in a way that will benefit the masses. We don't have independence. Africa have to agree that, look, we don't have independence. We just have head of state and president and the country that they created for them and for them only. If we are able to agree on that term, then we will figure out a way to redesign how we should be governed. This is my own submission.
So, sorry, are we now saying we should go back to the regional way? Because with the look of things, I don't even think this democracy, okay, maybe democracy in the aspect, but is it better for us to go back to the regional way where we have before?
Absolutely
no. We should not go back to region again.
Why won't we go back to that regional government? I want us to go to regional government, and that is the only way forward.
Let me
respond. Yeah, please, because I'm just looking at every submission and I'm looking, okay, is it best for us to go back to the region? Because it looks as if we are doing better then and we know what we are all doing at that time. And going back, if you look at all the roads, all the buildings that are still intact, aside that with the maintenance culture, they are still the best road. In the regional time, there were free education and it was really effective and everything would seem like it's working. So what, Jeremy, what's your take?
Let me interject. Let me come in. Let me answer that question, please. Okay. Just 1 minute, Remy, please. Remy, you know you are always on the same page. Okay. You see, the thing is this: we can't go back to that regional government again because a lot of things have has evolved. You know, we can't go back again. We can. Most people cannot agree, even within their region, they can't agree any longer. But what we should do is let's give resources back to the state. When we give resources back to the state, the center can get 60%.
Hey Joe, sorry Joe. Thomas, War Peace wants to come in the studio if you wanna let him in if you're there. Thomas. Yeah, go ahead. I don't know if Thomas
is away for some time. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So if we go back to resource control, states can control their resources. The states that don't have enough resources can go and look for investors. They can cooperate with other states. You understand? With that, we can eliminate 60% of corruption in governance.
Yeah.
And all these clueless leaders will be thrown out. You understand?
But let me ask you a question, please.
Yeah.
If a state want to look for investor on the national level, your country, one way for one reason or the other, either those investors from those countries, they sense them as a threat. How would they be able to stop that state?
Yeah, you see,
if they want to go and look for investors.
Yeah, it's not like the state is doing it alone. The state has to contact the federal. Oh, we want to develop this resources here. We want to drill. We want to do this. We want to do that. The federal government can come. The federal government can give a go ahead. Already there is an agreement.
Almost the national template that everybody.
Yeah, exactly. There's an agreement that is 60-40, and you stick to that agreement.
My brother, see, okay, let me also put my own point. We have to go back to that regional government. If we don't go, Nigeria will never progress. Even Nigeria will be a keg of gunpowder, and I will tell you the reason. I will not even use the whole country. Even regions that speaks one language, because of this state that was forced upon them on their behalf. As the population is growing now, there is always a kind of strife within territorial strives, or what I call expansionist strife among these people. Now, if you look at within a single tribe, you will see one village fighting the other, community telling you those people are the bad people. During the region, it was not like that. They know where they were coming from. If you say we cannot go back, it means we will remain hostage, because it favor people who now claim to be say they are majority and they neglect what is called the minority right in the country. And that is why we are not moving forward. And the hatred is growing almost every day. We cannot come together as a people again and cross that bridge. Anybody that said the state should remain, do you know the reason? Because they feed their own people and not the majority in the parliament. Whatever their people say there, they just vote it. It's my brother. And Nigeria is not moving forward. That's just the truth. If the regions were, yeah, that is my own submission. It's because it favor people in the name of conquest. That's why they are saying states should remain. How can you divide people and impose something on them and there's no progress? You say it should not be dissolved.
There is no big deal about states should remain, because I don't want Nigeria to be using various experiments. When things so far we have from 12 states to 19 states, and we have 36 states. There has been a pocket of development. It might be slow, but there has been a pocket of development in states. So every state, of course, there might be a little problem about border alignment between states, but this one you can go to court to say this part of particular area belong to my state.
A court that does not have history how the state was made and the people who make up that area is how a country developed. These are the fundamental problem we have.
Let me finish. What you are talking about is just some minute cases. It's not all over the state that people are complaining like that. So, and I do not see, not all states are complaining. Only 2 or 3 or 4 states are complaining about, okay, my people are supposed to be in this area and we are here. It's not all over the 36 states. So far, we have 36 states. There has been a pocket of development between different cities in a state. And we have been building this democracy with this 36 states, which I think is good, because states will also bring development. And I totally agree with Joe about resource control. There are so many things we should do. The first thing we should do is that we should create more employment by having state police. And the federal government should try to diffuse little by little by giving more money or maybe giving more room opportunity. Even if we are still using federal allocation, states should get more than the federal, because at least majority of people live in state. How many people live in federal capital Abuja? So the states are where majority of our people are living, almost 95% or 96%. So that states should develop, and then we should start to encourage them to develop the resources in their land. The government should have a national template to guide them. People can bring in investors from anywhere in the world. Let me be frank with you. There is no country that totally developed on its own. You need the outside world to do business with you. The so-called America, if to say they are not doing business with the rest of the world, do you think they'll be here where they are? Do you think they will be in the place they are today? So all of the countries all over the world, all of the country all over the world, they do business with one another. You can see what Europe do. Europe is an open border. You don't need, once you enter to any EU and you have their resident permit or citizenship, there's no gate, no barrier. You go from one country to another to do business. You can even move from Germany to Sweden, from Sweden to Denmark. Nobody stop you. If you want to do business, nobody stop you. And that is what we crave for in ECOWAS. But unfortunately, because of the, I'm always say this, black man greed, and also selfishness. They won't see between the lines. They will know that this thing will favor all of them. Why should you, for example, if Dangote come on stream, you will still discover that some African country will still say they want to import from Europe. Why should you do that? So we should trade among ourselves.
Remy, please, let me also put this before you. I agree with you. There is no way we will develop on our own space. But the foundational problem we have, or the fundamental problem we have, is eternal structure that will enable you to trade with the outside world and be a prosperous country. That eternal structure is what is faulty that we are talking about. Why do I say this?
Remy, you see why I asked that question. This is why I asked that question, because looking back, I look at it like when we are practicing the regional thing, I think there is a bit of direction. And I'm thinking maybe if we go back to it, fine. I get your point, Remy. Joe, everybody's saying, oh, it's not the best right now. Yeah, maybe it's not the best, but the government we have now, is it going to work for us the way you guys has put it out to us now?
That is subjective. That is really subjective. Because when a government is in place, everybody cannot have the same opinion about the government performance. But from what I've seen so far, we have been able to eliminate one thing: subsidy removal. Second thing, we now know where that country is financially. My brother, that country is broke and we are poor because of our leaders and also followers. We have mismanaged that country over several decades. Now we know that, Mr. Man, your so-called country, Nigeria, is poor, but fortunately for that country have both human resources and natural resources and the wherewithal to grow again at a very quick pace. So now that we have a new government and he is trying his best to fix a lot of problems, I am not saying he is the Messiah. We should support him. Now, yesterday, they announced some palliative for the state and they are carrying labor along. Now, what I'm trying to say now that if they give 5 billion to each state and your state is not doing nothing or using the money for what it's supposed to mean, do we now say it is Tinubu's fault again?
No, Remy, you see,
Mr. Remy, please, you have said a lot. Let me quickly put this one because somebody asked this question. And I want to tell you why we should go back to regional government. Those who created this state, as an Africans, we should go and ask ourselves, what was the purpose of these people balkanizing everybody? One is to make sure they are able to take the power to one place. And having the power in one single place, it will be easy for external influence to cajole the entire country. Because once you penetrate that power, every other power is silent. And that was the reason. And to create that Wazobia mentality, which is already eating the country, The voice of the minority have no space in Nigeria any longer because of state. They are the majority in the Senate, but look at what we have today. All they want there is just power. Like as we are speaking now, I keep on saying it. Everything Tinubu is doing, Obasanjo did it. He tried his power. Buhari tried his own. Tinubu is not an AJ. I'm not saying an AJ is coming that is better than Tinubu, or like because Peter Obi is there, when Peter Obi come, AJ has come. I am not those type of people who campaign like that or who say that. Tinubu, I've never seen him as a bad person. But for his policies to work with the structure on ground, I still speak to it. It's not going to work. Nigerians will never benefit. And that's just the fact. And it is because of this state. It was buchanizing. The British people who came, when they want to destroy all these structures we have, is to keep on dividing us. Those who want to render us to be powerless, they have to think of what can they do. They divided us more. So this state must be put aside so that we can tell ourselves the truth. And we will be able to put our heads together and move forward. If we create a regional government, debate the issue of secessionists, look for a clause and law to prevent it so that people cannot wake up and say, I'm going out, we will prosper than this state that was forced upon us. Because if we don't go back to that region and it's just state, my brother, if someone from West is a Yoruba than Nigeria, someone from Bende will be a Bini or Robo or Ijo or Shekiri first than Nigeria. A Kanuri man is a Kanuri people before this country. And it is like that. But when they have their region to be Kanuri and have their own Kanuri way of doing things, and now understand that there are some aspect of their life that have to be given to Fendra, they will respect that one that they gave to the Fendra. Not for you try to take that Kanuri completely from them or try to take that completely Yoruba from people. It will not work. We are in peace today because a Yoruba man won this election. If, for example, one way or the other, a place we don't want this power to go, maybe it went to the north. Even kings, we're already speaking, my people cannot be second-class citizens in this country. Something is wrong. We don't want to tell ourselves the truth.
You see, we've been saying all these things, and that is why I brought up that question. Because if you look at it, I think it will even be difficult for an external force to come in when you have to confab with like 3 regional governments. To say, okay, this is what they are bringing to us. Do you guys agree? You know, a lot of ideas will come up, then there will be a bit of interjection. Not that, like what you said, like if it's one head, it's easy to break in because once you just take over that head, that is it. But if there is 3 other bodies you have to confer with to say, okay, this is what we are looking to do. If this one said no, this is where it will affect us, I think a bit of sense will come. And I think still that regional government will give everybody a bit of sense of direction, and people will want their region because it's more like a competition now. Like, oh, in Nigeria, this region are looking to do this. You know, the other region to what can we do best? So it will be a bit more competitive and it will bring about more development. Fine, a lot of people will disagree that we should go back to it because it's in the past and we shouldn't go back to that. And with everything, which is understandable, but I still think with the state we have now, I think it will be better. And some people won't come out to say, oh, in the East, we are being secluded away from the government. We are not being supported. The North can't complain about one thing. The West too won't complain. So everybody will be on their own, but we are still together. But in a way, I think that it gives us a bit of sense of direction, because I don't think we have sense of direction in Nigeria with the way things are. And that's why I asked that question. Do you think we should go back to the regional governance and see how things work? You know, I don't know.
Yeah, can I contribute?
Yeah,
okay. Please, people don't understand that most of the structure, I would say all the structure, like 60% of the structure we have in Nigeria now that they are saying to sell off, was actually achieved during the regional government. This refinery we are shutting in Port Harcourt, Warri, it was built started during the regional government. Bemuja started most of them. You understand? Ever since they buchanized the regional government, we have seen ourselves in a very slow-paced development. Because democracy is about you talk your own, I talk my own. Even though I don't agree even though I know what you are doing is right or is wrong, I will take it to a place that start talking and bring unnecessary delay. You know, that's enough. Hinder us so much that we have not gotten anything. And again, democracy this very type of democracy that we are practicing is not for us. It's alien to us. If you look at other countries like European countries, like Asian countries, it's kind of democracy they practice. It's kind of democracy that suits them. We must not practice the kind of democracy American practice. That's the problem we are having right now. We are different. We are different people, ethnic people. So we must practice a kind of democracy which is more better. I mean, more close or more better for us is that regional type of government that everybody stay in their own region. I don't have to come and listen
Okay,
to
my
one.
brother, look at another thing. When we were in region, independent, okay, like even the Yoruba, there is a structure that the region will always keep. Look, when you look at the tribes and ethnic nationality that make up Bende, every one of them have one king or the other. During that region, those kings have a say, they have a role by constitution to play for the development of their people. Now, the people who make that very particular place have that right of being owner of that settlement. That is the land of their access to that very particular space. That is how it is in Europe here. When a federal government go and negotiate or whatever, any business that the law permit their countries, they permit them to do, they bring it upon the country and they start making some laws. A particular small place where I live in Sweden is one of the most smallest places, have the power to say, yes, you can bring this to us, or this one you say you want to bring to our space. We don't need it. It can never work here, and it will become law. But in our case, military took this right and forced it upon us. Today, the state governors are not the one making kings and chiefs, which our governor in Edo State is about to try now. And in the nearest future, this king has no history. This is another keg of gunpowder for the next coming generation. Now, when you look at what is going on, the state were never created for development. It was created for power. It has favored the Western people, the Northerners, and the East to some extent by creating more people and taking more people to the Senate. But when you go back to all these places of origin of all these places and the entire country, the common man and one tribe, what do you see? No investment. There's nothing like capital investment upon the life of our people, apart from what you fetch for yourself. We are all the same on that level. So anybody that is saying this state is what is going to help us, I think we have reached a critical junction. Tinubu will do his best, but I am not optimistic that those things will work as fast as it is going to build upon this structure that is on ground. No president that has never tried his best. Jonathan tried. I think Buhari tried. I think Obasanjo tried. And this one is coming to try. But I don't think they need to visit where we are coming from. And I think Tinubu have it in his mind. And I pray for him to really look at it critically, not to be carried away, because once people are already in that power, most of them don't think of the fundamental pains that people were once passing through. Before John came to this power, we were hearing of restructuring from western part of Nigeria. We were hearing of dissolution of power from another people. We were hearing that the constitution is not good, but I don't see any of them talking now because power is sweet. When another people grab it, that is when we see that, hey, these are our problem. My brother, let us be watching. I hope for the best of my country. That's just the fact. They balkanize it because the spirit of Wazobia they were doing is what kills that country today, and it's still going to be a problem. We will just have to leave there and let them continue until it gets and it boils down to everybody.
Let me quickly take you guys to Iran. People don't even understand what Iran was really what happened in Iran in the 70s or 60s. When America or Iran got their independence or got their freedom, first was the Ayatollah that was there. And I saw Iran was getting together. It's a Muslim country. They're right together. Iran have the biggest oil. It's the first time we started know that Iran have the biggest oil in the world. Then when they started getting themselves together, America said, no, we cannot control these people. Like just said, we need the part of being center. What they do, they rally around. They are staying the Ayatollah. They brought somebody in a form of democracy. Then when they brought democracy in, the other people started participating in democracy. And you know one thing about democracy, you give power to the people, and people start having power, owning up to themselves, owning their resources. Americans said, no, this is not good. This is not what we planned for. We're looking for where to put the power in the center and we'll control it. What they do, they raise up a military dictatorship that sustain the guy, overthrow the guy. A good leader, they overthrow the guy. Then the Iran people said, no, this is too much. You cannot be dictating for us how we want ourselves, how we want us to, how you can't dictate us how we rule ourselves. Then this Ayatollah guy that has stayed long ago rallies people and top of the military junta. Since then, America and label Iran as that country as a bad country because Iran didn't give them the opportunity to them to do what they want to do, like what they're doing in Nigeria right now. Now Nigeria, they gave us this in a parliament kind of government, a regional kind of government, and they came again in disguise of civil war through Iran-Sea, took it away from us just under 3 years. Under 3 years, we were passing a regional government. We were progressing. Every region, well, 4 regions, from 3 regions became 4. Every region started developing, and they took it off just from with a military style of government. Now, tell me why the military didn't return that regional government back.
My brother, see, you see the problem. Our people know how to narrate the surface. When Agui was making that statement, you think the British were not with him?
Yeah, they were with him now.
They
gave us a good pathway, and they took it back.
When Ojukwu himself was trying to do it, you think they were not with him? All
were
these things are all strategy for confusion. Now, when they bring it into, you see, people who designed this state, people were with Babangida. Babangida was the one who really bring a structure that's supposed to have developed that country, even educationally. The SS education is what we call gymnasium here in Sweden, where you are when you are leaving that upper secondary school. The school will be able to prepare you for 2 things: labor market, and at the same time, it will be able to produce you for you to further your studies. So if you are the type that want to work, you go and work and you will do perfectly. They gave it to him, but they never aligned to invest on that practical aspect the way it's supposed to be. They build commercial schools everywhere to train people how to do the bureaucratic procedures. But at the same time, they knew very well that when they divide us and put us into this thing, we'll become weaker to speak truth. Now, as we have now, Nigeria is a property of the whoever who is a president. As we speak, is Tinubu property. It was once
the president is a property to the West, so I like to be there.
Yes, it was once Buhari property. It was once Jonathan property. Once you are just nobody can ever, once somebody is on that seat, that can challenge them anymore. The way they structure our country, is that what they practice here? Let me give you an example. Where I live in Sweden is a small place. The government said they want to bring renewable energy. It's a policy, and they designed it. Many foreign companies came in. They are investing in this energy as a global world. Now they want to build this wind turbine. They have signed all the contract on the federal level. This small community I live, they told the federal, no, you have to bring solar. There is too much bat. This egg when they fly. They said that fly in their community. It fly in their community in the night. They near water. There are a lot of birds. So therefore, bring solar energy. We don't need this. Everything was cancelled. We read it on newspaper. Small community like this in Nigeria, who will say that they will tell you and wishes and wisdom. They are protecting their own value. They have exercised their power, and it was respected. They took everything from us. If Tinubu want to buy every one of us, the power is within. If he want to save us, it's within. But if he want to develop us, the power is not within. That's just the truth.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now look at, you just said, like, no president that will be there that can achieve any success, except he wants to become a dictator. Then he can achieve success. But again, he cannot do this by himself. He cannot, even as Abacha was, he couldn't get everything done. Because in ministry, you have some ministry have more than 1,000 employees. How are you gonna oversee that ministry? You can. You can have the best brain as a minister. How about the best brain as the chief or the private secretary? But they're not the one in the feed. You bring out laws, it will not happen. Because imagine now, you cannot tell a Yoruba man to go to a hardcore north and start telling them what to do. They will not listen to him. Same in every state. Now, as soon as you divide a state, they become a different people. You just divide history. The history that has been there for 1,000 years, you just cut it off. Why are you creating state out of that place? America that have states, that place has been, they didn't touch it. Texas has been Texas. Florida has been Florida. They didn't cut out other state from any state from inside. But look at those states. When they removed Delta, they became Deltans. The historical tie was gone. Look at Ekiti, Ondo. Now we are Ekiti. We're no more. They don't have any cultural affiliation anymore with Ondo. It's a big problem, and it's causing community.
My brother, and the worst part of it that the people are turning blind eyes to. Before they create this state, I have never seen, even after that civil war, where a Benin person will be insulting a Shekiri. A Shekiri will be insulting a Jaw will be insulting Yoruba. Yoruba will be insulting Fulani. Although there are slight differences, it's just the way it is here also in Europe. It was
Midwest, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
I just want to know, so you guys believe we should take a step back to that regional government, that regional...
That is the only way forward. People must be given chance again to sit down.
So hold on. So let me ask you. Wait now. Allow me to ask you. So you want us to go back to the old Eastern region, the old Western region?
Wait, let me tell you. When I'm saying going back to Eastern region, I am not saying. I'm not just saying, oh, West region, Midwest region, Eastern region, Northern region. The thing we have to do, if we go to the Eastern region, for example, we want to put it together, we must give a chance to everybody that make up that region. You understand me? To say, do you people want to live together or you still want to separate more? It must come from the people. And the government
so we are not going back then. It's something new then.
No. We are going to say not like we are going back. The system we are practicing now is not our kind of system is good for us. I use America as an example.
No, that's not what we are saying. Hold on, don't move me away from what I'm trying to.
I'm not moving away. I'm not moving away, Mike. Mike, hold on. I'm not moving away.
No, from what I asked you, that's what I'm saying.
Mike,
there's a reason why I asked that question.
Look at
why I asked the question is.
Wait, I need my question answered now. You guys are just trying to So you think when you say we should go back?
I was one that actually brought about the question to say, okay, do you people want us to go back to regional government? Because when you look at the conversation,
no, that's the reason why I asked him that question. Now I haven't even got there. Now that's the reason why I asked him. Okay, Midwest. So the old, you said the old region that we have, right? You want us to go back to it, but then you said no. But then you're saying you have to ask the people of those four regions what they want.
I didn't say we will not go back to the region. Please get it clear.
Okay, so we should go back to the region, the old region we have.
If you make a proclamation today and say, look, you know what, this state is not giving the progress we think it will give to us, and there's no way we can manage it.
But really, give me a simple answer now. Give me a simple answer. What do you want? Do you want the old region or do you want something new?
We must go back. We must go back if that's what you want.
Okay, so the old region. So now you're telling me that the present day River State, you merge it back with Anambra, Imo, with the present day Eastern, Southeast. You merge it with the South, Akwa Ibom, Cross River and Rivers. You merge them back with the 5 Eastern states. They become one region again.
See, I know the point why the way I sense maybe why you had that question.
No, I'm just asking, is this simple? Is that what you want? Let's keep it simple, man. Let's not manipulate it. It's a simple thing. The other people have to talk. I don't want it to be beyond that. Let's just keep it simple.
You want me to be answering a question?
But it's a simple it's a yes or no. And that's why I ask you simply, like, do you want the old region or something new?
You answer if you feel it is simple, because it's not yes or no question.
It's simple now. Is it that you want the old region or you don't want the old region? If you want the old region, then that's the old region.
Mike, wait. You give me time just to explain it to you. But if you don't want to give
me, there's no need to explain. There's no explanation to it. It's a simple thing. Is that you want the old region or you don't want the old region?
I told you yes. We should go back to regional government.
No, not regional government. The old region or new region or new thing.
Allow him to explain.
It's not an explanation question. It's not an explanation question. If I say, do you want blue or red? It's not. They can't explain it. No. You can't. It's not an explanation answer. No.
Let me tell you.
Thomas, you got me. So yeah, it's not an explanation answer.
Michael, wait. Explain it the way you want it.
One voice, please. One voice. You know I would not take that.
Please.
Mike, when you ask me a question, can you just allow me to explain it to you how it works? If really we
No,
want to
I
help
don't ask how it work. This is
Is
not
it
an
not so?
explanation answer.
It is solution to a problem that we are trying to address.
What
It's
please?
a
What please?
solution,
Sorry,
isn't it?
Midwest, please, don't make it too complicated. It says, do you want the old region or not?
Yes,
let me
I
Okay,
want
the
it.
old region. Now, the old region
Yes.
means the old region means the eastern region, the old eastern region, which is the 5 eastern state plus River State and Akwa Ibom and Cross River. That's the whole region. Okay, now that old region, put them together today.
Okay, I would like to
Asari
put this
Dokubo
right.
is already sworn for the Igbos. So now, okay, I don't know how that work. Okay, now who will be ruling that old eastern region?
One thing you have to have in your mind is that those who Bucanize us, this was what they were trying to achieve. As Asari is insulting Igbo, Edo is insulting Yoruba, Yoruba is insulting Urobo. But one thing is very clear. What is coming for every one of us. And that one is clear. Let us continue to insult ourselves because they design it for this purpose and it's really achieving it. Then let me go back to your question you just said.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Can I interject to Midwest? So
Yeah, you
I
can.
think I've been listening to you. That's one of the reasons why I came in. One thing you are not recognizing is old solutions do not really address problems that are in new era. Our problems have evolved. The problems we're having in this country called Nigeria, they have evolved. So we are trying to apply old mindsets, or we are trying to consider old things that have worked in the past, hoping that it will address these new problems. No, it will not. That's what Mike is telling you now. The division into states
Listen,
have
my
evolved.
brother.
Now,
Wait,
hold on.
what Mike is...
Hey, let me just finish. Let me just land. Tell me, like, what Mike is trying to tell you is there is already divisions already. States have progressed. Some states have moved on. States like Akwa Ibom, they've moved on in terms of building their own infrastructure, building their own government, and they are already settling in. And there are some people already, like Southeast now, they are fighting for another state so that they can equal other regions. I mean, other, political regions when it comes to geopolitical zones. And also, there is also a contention of why will the northern states have 19 states and the southern states have 17 states. That is a political imbalance.
my brother,
so all those things
I
and
understand.
then you have traditional rulers vying for constitutional roles. So for me, I think your approach of saying, oh, we should go back to regional government will no longer work. What we can do now is to restructure that country in such a way that the states are balanced, the local governments are balanced, and the constitutional roles of every institution in that country is well spelled out. Then from there, we can move on. But if you're thinking, even the
my
regional
brother,
government, don't forget that.
I agree with
The people fighting for regional government now are the ones that merged this in the first place. So we need to just move on.
No,
Not really
wait,
thinking
my dear
about
brother.
regional
Listen,
government. We should just
listen to what I'm trying to say before you. The purpose of creating the state was not for development. It was only for power, how to dominate. And
That's not true. That's not true. Let me tell you what they say were being created. It was the people that were agitating to separate from people. That's what happened. That's why states were being created.
No, listen, my brother.
It was clear. Let me take you on through timeline. When British left, we had 3 regions: the north, the southwest, the west, and the east. Which your place were part of the west. Your Edo and Delta part of the western region with Yorubas. The people of the Edo and Delta started agitating that the Yorubas are too domineering, so they created this thing for them. In the north, there were a lot of agitation too among some people like Benwell, those areas that, okay, why are we under these people from this Kanu and all these people, they just the premier, like we don't have cultural similarity with them. We want to create states. And then in the southeast, we have the Ijaws, all those people claiming that the Igbos are dominating them, and they were agitating. That's what led to eventually we're going. That's like, okay, you know what? We're just gonna give people states, people that are agitating for whatever they want. That's why they started creating states. And then they created it became like about 6 states or something like that. And then towards during the military era, people from places started agitating again, like, I want this year. People are too dominant, they are too dominant. They started creating states. That's how state was being created because people were agitating. Even to today, if you go to within some states, even your state, those states, some people are already agitating that they want their own states. Am I lying?
Listen, Mike, I think I allow you to
They say
talk.
the Benin are dominating them. They want their own
you
states.
listen.
That's where it
Mike,
started from.
you
But to me,
listen.
where I agree with you is this. Wait, hold on. Where I agree with you is this. Reason why what worked during that regional time was that they had the regions had autonomy, and that autonomy gave them the ability to progress, to do the other power where the center is not really having hand in them. That's why they were able to do better than what we are doing today. But what you can say is maybe we should give that same autonomy back to this state. That's what I think we can agree on, the autonomy factor. But the fact that they were just this one big region, because of that they were working, no, that's not true. People were always agitating. And that's why government was forced to start creating states, because people were agitating that this group of people are dominating me. That, so that's what I just want you to understand. So going back to that big old regions again, that's fights. There's no way Ijo and Igbo will share the same region right now, and Igbo will be dominating them. They won't agree. So we can't go back to that same drawing of that time. It's not possible. Even the Southwest, if we stay the old Southwest now, become one state, one big state, we eliminate all these states we have, Lagos, Osun, this thing, you're still going to have problem. Like, okay, where is the governor going to come from? Is he going to come from Oyo or Ijebu? Or, I mean, come on, so is it going to come from Ife or Modakeke? You're going to have it. So to me, the solution is to give autonomy to kingdoms, no matter how small they are. Let kingdoms govern themselves. Give them a lot of power. In fact, tribes or whatever, give power to the local people. Some people will say local government or whatever it is. Give power to those localities. Let them govern themselves. I think that will solve problems. Autonomy.
Okay, Mike, you see, Mike, please let me quickly put this one. I will thank you for your last submission, because whatever you are saying, whether the state, whether the region, you summarize it in what I feel it is good for we to achieve so we can move forward. Look, first of all, this state creation, the number one people indeed who were really crying for state creations are the so-called people who want to say they are the majority of the country. The Ijaw you are referring to, Ijaw don't have a region of their own. There's never a time they have a region of their own. It's just like the way what you see in Benin, what you see in even some part of let me just say that region South is made up of different kingdoms, different group of people who interact together the same. Some are big, some are small. You understand me? But however, in the eastern region, every region where the British came here and put us like theory, indeed we agree. Inside that theory region, every one of them were having a voice of agitation, and they all agreed to address it. Midwest was not created from Nigeria. Just this is where people are confused. Midwest region was created from the western region. You see this middle belt they are talking about, it was a middle belt region of the northern region. So also the core region of the eastern region, which we call this Ijaw and the rest. But however, if we want to use state to address it and say, okay, going back to region will be so costly, it may even throw us to bigger crisis, I agree with you. But the right of indigenous people that you have buccanized, we need to revisit it again. These people have king, they have way of life. They don't even have a local government for themselves. That is their home. That is where the error lies. And those who divided us don't even have the history of the people. They don't have the history of the land. Everybody were just in a conference where they feel their own interests can be represented. Okay, in my region as a East, I need 5 states. We in the West, we need this. When you rule, my brother will rule. This one will rule. This is what they went there to do, and that's what everybody's suffering today. Even if the Easterners are crying, they were in that conference. It was only the bended people that were not there, that were victim of this evil carcass.
So
that people went to go and cook.
Now,
the
marginalization.
Wait, my dear brother, the people Listen, we don't want to go there. People will feel offended, but for the truth, this state that they have created, if they revisit it, it may work for us. I see no reason why people who were once in one side, you cut them, you put here, let that sense of that belonging that they were having under the region, because their kings were factions and they have a way of meeting together to discuss issue before implementing it. We should go back to that system again, because this state they impose upon us, giving us a governor and backing with a law to be an emperor.
Midwest. Within those states today, you guys are fighting. Yes, and are fighting that.
Mike,
and you are saying we should now you want to now join Arioma people in Delta and you Shekiri back to Edo together.
Mike, hold on. You're missing it, Mike. You're missing a very big point. That's why I was trying to go to America. You said I should hold on. When America was created, the 50 states of America that came together was already a country of their own. They did not divide them. They choose to come. These are one people. They choose to come together and they create what is called their federalism, whatever they are doing. But in Africa or in Nigeria, the problem was in Nigeria when the British created that first 3 regions. It was under fiat. You just say you are east. You are north. You are west. That's why there was already a decision right from day one. But it was even more better because the British put a clause for secession and referendum, which we
it wasn't the British, man. It was us. We did it.
Hold on now. It's with British, we they gave us independence, so they gave you the
we created our own. We did a lot of constitutional conference.
Hold
on. From the constitutional conference, first, where we create the constitution for ourselves.
Mike.
Hold on. Let me land, please. When we triggered the first, hold on.
What is land?
Yeah. When we triggered that clause, it took us years. It took us almost 30 years for in and out, before and after. It took us almost 30 years to get that referendum. Then when we got that, before we got that referendum, people don't even know. People have thought after 1960 we got our referendum. No, we're already in court. Before 1960, around 1959 or 1957, they already won the court to grant the parliament to give us power to grant us a referendum. And 654,000 people were accredited voters that time. That's why Ondo couldn't vote and Port Harcourt couldn't vote because they were not accredited voters. So, but we said it's okay. Have better than no. Let's go with what we have right now, and we got 87% of the votes. Then we were created. When they created that region, everybody had peace. And your mama was the minister then. Power was highly divided. There was peace. Everybody knows their territory.
How long did the region last before it was dismantled?
The region lasted till Ogurosi came in and organized it.
Okay, which was how many years?
Hold on now, let me land now. Let me land. Let me meet your point. Like you are saying this when they did that, they took us back to the problem we just trying to avoid. They started creating state. When they created state, who did they consult? You just put this is on their state.
They didn't just create state, man. It was the people that demanded states, man. I don't know why you guys keep saying. You guys keep saying the Igbos are the one that present that argument the most. They will say they just divided the East. It was the previous people that beg to go on to divide them from the Igbos, and they let it go.
Mike, please hold on.
You are distorting history. That is not the history. The military could hold the country together because when they created that 12 states, they now organized this Nigeria. So there was no the South. They had to divide the East from all the Eastern region into states, created like River State and.
Who demanded to divide the Eastern region?
Nobody demanded.
No, are you serious? Do you want me? Do you want me to show you video or bring evidence to you?
Show me the video.
Okay,
please, Mike,
look at
please. Mike, I want to
okay, I'm glad Walkies and these guys are from Benin. Remember,
Mike,
wait now. Let me hold on. You ask question.
You always want to that place you want to shift us to. We should not go to that up.
Don't say don't shift. Let's go. It's conversation. He's the one that went there. So let's don't say don't go there. You guys, when somebody's trying to defeat you guys' argument, say don't go there.
If you want to bring another day,
my brother. No. It's not bringing another. We are still on the same thing.
Let me quickly answer that. It sounds something you just put it before we go to that place. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, in a region or during the Bende or Midwest or Edo State or Delta, these are ethnic nationalities with their various kings, with their territory, and satisfied with the way they have. Now, when it comes to the formation of that region, What we are missing today in the state is the right of indigenous people. For example, there is an administrative community in Esan land that is in charge, that you must consult, that gave report to the entire Esan people how their land has been governed. They will not rely on stories or imagination that make them to feel marginalized. They will know the reality of what is going on. On this system that they have designed in Nigeria, there is no tribe that is not crying for marginalization. At a point, the Yorubas chiefs said, we can't be second-class cities. They make it openly. It's because of something that they were expecting. They feel that people are not trying to bring it before them. The Igbos are crying today because the indigenous right of that ethnic nationality has been tempered with through the Balkanization. And when they Balkanize it,
Are you kidding me?
Balkanization they did.
It's not the Balkanization.
It is Balkanization. We were
It's
not
the centralization that's taking away right from people, not the Balkanization, man. How can this? I can use it to take right from you by giving you free,
it's the same
smaller
thing.
freedom.
Wait, it's the same thing. When you divide people and they can no longer come together and speak to one voice, they become weak. So you can take the
What
power
are you
from them.
Are you kidding me? How do you
And that is
become
what
weak?
is there.
Wait. You telling me that because they created five eastern states makes them weak to have one voice? Are you kidding me?
See what happened. Let me tell you. When they, wait now.
This having one voice is a matter of choice. It's a matter of them coming together and have that voice. In fact, they are even in a better position to have that stronger voice because now
wait.
have more.
I will tell you why they will not be in position to have that stronger voice. Now, when they created this state, those who created states did not create states because people were crying, I want to have state. Never.
That's why they give them state. Go and read history of every state. Just type in the history of this state, they will tell you. You always start from somebody started demanding, somebody felt this and felt that, and they approached the government, and then because of that, they created the state. People from the state were the one that approached. Wait. Give me a second. Just like the Southeastern and they are begging for a sixth state now. Now, when that states get created, now they will go back and say, "Oh, the government is the one that created states." It's the people that always start to demand for states before states were created. We are just right now. This Eastern and Southeastern are demanding for other states. So now, when the government create that state, now they will say, "Oh, it's the government that created it." But the people, they were the one demanding for states.
I will use my own place as an example. I use my state for you to understand the picture of what we are facing in Nigeria.
Midwest, let me just interject you before you respond.
Yeah.
Let me interject you before you respond.
Yeah,
You are
you
talking
can.
like this because you are on the other side of the divide. Now, I bet you that if you go to Akwa Ibom people now and tell them that, I suggest to them that they should march them back to the eastern region or whatever, I put them under something.
They will swear for you.
They will gun you down.
Because they're already self-governing. No, hold on. Midwest, if they say you should bring that your Edo states back to the western under the western region now, your people, everybody will start crying. I know we like the way we are. The truth is, there is imbalance, right? Rather than trying to say everybody come together again, the truth is, the Constitution of Nigeria did not recognize fully the ethnic nationalities and tribes we have in Nigeria. The truth is, every tribe, even if it's a minority tribe, they have a territory. The smallest tribe of the smallest tribe should have at least a local government. That is the smallest. The smallest of the smallest of all the tribes should have a local government. So, no matter if you're a small minority tribe and your land is very, very small, at least you should have a local government. That's the way you start from. At least if you cannot have a governor that would represent you people, you should have a chairman that will represent the interest of your nationality. And if there is an autonomy for the local government chairman, that problem will be solved at that level. Then coming together of
my brother, thank you. You see, the way you make
let him land.
So what I mean,
Continue.
extension of kinship, extension of kinship, or closer. You know, in Nigeria there are people that have similar languages. Maybe the intonation is just a little bit different and all of that. The coming together of those territories should form a state, and by extension, larger ethnic communities where we know we feel together, we behave together, we are closer, like the bigger, and should form the political region, the states region. I mean, geopolitical region. Then everybody then will then, because everybody who have representation like that, then we go to the national, and the national will then represent our state assemblies, our national assemblies can also go back to have to speak for us, and everybody, the government will be well formed. So what we will need is that every role of every political position is well structured, and the autonomy of each of those political positions is well spelled out. And for instance, the issue of this federal government sending palliative to state governors, then to local government chairman, I don't like it. Normally, if it's for state local government, let it go to local government. So if it's for state government, let it go to state government. That's the way Nigeria would. If we can do that successfully, there will be peace in the land, and everybody, every local government, every constituency can grow at their pace. That's what I feel.
Yeah. Okay.
Not
Thank you, my
really
brother.
going back to regional
Thank you.
government.
You see, I love your submission, and what Mike submitted at the particular time. It's almost the same thing. When I said maybe we go back to the regional government, not the state, I am referring to a situation whereby people of similar area cannot decide to come out and create an administrative system that have to be called a region. I'm not originally say because the British balkanized us into three, we must go back to that three. But however, we can still draw a line from there, because within that three, even before the independent, there were already an arrangement to adjust those things, and which every region has agreed upon. It's very unfortunate that in the eastern region, people don't talk about the core region, which the Nigerians or the eastern people agree upon. It was that region that they agreed to address the grievances of the southern water area, what I call the today River State, Calabar, and some area of the eastern part of Nigeria. That is a region they wanted to create. This foundation has been there of the right of indigenous people. Just as you said, if people want to heal the wound of agitation, please, every ethnic nationality should have an administrative office. And that we address it. And it's not going to stop us not to mingle, it's not going to stop us not to move. But that very little power given to them will make them to understand that they have a right in that country. At a particular point, I like Yoruba as a whole today don't even know the culture of all the entire Yoruba. There are some sensitive matter alone is so sacred to the people that make up that geographical area. But people from another party can be Yoruba. You don't even know. You can just sign paper and say, okay, they say something, they go and start bulldozing it. The people will feel pain, they will feel marginalized. But if they have it right, they say, no. As far as this place is concerned, for this reason, you can't temper it. And if they have that right to stop it, they will be happy. They will feel satisfied. Then if also the federal government is investing in them, or the state or regional government, they have a record of what the federal government is doing for them, they can assess it. Will they be crying for marginalization? You use Edo State as an example. Let me all refer to that place. Some people feel marginalized, and every Edo people or Edo State people, we are people that are sensitive to issue. We are also having sensitivity over toward that issue. Not because of development. Some people are crying. There's no development in the whole of Edo State. They are crying because their brother has never been a governor since we entered this democracy in 1999. This is what they are crying for. And that pain is there. For we are also viewing it. It's not that we just turn blind eyes. In politics, people will always contest. People will always cry for one thing or the other. We know that. But if I wish some people have a document or an administrative authority of their own that let them know how they are being managed, or at a point they have right to say this we don't want, they will not come and tell you, if my brother is not a governor, I must die. Everybody can be governor. In America, I had somebody a question here. I said, how is America really being structured? He said, yes, on the top is majority. But as he buoyed that, it become what? Minority right must be questioned. Do we protect these people? Do we give them rights to protect themselves? By laws. In our place, nothing like that. Everything is majority and it's becoming a catastrophe. So we agree. Now you can see when we dialogue, there are points we will not come together, we will not agree. Like what Mike submitted, I agree. There must be, we must recognize these indigenous people because there is pain in the heart of everybody. That's just the truth. Thank you.
Let me add this. Now, in my state, the same problem we have with the Southeast, and I just finished that like we said that democracy is not really meant for this type of democracy we are practicing is not really meant for us. Now, the regional style of government we were practicing then, the minority can be the leader if you get to their turn. It's like arrangement like turn by turn. If you get your turn, you don't feel marginalized. But the democracy we are practicing, like you just said, is the majority that always win. Now we are talking about some people in my state is agitating. What about the rest people in Nigeria? Are they not agitating for the outside Yoruba and Igbo only them contesting? And the way it's structured in Nigeria right now, it's only Igbo and only Yoruba and outside will be winning the election.
What do you mean?
You know?
In what sense?
The way it's structured right now in Nigeria.
Mike, we don't agree with you, but he's playing like this, but they will not agree.
Let me break it to you. Nigeria is majority, if you like it or not. The way it's structured right now, if the power leaves the north, it comes to the south. Who's going to take it in the south? It's the Yorubas. They are the majority. They are the majority.
What piece?
Southeast.
No.
Let me respond.
Listen. Let me land. Please let me land. If you go back to
let War Peace land, please.
No, somebody want to respond. No, let me give me the respond, brother. Go ahead, respond.
What piece?
Ayo, AY.
Okay, so number one is I'll first start with this. Power is not served a la carte. Let's be understanding. One, you need to have an understanding with every other person. No, that's the truth.
Oh yeah,
Power
continue, Ayo, continue what you want
because
to
only
say.
Jonathan that got it on a platter of gold and he messed it up. But let's move on. The truth is, everybody for now, I know that in every state now there is an understanding of rotation between senatorial zones. So for instance, if the northern senatorial zone of a state is the governor for 8 years, he moves to the south, central or the south, then everybody's having an understanding now. And when it comes to national politics, everybody's having an understanding now that power must be split between the north and the south. So, and by our constitution as of today,
where is that news coming from?
I'm driving, sorry.
As representatives of the voting population. Oh no, 2/3 of acceptance of the 2/3 of the voting population, which means that now that let's say power is in the southwest now. The next time power is coming to the south, it is going to another region. Definitely, no, there's no argument about that. It's not coming back to the southwest. It's going to another region, possibly the south.
But Ayo, I think the problem is, Ayo, you see, I think the problem is now when it comes to who can win election, then you will not think, it's going to the south, but this person from the southeast or from the south can't get this. It's the southwest person that has that capacity to win election, and I think that's where the problem really is. It's not. That doesn't boil down to whether it's to the south again. It now boils down to who is popular, who can win the election, and I think that's part of the problem we have. Mike, you can comment.
Okay,
hold on, Mike.
Okay,
DOG and Mike. Has anybody stopped any region not to contest in election?
See, I think the problem is that some people don't know. They're not playing politics, good politics, and they're not participating.
Stop any region?
That's what Mike is saying now. People, we've always said some people are not practicing the politics.
They don't play exactly. You see, Thomas. Now, what we said, tribe, Yoruba, first of all, for you to win an election, you have to be in a political party that's powerful. That's one. Now, ask what is this? What is if Oshomole had ran or any Edo person had run under APC and Showore was the only Yoruba man running? Do you think Showore would have won because of the Yoruba? Or that Edo man running under APC would have won?
Never.
What, please answer that question.
He's driving. I don't think the
Oh,
section is good.
so
Mike,
so that you know that's the is at the end of the day is the politics, is the party who back you.
It is party. It is
the party who campaign for you. The same way. Wait. If any northern guy, Kwankwaso for Tinubu defeat Kwankwaso in the north. Kwankwaso was running under a party that's not big. You understand? But Tinubu he's a Yoruba man. He kicked his ass in the north. He will be kick Kwankwaso's ass. But though I don't think he did it in the north.
Let me add this.
Within the
if
country.
APC or PDP pick a Southeasterner, are you telling me Southeasterner is not going to be the president of the nation?
Exactly. So is the party that you are on and the people that are the people the politics you play, the people that back you, your party members from other region, you know.
Mike,
so that's how you win. It's not. It's going to be Yoruba. That's why I look at some of these. The problem with the eastern southeast and many Southerners. The problem in South particularly is they all following southeast. I don't know why. Maybe Midwest probably can answer it. When I look at the South people, they just rally behind Southeast following Igbos. Igbos are leading you astray. That's why you guys are not doing well politically. They are leading you astray. The Igbos don't know how to play politics. Just leave them alone. And wait. You guys are very good in politics, but when you guys are aligning with Igbos, they don't play good politics, and that's the problem. Mike, you know, when in the early days, the Bender people used to play politics along the Southwest, and they used to have their way. They used to have their way. I don't know what goddamn happened where the whole South just turned against Yorubas and just
Mike,
they thinking they are Igbo. And that's why you guys are not doing it politically.
It's not good. You answer it
no,
from your own
telling you like
and you try to answer it from your own assumption and from your own opinion.
I may be wrong, but I just think
which is not true. Which is not true.
Oshomole is trying to build the political ground there to align the Southwest and the Edo. Well, you guys turn against him, you know. But go ahead, sir.
We are not against. We never against Oshomole or anybody. There's a way Edo State politics play out. It's also boiled down to high level of civilization. Oshomole was brought up from nowhere. And those two people Edo don't care whether you are from South or if they invested in him and made him the governor. Wherever it is today, he will know that Edo people, irrespective of tribe, stand for him. At a point, he also have an opposition or what that guy calls some gravity against him, you know, working against him. That is just part of life. But thank God he never stopped and he's still moving. Now, when you look at the picture of this country today, Nigeria, as I said, with the state creation, it was only for power, but not for development. And it was these military guys who sat down. And when you come to military, it's power. And when they took decision about state, they were taking it on the basis of how to have that power, to consolidate power. It's very unfortunate that in the name of democracy, we are entering today and nobody really want to look at this issue critically. You may think a Western person, remember, as we are saying,
can you explain how the power,
power go to north, in the state, power go to north, it go to south. We can see it that way. In some states where people reason together and feed their brothers, they will always, you know, try to think of this properly. But in the issue of the country as we have now, the country is on the verge of conquest. But it's thank God the power is in the south today. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean in the nearest future, power will just be there only south and north. Next election after 4 years, thank God, I pray for Nigeria to still remain and peaceful and develop as a country. That does not mean a northerner person will not stand up to contest with a southerner president. So if the alignment,
you don't need to pray. Nigeria will remain. You don't need to pray.
Nigeria remain. Sorry, my phone keeps tripping off. I'm driving. When I just come out, I don't know what's running. Okay. What I was trying to tell Mike is this: the way Nigeria is structured politically, the majority will always win. That refers to this southwest and this north. Why? Because these are the side that have the majority of the population. Now,
did you hear my question?
I heard your question. Hold on.
You need to answer my question.
I'll give answer to your question. Hold on, please. I was expecting
what is who win the election between
hold on. Mike, hold on. I was expecting for you to ask me that question. So let me land my expression, then I will answer your question. Now, my point I was trying to drive at you is this. Okay? Election is about building bridges, the kind of democracy we have. That's why at one time they said black can never be president in America, and it came to Obama in the part of gold. Now you have left Obama. It will take another 20 years of you get for another black man as president in America because we're structured. And same in Nigeria. You know how the population. If the Southwest needed to be president, they will align, build bridges with the North, negotiate. That is politics. Then they will get it. I was trying to answer you in those states. What's happening? Same thing that happened to this Eastern. They are waiting for the president to come to them. They are forgetting to understand this democracy. You negotiate, you build bridges. Same with the Eastern that was happening. Like, okay, it's turn by turn. It's our turn to be governor. Fine, yes, but it's democracy. Everybody have opportunity to. Everybody have the right to contest. You go and build bridges, not bomb bridges, and you expect people to come and vote for you. That's the problem that's happening in Eastern. They're still threatening if they don't get the governor, they will pull out of the state. Fine, go pull out.
So you agree with me that it's not about your tribe. It's about how you play a politics.
Yes, so I was building it before you jump in. And like that's why I said when it comes to the way and that democracy is structure, the North and the Southwest will always win the election because
you are contradicting yourself. You first say
why don't you just let me land? Why just let me land? Why you feel every time a person speaking is contradicting himself? If I have population, listen, let me tell you, Mike. If I have the population and you have the population, I talk to you guy, if I rule, I give you. If you really give me, who will take it from us?
No, it's the party you belong to. Okay, answer the question I asked you then.
No, you answer me now first.
Okay, what's your question?
If me and you have the population, this platform, me and you have 4 people, and the DOG and me just only 2 of them, and I tell you, Mike, after I finish talk, you go talk. After you talk, I talk. Can 2 of them object us? If me and you have 8 people on this panel, can they?
What the hell? Why is that relevant to the point we are making?
It's relevant.
Okay. Let me answer you answer my own question. If Shiwore runs under AAC, it's a Yoruba man, right? Since you say Yoruba population, and you, Edo man, you run under APC, where you don't have population, who will win between you and Shiwore?
You said if the Edo man had the population, right? And
no, that's not what I said. Let me say it again. Since you say Yorubas have population, they will always win. And I'm telling you that Shiwore, Yoruba man, or let's say Prince Adewale is more Yoruba than Shiwore. Prince Adewale, right? You run under his SDP. And you, one piece from Edo, you run under APC. Who's going to win?
I'll stick my head on it. Adewale will win.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
APC will lose to SDP.
Let me tell you one thing.
Because you are from Edo.
No. Now Mark is contradicting himself. But this is about numbers and building bridges. If Adewale has the numbers as a Yoruba man and he can build bridges,
we are not asking if, man. What are you talking about?
No.
We are not asking if.
Mike Adewale will win. Nigeria is a tribal something.
Why the
problem of Nigeria?
Are you guys serious?
You guys are not
yes,
getting
that is the truth. You people don't want to hear this.
Is
Adewale
How did Adewale do the last election? How did he do in Yoruba in the last election?
See, it's not because Tinubu was there. That under Yoruba man.
That's a lie, man.
What was his vote? What was the number of his vote?
It's not about his number of his vote. That's
it's because of Tinubu. Mike, what happened? Mike, ask them what happened in 1919 between Shiwore and Buhari.
What did Shiwore in 2019? Why did Buhari defeat Shiwore in Yoruba land in 2019?
Yeah? Exactly. It's the structure of the party. The party already
exactly.
Hold on. Let me tell you guys something. This is the problem we don't want to address. The elephant on the road that we always the politicians don't want us to address, but always come back. In how much you have Wazobia, forget party first on party. Tribalism will take place first.
Okay, why didn't it take place in 2019? Why didn't it take place?
Let me tell you. Wait now. If Yoruba man, let's assume it's the turn of Yoruba, and there's no Yoruba person contesting, APC decide to throw their tickets to Igbo man. Every Yoruba will vote for Yoruba man. Is that SDP?
That's not true.
Hold on. Let me land before you
irrespective of which party.
Let me land, please. Now, if the Yoruba guy can negotiate his way, build his bridges well, We did not. It might likely win that presidency. That's just the way
You're
Nigeria
not
is.
asking
And
if.
that's why
Yeah,
it's dragging us backward.
listen, you are making our points. We are saying you have to play politics. You are telling us no. It's just
Yes, I'm
it's
not
just your
saying
population,
we are
your
not
region.
playing politics. I'm not saying we not play politics. There are politics
And
two
then
sides to it.
you are saying both. You are saying both.
Listen.
Okay,
See,
both. We
it's
agree with you.
our
Both. Yeah,
problem.
both.
Yes, it's what problem we have in Nigeria. The tribe and the policy bridge building. That's why I make a reference to this. The Asians are waiting for this to come to your hand. That's why Shaibu and Obaseki are having problem. He said he wants to run. Obaseki said no, it's time for the central. But constitutionally, anybody can run. And
So,
the Asian people.
it looks like what
Mike,
you are
Mike,
saying.
so
You
let me
agree with
ask
us.
one question. So let's take APC away. So do you think if Atiku and Obi contested, who do you think will win?
If Atiku and Obi contested on different platform.
Obi contested under LP. Atiku contested under PDP, and there is no APC. Who will win?
Atiku will win. With the population of the
That's what we
country,
are
will
saying.
win. Yes, see, that Chaba must kick in. See, if you remove one becomes stronger. See, listen. See,
Hello. One is becoming rowdy. Please. It's becoming rowdy.
Let me thank you. Let me learn now. See, the two factor matters. If you remove one become high voltage. If you remove party, tribal become a high voltage. If you remove tribal, the party become a high voltage. Two of them go hands in hand. That's why you must build bridges. That's what we are saying.
No, the two don't go hand in hand. No.
It goes hands in hand.
So why do you show a perform in 2019?
Where will it perform?
Because you cannot build bridges. Because you cannot build bridges.
You cannot build bridges. One. If someone is the only Yoruba man led for Yoruba to stand for Yoruba, Yoruba would run. Just example was Buhari. The Northerners didn't like Buhari, but when Buhari got the ticket, all Northerners rallied around him to become the president. It's simple. So we see it every day now. We see people come to the top of stage.
No.
Yeah, Simba.
DOG, please.
Yeah, Simba.
How far now?
I do. Everything did all right. I don't look forward to everything did okay. Yeah, it was good.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Nice
Great.
Okay. Thanks for asking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But I came because of that.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I've been looking forward to see you as well, but you didn't come when I was there. So yeah, but it's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Carry on. What
We said in Buhari now. Everybody said Buhari was not their candidate. Even people that Mohammed Rubada come to say Buhari was never their candidate. But as soon as Buhari got the ticket, Tinubu gave him ticket. All they Buhari want to stand behind him
that was
because
not true. Because Buhari had been contesting since. And,
we know because he has not won. Did he win? He never won. 3 times never won. But when Tinubu gave him ticket, not gave him platform, Hello?
We can hear you. Take your turn.
Okay, yeah. People are not just my word. People have said it here. The Northerners have come and said it that Buhari was not their choice candidate. But when he got a ticket in APC, they're relevant. What I'm trying to say is that
you still mentioned APC. You still mentioned that APC. When Buhari was hold on. Buhari was contesting on that CPC. He was not winning. Why didn't the Northerners vote take him there? That's the point you are making. I don't know whether you don't understand what we are saying or you are refusing to understand.
I understand. You understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. When
What
Buhari
is you're not
was
standing on a particular ground? You're talking from both sides of it.
Let me tell you this. Then you can wait.
Alagidi ni work is konibo.
I don't know Yoruba, but let me say this, and you can figure it out or maybe not. I said two of them, the two things go hand in hand. When you remove one,
that's not what you first said. I made us argue.
Hold on now. This is
go hand in hand.
just like now before you start judging me now. Please now hold on. When Buhari was contesting, then we was doing Muslim, hardcore Muslim, he was only getting 12 million votes. That was tribal vote, Muslim vote purely because there was no party. Now when he now got party, plus the party and the tribal vote, he won. And that's what I'm saying. The two things go hand in hand. If you remove one become high.
What piece? That's not what we're arguing against. No, what piece? You one thing you like to do. You're not rational man. I don't know why you like to spin. You have done to do like that. Stop it. This is what you said in the beginning that make us start arguing with you. You said the presidency will always go to Hausa and Yoruba because they have population. That's what you said.
I said the way it's structured. I said the way it's structured. I said the way it's structured.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we are telling you that no, whether you are Hausa or Yoruba, you still have to play your politics. And then You said no, it's just popular. And then now you started twisting it, saying, yeah, you have to play both.
No,
Come on, man.
see,
You can't say that now.
Mike, when I was talking then, my phone, I was out of the studio. I didn't even finish when you charged me. I was out of the studio. Could you even let me finish?
We didn't interject.
No. I'm not
Okay,
changing
so we
what I'm
don't have
saying.
any argument then. You don't have any
Well,
argument.
see, I'm not changing what I'm saying. I'm just standing on what I'm saying. Like, the way it's structured, the majority will only win the election.
Okay, what is
which
the structure?
We
Explain the
all
structure.
know fairly.
Define the
We all
structure you're
know
talking
fairly.
about. Define the structure you mean. What do you mean by structure?
Because it's majority. Majority always win the vote.
Define
And
the
the majority
structure you're talking about. That's not define. What is the structure?
Listen, I'm telling you now, that define the structure. That the structure of the structure of democracy is the majority wins the vote. And inside this Wazobia,
Majority
after the
tribe?
majority people, tribe A,
What do you mean
tribe or
majority
B.
people? Majority voters or majority tribe? What do you mean? We're trying to understand what you're arguing.
Listen. In the north, they call the full north as one north. So to them, it becomes vote religious or whatever. It's the north. Then in the south, we divide
What
into
you
two.
said there was Hausa and Yoruba. I didn't say no to.
If I say South Yoruba, you know that's the north. I'm first of the north now. Now, if you come to this south, we already divided ourselves into three: southwest, southeast, and south. But inside the three, the Yorubas are the majority, and that's just what
So
the north
Igbos are
needs to
not
win
big.
election.
Igbos don't have number like that.
Igbos number cannot win election.
No. You say number majority. Are they not majority?
Yes, Igbo cannot. The Yorubas, according to Nigerian structure, no, Yoruba have more numbers than Igbos.
Yoruba have more number than Igbos.
Why
Really?
would Igbos?
Yes.
Why won't Igbos win? Why won't they
Because
win?
they have the numbers.
How can you
It's
say
not
Igbos
about
don't have
the
numbers?
numbers.
Are you kidding me?
It's not about the.
I
I think what is
inside
Mike,
the
what is
Wazobia
what
now.
what
Listen,
you are talking about?
listen. I said inside the
You know what you are
Wazobia.
talking
Inside the
about.
Wazobia. I know what you're talking about. I said when Nigeria is structured, inside the Wazobia. After the North, it's Yoruba. After Yoruba, it's Igbo. Inside that three of them, Yoruba can never, Igbo can never win an election. You have to bring bridges. By the time Yoruba
So
align with the
Yorubas
North,
have to
it's
build
finished.
bridges. So wait, the Yorubas have to build bridges before they win.
Once two of them align, they will always share the power between themselves. Once
Wait.
Yoruba and North,
Name who doesn't have to build bridges to win.
Igbos don't know how to build bridges.
No, that's not what we're
never
arguing. No. Name who doesn't have to build bridges to win. There's no region in Nigeria that does not have, they can win without building bridges. That's just a fact.
Mike, you are the one spinning my words.
No. This is your argument about you always be Yoruba.
No, you're trying to make it. You're trying to make it.
No, you are spinning.
See,
You're spinning.
the
You're
way I
arguing
try
against things you say.
No, I'm spinning. You are putting words in my mouth.
No, I'm not
See,
putting. No,
you guys don't
we
speak
are,
the truth.
no.
You are
I'm saying
putting words in
exactly
my
what
mouth.
you said.
Now,
What peace? Relax.
See,
Relax. What peace? Wait. Let me give you a scenario. A Yoruba man wants to run and he doesn't build bridge with anybody. An Igbo man wants to run, he started to build bridge with the North. Who's going to win?
Yeah, Igbo man will win.
Exactly.
Because he has the one majority that's enough.
So that kills your whole argument that Yoruba will always win and Hausa will always win. It kills it completely.
This you did not keep my whole argument. That's all. This is what I'm saying. You only want to take my word from the middle. I was saying I use the Asian first, and I'm using the Igbo. I said the problem they have is this last election. They want the president to come to their lab. They don't want to build bridges. That's why I started with. And the way Nigeria is structured, we're
arguing against you saying Yoruba and Hausa will always win because they have majority.
That's what I'm saying. Now let me get to that. I made that statement. I said in the structure, the Yoruba and Hausa will always win. And you just say how? I said because they have the majority. Once one align with one, that is finished. The power will go back from the north and go back to the southeast. So what are you?
That's still the same thing.
Am I saying? Listen. Okay. I said if one, and I use the platform as an example. I said if me and Midwest, we have a panel, and me and you have a panelist, and the remaining two is DOJ and Midwest, they don't have a say. Because when I realized after I talk, you talk. That was a simple example I was making, and I make it back to the essence. Like,
do you guys remember 2011 election? What is wait? Do you remember 2011 election between Jonathan and Buhari? Jonathan built bridge across. He's the minority guy from Ijo. He built bridge across the south, the southeast, and the southwest, and he defeated Buhari. So Jonathan is from Ijo. Buhari is from the north, the entire big north.
Wait, my brother. Jonathan, if Jonathan contests again today, will he have that popularity he got then?
Forget, that's not the argument here. We are saying We are saying
What?
you guys are telling us about if you must come from this state, you are from this, and I'm telling you, giving you a time. It's time where a guy from minority tribe, because he played good politics, he built
But
bridges,
Mike, you should start from where you started. You said the South
and he
people
was
are.
under a party. Wait, he was under a party, a big party. And remember, my argument is that it depends on your political party and also how you play your bridge
Yeah,
building,
you
your
said you
politics.
don't know why the
That's
South
what will determine
people.
how you win it. That's how you determine how you
The
win.
area I wanted to speak to, you said the South people are allying with the East. I don't know what you mean by this. Let
Today,
me tell you.
now.
I don't know. This is the area I want to talk about, because this power you are talking about in Benin will make parable. Somebody where see tortoise carry is happy, but the tortoise is not happy. The truth of the matter is this: you see this power vacuum. We in the South, whether Yoruba, whether Igbo, God is just giving us a grace to change some certain things. That's why power met Jonathan, is making Yoruba. But when everybody fails, we understand that this country, a time is coming. It's just like everybody have right to go and contest. You will see a Northerner will going to rule every one of us. Even you, Yoruba, you will no longer see that.
The Northern one will
Just
what?
have it in your
You
mind.
said the Northern will what?
They will be the only
Just let
tribe
me
that will,
interrupt you on that.
only
Let me
region that
interrupt
will
you.
come to rule
It's
us.
not going
And
to
we're
happen.
already
Remember, I
heading
just
there.
gave you an example in
We're
2011 with
already
Jonah.
heading there. If just power. It is the country
The
that is
North
paying the
cannot win
price.
without building bridges with someone in the South,
Midwest.
somewhere in
They
the
will
South.
build the bridge and the power will remain with them.
Mike,
Go
let
and
me
mark my
interject.
word.
Let me interject with Midwest. And when we keep telling you that, when Mike was still telling you that you are just followed Gombody to Southeast, the truth is you don't have leaders in the South that can speak for you guys and make straight decisions for you people. I think you people will just go and rally around Wiki, because it's obvious you are just tagging you've always been tagging yourself. I don't know why it started. You've been tagging yourself to the Southeasterners. You cannot sit down, your region cannot sit down and make decisions. I mean straight decisions. Look at all your governors. There have been accusations. Look at all the Omugo sum they've collected and they've mismanaged it, and they are saying Northerners will keep ruling us. It's not possible. No one single region can become president. And the North now, let me tell you, the North now is even dividing
Simple.
into fracas.
Very simple.
It's in Northwest, there's in Northeast, and there's in
But
Central. When power is
AY,
going back to the North, power is
AY,
if you know the
don't
game that is being played now between El Rufai and Ribadu, you will know that politics are started for 2031. Now,
AY,
politics are started
please.
for 2031
AY,
because
please
they don't
look at
want
my point. I beg
El
for a few minutes. I just
they
bring
don't
for 1
want
minute.
El
I
Rufai
beg.
to contest.
Let me just put this 1 minute for you. All this power, all what we are talking about here now is power struggle, which the development, the progress of the country will continue to pay for, because the way the country is being structured. And that's what we are exposing here. Whether we like it or not, power go to east, go to west.
No, the thing
The
is,
development of the country
Midwest,
is only just paying for power.
Midwest,
And yeah,
Midwest, you will say your region is suffering from development. Not all regions in the country are on the same level.
Apart from Lagos,
There are some
which
regions that when
region
they
is
get
developing in
power, they know what to
southwest?
use with power
How
and
many
what they
states
want to
developing in
achieve with
southwest
power
apart
from.
from Lagos?
And I can tell you, Southwest, when we aligned with Buhari, we negotiated for some things.
No,
And we
when
brought some
we
of
align with
those
Buhari,
things.
which state is developing? Is
When
it
you
Osun,
people
Ekiti, or
negotiate
Kwara,
and you don't get
They are
power,
developing.
Ibadan?
that's your
They are developing. Trust me.
Ayo. Buhari, look, Babangida was from Imina, Niger
Southwest.
State today. What are they enjoying? Jonathan was from Otukui.
No.
You go there. Every
Midwest.
place is Obasanjo is from somewhere. Go to his place where he came from. You will understand that.
Listen. That is Jonathan. That is Jonathan. Their time have gone. I don't care. We are smarter now. We are smarter. We know what we.
At that time, they were also smarter. You see, at that time, they were very smarter. They were very happy. Every time it's a turn. It's turn by turn.
Midwest.
I think your
AY. Let me give Midwest an example.
Doing rubbish in terms of governance. The truth is, there are people that know when they get power, regions when they get power, they know how to consolidate power and they know how to use power to transform their own region, the development of the region. You are saying Buhari did not try for his people. I think he should go to Katsina State. Look at the number of things he brought to them. He brought new medical centers to them. He brought a University of Administration. He brought transport university to them. Are you kidding me? They celebrate Buhari like tomorrow will not come. In Buhari's place,
See, my
Buhari
brother,
got power,
get my
use power to
point
transform his
very.
own people. In
My point
Katsina.
is very
That's
clear.
true.
When your region produce a president, it will do something for you. The question is like, how long will these things last? When it's based on the foundation of how, you know, to make other people for you because your brother is already a president. The country is moving. It will get to a point, even you Yoruba, you will no longer bear it. Because I saw a few years ago, people were crying, restructuring, constitution is bad. Prominent people, now they are silent. Because every one of us is now addicted to when power come to my region. I'm not saying when an Edoma is there. When an Edoma happens to be there, the problem is solved. The answer is no. When Gowon was there, his people were happy. When Babangida was ruling in Mina, Niger State were like the top of the people. Bandit is already taking over everywhere. When Jonathan was there, his people were seeing themselves as champion. Yeah, with the Niger Delta, what we go there. Oh yeah, it's spilling everywhere. No place to, even no air to breathe in Port Harcourt as we speak today. It's from South region. So all these things we are just saying power in the center. The country itself we use development to be paying for power. You want to boast that Western part is moving forward.
The are you saying it doesn't matter where the leader comes from? But you are the one that said
development that does not have impact on the life of the citizens. Is that development? Where people running away, bankers are flying away.
We all know that. But for the sake of what we are talking today about, okay, regional power shifting here and there and there. We all know that hey, it doesn't matter if the president is from your village, if he's not competent, he's not going to do anything for you. But let's just stick to the
anybody that is in power. If you want to help us, whether Yoruba, that power they concentrated in that central, they should start bringing it down to the people. They should.
We agree on that. But let me
so that we can be, instead of align this alignment you take the next 4 years. I don't know. In the next 4 years, I'm not the president.
Midwest. Let me prove my point. What I said earlier that the South they are making big mistake forming this alliance with just with the
you
South.
don't even know whether Yoruba, you that is talking the way, whether they are making mistake now. If in the next 4 years they
you can tell me my own mistakes
with the Southeast and defeat Tinubu, will you be happy?
Now wait. Okay, Jonathan made that mistake in after 2011 because 2011 Jonathan kind of built bridge with the Southwest, and also he kind of built bridges with Southwest all together. But then when he became president, he burned a bridge with the Southwest. He started, I don't know which Southeastern I was talking is here, but he just marginalized Southwest during his presidency, and he paid the price in the second election. Now, what I'm saying is this: if you're a South person, you stand a better chance succeed in building the bridge with the Southwest than with the Southeast. Because we all know right now the Southwest and Southeast are divided politically, completely divided politically. So you South, if you want to advance politically, you stand a better chance of building a bridge with the Southwest than building with the Southeast. And I will tell you why. The Southwest has built a bridge with the North. The Southeast has built a bridge with the North. They've burnt it. It's a fact. They've burnt a bridge with the North. They burnt the bridge with the Southwest. So you as a South, if you wanna win presidential, if you ignore the Southwest, you are starting with the Southeast. When the time comes, automatically if you are with the Southeast, the North is not voting for you because now you are with their enemy. But wait. But if you build a bridge, if you build a bridge in the Southwest, you automatically got a bridge to the North. You understand? So that sounds like you South people are playing dumb politics because right now it's like,
wait, Mike. We are not
Jonathan made that mistake, and I'm like, okay,
we don't play dumb politics. Let me tell you one.
No, right now.
Wait.
Now, they are just doing boy for the Eagles, just jumping behind them. Like these people are not smart, man. You align yourself with these people that are.
Wait, look at the problem we have in South. The South was not properly negotiated with the people that make up South. It was like a way of creating a region and imposing it upon people indirectly. I know the Wazobia were present, not the resource people. Now, we don't
with them. You guys like to act like
we don't really
even when independent and now was there. You guys are dead, tried everything.
No,
let's stop this Wazobia are doing everything.
South is just recent something. I beg. And now all those people are gone. Those are Walla Walla. They don't even know what's going on.
No, even this South.
So how do you want? Let us ask him. How do you want South to be structured? Tell us.
You see what is going on, my brother. You see, the people of South South, if you look at what they are still crying for, majority are crying for resources control. They are not saying they don't want Nigeria. When you look at the South South ethnic nationality, you hardly see somebody to say, break Nigeria, let Nigeria scatter from South South. That makes us a difference between the South East. They have a group. Every agitator in the South South is always for resources. We want to also have a say in what belongs to us. No, you cannot merge us together and say, oh,
what you are saying is different from, we are talking about politics now.
Yeah,
You are talking about structure, ways, Midwest. You know, the way you behave.
Yes, we are not talking about resource control. We are talking politics now.
Politics now. You know, you only flip around, you flip around, and that's why people don't get your points.
You let me.
We are talking about politics. It's not about land.
You interject.
Okay, continue. We have been listening to you. I've never interjected you since you have been talking. Midwest, listen to me. I've not interjected you. I've been on this platform for more than 30 minutes. I've not interjected. This is the first time because I've been listening to you and I've not been able to make any point from what you have been saying since.
Yeah, my point is this: the South South is just a name. It doesn't exist. It doesn't put the people together. They don't even have a place where they meet and reason as South South. So how are they region? The West part you're talking about have a place they meet. There is a way they draw a line. What connects?
So you cannot meet. Why can't you meet?
So wait, now you listen to me. It's just like a kind of, you create something, but you never let these people have a structure how they should meet and discuss things that way. You create NDCC for them. You are jacking with Senate majority in the name of Wazobia. They don't have a say. Anything coming to them, people then know the way to do it. What are you giving to them? And the people are not united. They insult themselves. They are even more divided. And it's playing your game.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that for yourself?
Don't think ego. Look, the politics where I want to go is this. The politics I want to talk about. Wait, my brother, let me just run this one up. The voting you are talking about.
Midwest, the leaders are united. You may say the people. The leaders themselves, they do meet. The South leaders. Okay, even in this election, when this guy emerged, Akpabio emerged as Senate president, he lobbied all the South states. He met all the leaders. So I don't understand what you are trying to say. You might say the people, but the leaders in the region, they do meet.
Yeah, Akpabio becoming a Senate, I'm not against that for being from South.
No, I'm just telling you that they do meet the leaders. You may say
see with the danger in it. When the leader meet, the goal of their meeting is only for them themselves alone. Occasionally, within the leadership, they are so divided. The people don't see what is called Sasa, the entire Sasa people. You don't see it. So now when you look at the North, they may be divided, but there is a line that connects them as a northern people. They have once.
What is that line? What is that line? What is the
line? Religion. Secondly, they have once existed as a northern people.
So the South are they not Christians?
The South has never existed as a region.
No, what I'm saying, you said religion connected.
Under any administration, the Western
part. Why can't religion? Wait, Midwest. Oh God. You said
Midwest,
religion.
You don't want to listen to my point. You ask me a question, but you don't agree with me. The West
the North is not one. It's not true. They are divided by APC and PDP, and also you can say it's not central, which are Kwara, Kogi, Benue, all those places. They are not the same line with Kanu, Sokoto, Plateau. They are not.
Even Taraba.
Yeah. Look at even the way they voted this last election, sir. It's almost like every candidate won in the North, took part of the North. Obi took like 3 states in the North.
Today, Michael, we have
Tinubu took some states in the North. So why are you talking about the North is one like that?
Mike,
like,
we have Tinubu as a president now. Are we really putting pressure on Tinubu to say, look, my brother, bring this power down? You can't leave it there and hope that everything is secure. We'll be building bridge.
You know what? Midwest, when you have something, you work with what you have now. You understand? It's like you are fixated on this your restructuring and all those things and all these things.
Yeah, let me tell you. You feel you are enjoying, but by the time it don't come when you want it.
Let me give you an example. Just
what other people are crying, and it's coming. Just a matter of time.
The South, Even now, the South has the advantage. Yes, you can claim that you have the oil, and that's why you are talking like this. Oil is going. What if? Have you ever looked at it that if oil disappear, how would the South even survive? Because you think that you are the main source of the revenue for the country, and you are boastful of that, and that's why you are shouting resource control, regional control, whatever. Even the 13% derivation that all your states in the South are getting now. Have you ever seen anybody in the South carrying play card and say, no, we don't know what our governors are using our money for? You always focus on the center, blaming. Okay, you cannot. I mean, it's the same thing that we have been talking about on this platform. That you people, no Nigerians don't want to take responsibility for their predicaments. Now you are talking about the North. Wait. Let me finish. So you've been talking since. So let me talk. You said the Northerners they are united because they have one religion. The Southerners, they don't have the one religion. Especially South. How many Muslims are there in the South? Are they not Christian? Why can't that Christianity bind them together?
I did not mention only religion. I mentioned two things.
What is the other thing that you mentioned?
One, they have once existed under administrative as Northern people. They have argued, they have disliked, they have liked themselves, and they have been taking decision as a Northern people. The foundation is there. In the western part of Nigeria.
Oh no, who laid that one? Who laid the foundation for them?
The British laid it for them.
They didn't lay, the British did not lay any foundation for anybody. You can lay it for yourself. Why can't you come together as a group?
Now, well, let me add my point. Let us.
How did they lay it? Let him explain how the British laid the foundation for them.
The British lay it, and at the same time they build upon it. In the
how
West,
did they lay it? Tell us.
Wait now. In the West, the British lay it, and the Western people build upon it. And
somehow, what did they lay? Tell us now. Elaborate.
An administrative, regional administrative.
Wait. The Simba Jacobson. Tell us how they laid.
A regional administrative body called Northern Region was laid for them.
Really?
And in that place, they started coming from the colonial masters. Then
with the Sodana, right? With Sodana ruling the whole.
First of all, right? where the whole of them started coming to see themselves as one. It started from that genesis. In the western part of Nigeria,
they never saw themselves as one, man.
It was also the same. But
so I don't want to.
You always interject me. Let me just put
this finish. Go ahead,
so that I can just put this thing for you. You see, what is going on in Nigeria is this: many people who went to a conference to say Wazobia, we are the majority, are the one that destroyed this country. But everybody is coming to collect. And
when did they go to the conference?
And wait now, that you as a Yoruba, when person said, for example, look, this power is too much in the center. When you have your brother, where are those voices who were crying for a constitution and all? Are they not silent now? If Edoma is there, that is the thing that
you are
when
jumping.
Jonathan was there, we have been carried away with my brother is there.
And you don't want to. You made some statement trying to pin you down. You just running from it.
I am trying to wrap it up. Let me wrap it up, Mike. You have it somewhere. Mike, just give me time, please. You put your own. Please let me round up this talk. Let me round up this talk. Mike, let me round it up. Those who were doing these things never did it because of development of the entire country or individual, but because of power. The suffering you will see in the South is what you're going to see in the North, is what you're going to see in the West, is what you're going to see in the West, and it is the common man that suffered it. But when it comes to that power, who will have it?
You sound like you're saying some Wazobia came together to create all these problems. That's what you're telling me.
Yes, it is Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa, the Northern.
Okay, tell me how they came together. Tell me, elaborate. You guys cannot throw word out there.
Listen, look at the secret. Look at the secret.
Now you told me the
in the Senate where you make law, they put it majority have it. When other people bring things,
which laws have they been making to put you down? Please tell me.
They don't. The only law they make
comes together to put you down. Tell me.
The only law they make is how to consolidate power. There's no other thing. The country is not going to.
So the Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa are coming together to.
And put you down. A South person was there. This mistake is learning it. If he has brought power from that central to the state the way it should be, and to the indigenous people, I don't think that central would have been so important the way it is today. Because indigenous people will have a right to say, where is my development? Where is the commission you say you want to give to me? And there will be law to ask those they elected as people. You are referring to state.
So is the Wazobia that's doing all this?
The same governor you gave to us, we cannot
Midwest.
hold them accountable by
So
law.
it's
You made
Wazobia that gave you
majority.
governor. Wait, it's Wazobia that gave you governor. Is that what you're telling us? The
I cannot
governor you
ask
gave
my
to
governor.
us.
The same Wazobia, they made law and say you cannot ask the
Midwest.
governor.
No, you said the governor you gave to us. I see
The
the way
Senate
you
made
know this
law.
thing you guys do. You just do all these words. And that's what you
Mike,
guys do in all these
Mike,
places when
you
you're having
didn't even listen to
conversation.
what Mike.
Will
You
the
didn't listen to
Wazobia
what Mike. Did you listen to what he said? He said the government you gave to they gave to us. They make a law that you cannot question them. He didn't say that because I gave them governor.
Mike, hold on. Everyone, hold on. Mike, Mufesho said that will be shutting down in hour. So can you just lead the section for 30 minutes? I will flip out. Yeah, Mike, over to you.
Okay. All right, okay, no problem. Yeah. Hey,
See,
so
sorry, can I have a
okay,
little
go
minute,
ahead.
Mike, before I jump out? See, the structure of Nigeria, we might be jumping the guns or we might be shying away from the truth, but the truth is in our face. The way Nigeria is structured, the democracy we are still saying, the democracy we are practicing is not for us. We might want to defend it, we might want to cut corners. It's not going to help us build or develop. Now, if we go by the way they structure the states, we go by the way we structure the states and they say religion, let's use religion and the way we structure the state, the North can decide to win election without the South and Southeast and Southwest.
And who is
Because they
the
already
North?
have
Define the
19
North. Define the
Listen, the
North.
North is from Kogi. Listen, that is not. I'm telling you now. That's the way they structure it.
Northern region
Relax.
as a whole. Northern region still
Yeah,
remain.
listen, not
Northern
just a
region.
whole. As a whole. Hold on, let me land now. Let me land. You ask how. Let me tell you how. Let me tell you how now.
Okay, guys,
Let me
hold
tell you
on.
how now.
Everybody
We say
wait.
ask.
Everybody wait. Everybody, hold on. Let's not talk over each other. Wait. Let's
I tell you,
relax.
you say how. Let me answer you. Say how.
What is? Give me a second. Here's the deal. Here's what we want. Like, what we notice is that people just say things, and then we're trying to have them really break it down so we know what they really mean. Because what we see in a lot of these places is that, sometimes you use words like the North, do this. Okay, now I want to know what that North is. You know, things like words like they want to get to the gritty of it, to the root of all these words that you guys use and all these terms that you use. That's why we're asking this question. And when we
So
ask you, please
let me
just
tell
be
you.
precise and explain it.
Yeah, let me tell you. Let me explain. I tell you.
Wait, give me a second. What we notice is that when I ask you this question, you jump to something else. You're trying to run away from it. We don't like that, man. Come on. Explain
When you ask questions, you give person the time to explain. Now, when I said the way the Nigeria is structured and the association to religion, the North will always win. And they ask me how. Let me say how. They say
no, we said the North.
how.
What's the North? No, I ask you, what is that
The
North?
northern region, the northern states. We have northern states.
Okay, the 19 northern states.
State. I said it for the 19 northern states. And if you want Abuja to become 20, if they
20,
go by that, they will win. They will win. They don't need the remaining 17.
Based on what? Because what? They are united. They are
I
one.
say you would see. You don't tell my English. I say they want to go on religion.
So you
ground.
can win. You can win election in Nigeria by winning in 20 states. Is that what you are saying?
If somebody win 20 states, what's left for the state for you to win?
You have to win 24.
No, you don't. Tinubu won 12 states. Tinubu won 12 states. Hold on now, hold on, please.
I want to ask you a question, please. Let me ask Mike. It's only that I'll be asking a question. Mike,
wait, hold on. Midwest. Let me say that before I go out. This is the problem. When somebody give you an answer, and because you don't like it, you start balkanizing the answer. You ask a question. It doesn't mean you must. No. Hold on. Let me finish. Mike, let me finish. For the fact I give you answer, does not mean you must accept it. And for that you don't answer, doesn't mean you shout over me.
No, you ask a simple question.
Hold on. There are still you guys say. There are still things you guys say because we are quite. Do you think we accept it? We take it as a discussion. We take it. If you take it or don't take it, it's okay. A discussion. We move on. You must not impose your opinion.
Why are you talking to fight now?
No, you must win it. Hold on, Mike. With all due respect.
Explain yourself. Let Workpiece explain what you are trying to explain.
Please just listen. Let me say slow voice. I said the way Nigeria is structured and they go on the Islamic ground. Not 6 and serve 17 states altogether. If they go by that, I didn't say it will happen, but if they go by that, by logically, they can win election. They don't need us. But if we win 20 states, what do you need again to win? Now, if that structure we feel is not nice, we have the right to say that just not structured well. It's fair enough able to say that. Simple. And I rest my case. Can you go on?
Mike, okay. I wanted to ask you before you come in. The North is not monolith. It's not one ethnic group of people. Because in Northern can make the same argument say the South. So we need to get that in, put that in perspective, because the North include Kwara, which are largely Yorubas, Kogi, include Benue, even in the core North, you have Canary. I mean, it's just not just one people that we just describe as this boogeyman coming after us all South. So let's get that straight. Okay, go ahead, Midwest.
My network. Hello?
Midwest. Okay.
Is that my network? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, Mike, look, let us use brotherly mind. You see, what I discover from you people in the West now, particularly the youth, when somebody disagree with you people, you quickly switch it to that division between you and the Igbos that is becoming so pronounced. Oh, they are taking side. We are not seeing Nigeria like take side of tribe now. But what we are saying is this: if the power is in the South, now, because power is in Yoruba person, it means it's not in the West, it's in the South, according to the structure on ground. Let those people try their best to take a breath and ask themselves a question. What is really the problem of this country? Because that power they put in central there, if they don't bring it down, everybody is coming to be on the same page. This is what we are trying to put before you. Let me ask you a question. If a northerner person contests in the next 4 years, and that northerner person is able to convince Igbos to form an alliance with them, carry the South, do you think a Yoruba man will remain in that position?
No.
Okay, and if another election is coming, they are able to play the way the Yorubas now feel that, these people are no longer supporting us with anger. Let me also support another note. Will the power come to start again? And when you look at the power is consuming the progress of the country. This is what we are speaking to. As you said before, my brother, let them bring this power to the local people, the right of the minority. And this is how America was built. This is how all European countries built. When you come to their places, you see a local government that is as large as more than 3 states in Nigeria. You will see a local government that is just like smaller, not even up to a single local government in Nigeria, having the same authority. Why do you think they draw this line? It's because of their cultural heritage of those people from foundation. So please, it is our time, whether a Yoruba is there, a Sasat man was there, like when Jonathan was there, if he has did the needful, as you said before, he cut off with the West, and that was very pronounced, and that is why he fought. If he has brought that power down, we all would have been enjoying it today. I tell you, this state you are talking about, they gave me, I should go and hold my governor. Do you know how many people that have protested? Do you know how many cases individuals have against my governor? When you go to court, the court cannot wait. Even the FCC don't even have power to question my governor. What can I do?
Okay,
there is nothing.
Okay, Midwest, let's hear from Yossi. But Yossi,
so please don't be putting it as tribe. Benin is aligned with Igbo. They want to come and fight you. We are not after that at all.
Yossi, before you go, give me a second.
That is why I refer to that South Side. We are not the type who say break Nigeria or kill Yoruba or kill Igbo, kill this one. No, don't put us in that page.
Okay.
We say things in a different way.
Okay. Yes, before you go, let me just say this real quick. Midwest, let me tell you the reality. You see that looking at Nigeria from north versus south. There's not one united, no one united south. We don't. Yoruba people don't. Me, I would say me. I don't look at it like that anymore. There's no more north versus south. It's just who aligns with me is who I rock with. There's no one group of Satanas, because we're never one Satana people in the first place. It never happened before in Nigerian history. So I don't know when people say power to not come to the south. I say south, we are one united people, one people group of. In the north, yeah, they may have something that brought them together. Even in the north, they are not just one united people like that. Because, like I give you an example, we have Benue. The Benue people don't have nothing in common with the Kanu people. The Kogi people don't have nothing in common with the Zafara people. So this north-south thing, I'm done with it. I'm not with it. It's just there's no such thing. I bet mentally, politically, and culturally, morally, or manner. I don't know that what it is in terms of manner. I have something more in common with someone from the north than I do with the Igbos. So I don't know what is north-south thing. I'm not with it anymore. I'm done with it. Go ahead.
See where the power lies.
Hold on, Midwest, hold on. Hold on.
Okay.
With the current constitution, let's be honest and sincere. No president who swore an oath while taking office, and you expect him to go against the constitution. It will be possible. If things, okay, if we want to make any change, yes, the Nigeria National Assembly can do something, just as the way they devolve the power sector now to the state. It can be done by legislation, but expecting the president to make a dramatic change, it is impossible. It's like he will be fighting against the constitution that he swore to protect. So I don't understand this kind of pressure we want to put on the current president, and we want him to perform magic. It is impossible.
I'm not among, please, I'm not among those who want magic. I don't want magic from any leader or AJ is coming. I just believe the way Nigeria is structured, nothing is going to work.
Yeah, but if we want to make any change with the constitution, it will be the National Assembly, not the president.
I don't even believe Tinubu is a bad person. I've never said that. Whether
no, I'm not saying he's a bad person.
Let me tell you the truth. Yeah. So I see him as my president as far as he's there now. But the truth of it,
it is not as easy as you think it seems. It's not easy.
My brother, when something is not good and it's affecting the masses, and you allow the masses and address them and say, yes, I can bear your pain. This, I don't want you people to join me. They will join you. Because now the president want to, as somebody said, he want to give some money to the state to alleviate the pain, which is a very good sign. Do you know how much Buhari pumped to these state governors? What impact is he having in the life of their people?
Because me and you didn't ask our governor what he spent.
What are you saying? Do you know how many cases my governor is having in the court that they cannot even open the house?
Midwest.
So blaming the center is not the case here. We should blame our local leaders.
My brother, there should be executive. There should be executive power. There should be executive power with this money that will tell the governor that all of them is subject to external auditor. And see whether this money will not go to the people.
Our people don't even know their rights and who to turn to. And that is why we see every Nigerian is always saying, the president. And I'm always saying, there is a reason you vote a local government chairman. There is a reason you have an honorable for your constituency in federal level, a senator. But because all these people, they don't even know their right, they can't question these people. These people get allowance for everything, and the money they still allocate to them to go and use for their constituency, they still embezzle it. I can tell you several people that I know, I won't mention their name, that even the money they give them for their constituency, upon the wardrobe allowance, newspaper allowance, petrol allowance, everything, furniture allowance that they get, they will still take all that money that is meant for the constituency. They're in their constituency, that people suffer for what?
Wait, my brother, if you have that kind of person in your state, then you now approach peaceful demonstration, which is the right of every citizen. That is good.
Saying peaceful. Let me tell you what I'm saying.
Let me another one. After that, please let me run this one. This one is very important. Wait, and you approach the court of law. The same people who gave him all these resources, they are there to protect him. What will you do?
Hold on. It's not even about the law. It's not even about the law protecting him. It's because what I'm trying to say, our people don't even know their right. And that's what I'm saying. The federal government don't know the pressure on them. They need to start educating people, the masses themselves, what to do. Because number one, in a man that has won under a party, is a senator or an honorable federal constituency, then he came to his constituency. They've given him money, they've paid the salary, paid all the allowance, give him car, give him everything. He's buying property everywhere. The little money they give you your constituency, instead of you to go and look for, what are these people suffering for? You know what they do? They call party meeting, cook food, envelope 10,000, 20,000. The people they will give 20,000, the people they will give 10,000 to. The party member, they will give them money because those party members too, they are stupid. Everybody go eat, honorable, my son is going to school, we don't have money. He will still give them a little bit extra, but they don't know those tokens they are taking is not even enough. And other people in the constituency that are not party member that just came and vote are not even benefiting anything from this person. So I think our people don't even know their rights in the first place. And the government educating people.
I don't know. You look at it from this way. If I know my right, we live in advanced country, most of us here, and someone, step on that right, what do? You approach the authority of the law. Someone treated me like this, and I want to make sure he got punished, or maybe they have to pay for it or something of that nature.
How many of these people have this information that I have?
I'm coming.
If I did have things to do with
You
these
don't
people
even
at
allow
that
me to
time,
land.
I wouldn't
Please,
have known. Okay,
let me land this point for you. Yeah, in the Western world where we live, you will approach the court, isn't it? Because you know the court is there for you. The law is there. The law is be practiced. Now, someone is my leader. They gave him money to build school. He pocketed the money, and I approached the court of the law. Those who made the same law, who gave him money, they are together as a tribe. They see him as one of them. They protect him with that power. What can a common man like me do again? You're talking that people don't know. Why don't they know what is going on? They don't have a place to cry to because of this power that they gave to only one place on top. We are here.
And this is what I'm saying.
Someone is saying, I
let's
am
forget
here now.
about court. This thing shouldn't even get to court. What I'm talking about, maybe just try to understand what I'm saying. What I'm talking, it shouldn't even get to court. What I'm saying is, I think it's high time the federal government starts making all these people accountable for the resources they are giving them, all the money given to them to do what they need to do, and they need to start educating people generally what your chairman should be doing for you. Because some of these people you can't even, if you don't know them, you can't even go to the office and say, I want to see my chairman. You can see my MP. I can have my MP's number. I live in the UK. If I have issues and I go to my MP, he will have my number. We will communicate. If I call him, he know who is calling. We will talk about what I'm discussing with him, and he will fight for it and make sure, okay, something is done about it. Can you do that with your own? How many people have access to their federal honorable or senator? Can they even enter their house?
They will even write
See, my brother, the government can't be dishing out all this money to these people.
If you do that,
all the allowances, and still not make them accountable for it.
Yeah, this is what I am trying to say here, that power they gave to the central, he has created two tribes in Nigeria. The common masses that is suffering, and those who manage to cross to that power on top. The ones on top have made law to protect themselves. If the law cannot penetrate them, what else? Whom are we going to cry? We can't take laws into our hand. We can't say, buy this one, buy that one. Yes, we can organize a peaceful demonstration. And can we just go to street? The few things we they still build for us, make we go to burn them. We can't do that. It is the law that protects people. This is what we are saying. That the whole power is just only on top of that federal, and everybody is fighting for it. Now it has divided us. The common man is busy insulting some. This one is Yoruba. You insult hell out of all Yoruba race. Why that your own tribe that is insulting Yoruba? Your brothers on top are with the Yoruba leaders on top. They are now already one tribe. You want to hurt him. The same Yoruba will go and protect that your brother. It doesn't care. It's not from his tribe. I don't know whether you understand. We are just there on top until they bring that power down so that we can be having chance to add those who we elected on the grassroots.
And what is this power? Can you define this power you're talking about?
Progress. We are not going to
define this power you're talking about so we understand
the
what
power
you mean.
The power is the people authorities who can influence everything, anything they can. This is what I'm speaking to.
So you want the power for the people to be able to influence things.
I want a situation where people on ground, the king, the small tribe, the small kingdom that we once recognized should be having an institution where the people can cry to and make a law to back it, that when they make this request, you must address it. If you don't address it, they become an unpunishable offense, being a leader. Okay. This is what we want.
But you have local elected officials now. I mean,
my brother, the way they design the local, they were in trouble. Now, the state governor, is the one that will conduct the state election, local government. How are you going to win a state governor in a local government election with the way Nigeria is?
If we give the same power to the king, I mean,
it's okay. Now, if we select,
which I agree, that's what I want. I want
he will select people that he can control on his own and make sure he stand for them to win. Sometimes if you even discover, wait
a minute, give me a second. So you say the governor will be this bad guy that will do this bad thing, right? Don't you think we as the people should start figuring how to elect a righteous person to be the governor that won't behave bad?
And I think what we have to do,
because we elect the governors. It's not like he put himself there and he's in this
Mike,
power and
even
start doing
if
all
you
this
have
stuff.
regional government, are they not the same people that rule those regions?
Exactly, Lou.
If
You
you
think
cannot
No,
say,
you
see,
still
if
have
you
to vote
cannot
that
see the
governor
control,
in.
difference. See the
God
difference.
bless
See
you,
the
Simba.
difference in
That's
the
the point
regional
now.
government. There is no
what
way
is
you
the
can have a
difference?
with the way there's no way you will not have a regional government when there is no authority to the indigenous people, like ethnic nationality that make up that region. So the region will not work.
You're
It's still
still
the
always
same
going to
thing.
have leadership, whatever
Yeah.
system you
So
do. And
when
that leadership,
no region exists,
if it's
no
a bad
region.
leadership, you will suffer the same thing. So the
No,
best
my
thing,
brother. See,
whether
if
it's regional,
you
whether it's this, whether it's that,
say for example, the
if you still
INEC is
vote
the one.
wicked criminals in, you suffer the same fate.
If,
The
if
leaders
the
always be in
INEC
position of power. They will
if
always be.
the INEC if the INEC conduct local government election for everybody, the state governor will be weakened to manipulate. Now, if the state governor don't have power to say, I don't want local government, there is no way a region with a local government will not exist. But in this scenario, like in my state, it is now for the over how many years? It is not the administration will be ending next year. It is now we want to do local government chairman. For
But
what
you were
reason?
here supporting
And
Obaseki earlier now. Well, you know.
wait, let's put that one aside. We are bound to support one person or the other. You support Tinubu, I support Peter Obi. This one support. That is politics, and that is how it's supposed to be played. But the
No,
truth
no,
of
no.
the
If
matter is that
Obaseki didn't do the things you
irrespective of the
said,
person, irrespective of the person that is ruling, there should be power to question them. This power cannot be taken away from every one of us, and we expect to progress. It's not, it cannot be done.
But Midwest, no one is. See, the thing is that, see, let's take responsibility for what's going on in our individual state. The thing is that we want to devolve the responsibility on holding the government, the state governors accountable to another person. We want to push it to another person to hold them accountable. What are we doing, the citizen? If we cannot
Okay.
march to the state government house and tell the governor what is doing is not good, then what do you expect the governor to do?
Okay, you listen. Let me give you an example. Like my
You
state.
always push blame to other people.
Okay,
See,
you wait. I keep
for
it's
the
like
lack
you
of
didn't even listen to me. Listen, my brother. If in my state there are few individuals
Yeah.
that are volatile, they took the governor to court of law over the way he's managing the place. Many cases. Then the same people have marched to governor houses over some certain policies. The governor can just still tell them, don't worry, and it ended. When this court you approach, the lawyer will make you
then
to understand
don't vote for the governor next time. It's simple.
wait, the lawyer will make you to understand that look, as far as it's in the seat, we can't this case, there's no way any judge can even open that file. You can see the complexity of you saying somebody should go to anywhere.
Okay.
Let me tell you, one thing you have to
let me say something. There's a reason why Lagos is working at least, let me say, 60%. You know why? It is because of the people. Because if you look at this, most Lagosians, they rather pay attention to their state than Abuja. That's why you see the governor's always active. He's always moving. He's always in every direction. Because the people,
Thanks for USA. Thanks for USA.
The people know who to, there's problem in the state. But when it comes to other states, we just abandon the state to the governor only and face Abuja as if our problem is in Abuja. It is not there.
The problem in Abuja, I want to tell you is this.
Okay.
Abuja issue. Me and you, maybe you are from Yoruba, we are the common man.
Edo, I be Binibo.
Okay. Maybe inside Edo now, maybe you go say you are Esan. The chance you see Esan and Edo, we can sort ourselves now. Before it's not like that. Everything is degenerating. The reason is this. We are one tribe. The politician has placed us just in one tribe. Every common man, irrespective of tribe. Why on top? They are one tribe. Whether you are from Eunsa, you are from Yoruba, you are from Igbo, you are from Edo. There are some certain things you want to penetrate because that power is on top. They will protect their own. They don't care where it comes from. It's only when it's not buying to them. They cannot turn blind eyes. All these chains need to be broken before we think of development.
Let me interject with that. You are wrong.
Yes.
Midwest, you are wrong. You know why you are wrong? What I say you are wrong is because you are giving excuse for for the what I call it now, for the failure of your governor. Now UFC is telling you that you face your local stuff. The money that is coming from federal, at least for now, we know that federal government is giving them money, right? Money is coming. Before you go to say you want to clean up the top, you've not cleaned up your house. You are going to the street, talking about that the
No,
compound is
it's not.
dirty.
I'm not
Who
saying
does that?
the only thing we
If
see
you want
the
to
way
do
we will
anything,
clean
first,
top.
no,
I'm
no,
not saying
you
we
have to
go
do
go
what
and
we
clean
call
the top.
Midwest. You have to do
The top
in-house
should give
cleaning
us the
first.
power,
No, look at it.
constitutional
Yes.
right, constitutional law
Midwest,
to ask our government.
Let me give
Midwest
you
is
one
not
example.
understanding the
Let me give
point,
you,
man.
Midwest.
let me
You
give
see
you
what's
one
going on
example.
now.
Let me
While
give
we
you one
abandon
example.
our state and pay attention to Abuja, most of the fraudsters in Benin now, they are all in politics now. Because some of you who are in diaspora, who are well educated, you all abandon the state or the country to criminals, and then you stay in your overseas.
We did not do. We did
No,
not do.
you cannot stay.
Listen, my brother, the last election, let me clarify that to you. The last election, every Nigerians will understand that the do diaspora play a huge role to bring Obaseki to power for the second tenure. But
Yes.
not what we expected is not what we are seeing now. The truth of the matter is that why we cannot go further, there is the need, if Tinubu want to help us, knowing very well now that Nigeria is broke, Nigerians are suffering, and he want to help Nigeria, having a good mind to say, I want to give palliative, I must support family. There should be a law that will say, look, Mr. Governor, external auditor will be involved how you spend this money and see whether the people will not enjoy it. But if you keep on throwing this money to these
Tinubu
people,
doesn't create law now. That will be the Senate.
he has power to make some, I don't know how to put it, executive, because that palliative is not even law, it's an executive order to rescue Nigeria.
Governors now. It's not binding on governors now. Executive order is not
No,
binding
it
on
did not.
governors
Listen, my brother.
It's obvious
Listen,
that
if executive order said my money, I'm helping Nigeria, but this money is subject to an external auditor, the governor cannot stop an external auditor not to do it. When the external auditor finish, wait, when the external auditor finish their work and the EFCC is the EFCC are right, let there be something, or else we are not going to enjoy it. It's still a wasting of time.
One thing we need to understand also, governors are very
Midwest.
powerful.
He doesn't exactly no UFC, just give me a point. It's very obvious that sometimes you guys, we don't understand the process of governance. Governors are presidents of their states. They enjoy immunity the same way the president enjoys immunity. Number two is when it comes to formation of laws, it's not something you just sit down in a month or two and they will pass the laws. You know that if they want to enact anything into law, it has to pass the first reading, the second reading, third reading. It has to go through public hearing. Then they send it to the president to assent. What are you saying? Before you even complete that
let me
process,
ask you a question.
The
executive order. The executive order to remove the subsidies. Did it pass through this process?
Yes,
the executive order has the limit.
No, it has a limit. The removal of the subsidy, I think it passed through the Senate.
Subsidy.
Also. Yeah, they have.
No, it's
I
part
doubt,
of the PIA.
but I don't know.
The removal of the subsidy was passed. No, that's the thing. Removal of subsidy says PIA law that they passed said 18 months after they were going to remove subsidy. Then they went back to the Senate to get an extension for 6 months, which it gets to June. So it was not something that they just woke up one morning and say executive orders. Tinubu did not use any executive order for subsidy. He just made everybody realize that subsidy is gone. There's nothing we can do about it. According to laws, appropriation law,
one thing I know,
anything.
Thing I know about subsidies, it was just something that Tinubu made when he was making one speech that subsidy is gone, and that was when the commotion started. And
because
I think
he just reconfirmed it.
That's
what it is.
Tinubu is just telling you people what is going on.
Yeah, but let us okay. Now I also want to ask another question. Maybe you are right. because of time, let me add this one again. This palliative that they want to share to the governor, did they also pass through the Senate?
So
This
the
palliative.
palliative was passed through what we call the National Economic. Listen, it's passed through what we call the National Economic Council, which is recognized by law.
Okay.
That
why not?
the vice president
Why not a law? Wait,
chair the
okay.
National Economic Council.
Why not a law? An executive order also passed through what we call EFCC, that economic crime or something, that there should be a external auditor attached to it. If you want, with the situation we find ourselves,
cannot be tried.
Midwest.
What
What you are saying now,
governors cannot be
can
tried
you
until
sponsor
after
Midwest?
their tenure.
Midwest, you can sponsor a bill and lobby for
yes.
it.
Guys, I'm sorry. We have to shut down now. Thank you so much. We must not pass 10 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, my guy tell me. Yeah, thank you guys. I know you are in the middle of conversation, but I've said it earlier on. We are shutting down in 10 hours. Thank you, everybody.
Thomas,
thank you guys. Labiasho.
Okay.
Labiasho. Yeah, just stay there. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. You get that. Thank you, everyone. Samuel, Mike, thank you. DOG, stay there. Everyone, it's very interesting. Sorry for you guys that haven't spoken. Yeah, I think Akim hasn't spoken it, but we have to shut it down. Thank you, guys. Yeah, carry the conversation in the comments section. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I'll see you guys the other time tomorrow by the special grace of God. Thank you. We can't go without playing music. You know that. Yeah.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk, say make you go buy gun to Piakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk, say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say me meet them for airport road, Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.